Anyways, welcome everybody to Secret of Mana, and I asked for name suggestion in the Discord, and people were just like, you know what, the good old Rump is kind of a nice start into the new year. Rump being, actually I even have this for last year, this is the original reason why Rump even became a thing. An artist very early into my streaming career, that was before I even was a Twitch partner, literally more than 10 years ago, which just seems kind of crazy to say out loud. Just kind of drew this adorable picture of a rabbit just saying Rump. And that's kind of where that comes from. Anyways, it's nostalgia. Thank you so much for the Pride thing, I really appreciate that. That always helps out. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay as well. And I suggest, let's get started. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Welcome to Secret of Mana 100%. This year is going to be a glitchless run, which means it's as glitchless as I possibly reasonably can make it. This game is notoriously, let's put it this way, a bit buggy here and there, but a glitchless run by the speedrunning rule set is kind of simple. You try and avoid as much as possible as you can to not take advantage of anything that might happen in your favor that would normally be, well, glitch related. There are specific things I particularly need to avoid, like killing my own characters via a repel spell, which gives you potentially a ridiculous amount of experience. We don't want to do that. But aside from that, I also would like to say it's been quite a while since I did any proper speedrunning, so I'm going to be looking quite rusty in this game compared to how good you possibly could be. And aside from that, if anybody has any questions, I have !100% command in the chat where you can see the tracker as to what we need to do. The short version of 100% run in this game is, to me, we fill out all possible equipment slots with the highest armor value to the lowest armor value in order. You can have a maximum of 11 items in your equipment inventory per category, which means accessory, armor and helmet. And effectively, the way I decided which armors to get is from highest category, or well, defense value, so to speak, to the lowest one. There was actually a very intriguing idea in chat earlier that unfortunately I only saw today, which suggested that I should acquire these in order of how much defense they have to begin with. So I will want to try and look into that in the future, but unfortunately I don't think I would like to do this on the fly, because I feel like there's going to be quite some pitfalls that I need to avoid if I were to do this. Anyways, aside from there being annoying, well, actually, donation bar in the bottom left, Yok D God, I haven't, Yok, thank you so much for the 1000 bits, I really appreciate those, it's really kind of you. And if anybody is donating directly, I will need to add that manually to the tracker, so if I miss something, please do make sure to let me know, and I will try to catch up to that as quick as possible. I did hear one, I think. I will need to go and check in just a moment. Yeah, that's kind of why. But it's also kind of a thing where I need to balance trying to play the game reasonably efficiently and then check donations afterwards. So I will check these as soon as we get into the next cutscene. So once again, thank you so much everybody already, I really appreciate that. I'm already knocking out a bunch of rabbits, because once again in this run I don't need to keep one character dead, because it is not necessary, although I have been wondering whether actually it would be more beneficial in the long run to keep one character at low level, just to level up things more efficiently later on. But I have not yet decided as to whether, well, that would be the correct approach here. There is normally very specific kind of experience and money routing for glitchless speedruns in this. So I will need to... Okay, something is happening in chat. Basically, there's normally very specific money routing in the speedrun, and I don't remember any of it, so I'm just kind of going to be winging it. Oh my god. Holy crap, guys. Oh my goodness. Oh. Wow. Let me try to phrase things that I had in mind real quick before I get to this, because holy moly. If the donation bar in the bottom left fills up, what I wanted to say is I will promise to do a glitched 100% run this February 2025 sometime. I will need to plan the exact route and how that's going to go. It also will be without leveling. However, I feel like a glitched run to try and get all of the weapons, etc. in, let's say, unusual and probably unintended ways, I feel like could be very interesting. So that's kind of as an incentive that I wanted to pose. Also, welcome to the Mantis Ant. Also, if I forget to split in the future, please do yell at me, because I haven't been properly using splits in a while. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Dr. Dan, thank you. That's crazy. Dan, thank you so much for your crazy support. Not just money, but also otherwise being an awesome person. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And Psycho Sean, holy moly. I appreciate you writing not a typo. Because, yeah, I would always, that's a lot. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan, for the 150 euros, I believe. That's a lot of money. And Psycho Sean, thank you so much for the $500. That's absolutely absurd. Psycho Sean says, not a typo. Onwards to a better 2025. Thanks for the entertainment. Keep it up. Wohayo. Thank you so much, Psycho Sean. That's really kind of you. You remember last year, you've learned your lesson. Oh, yeah, if there's an absurdly high number, I'm always like, oh, was that intentional? Did you mean to do that? Because there could be a zero too much. I'm happy to refund and stuff. Anyways, also, Ryok, thank you kindly for the $20 donation. That's really nice of you. Also, we're grabbing money in the game too, because these 50 coins are actually quite valuable in the speedrun. Ryok, thank you so much for the $20 donation. That's really, really nice of you. That's also quite a bit, at least to me. I think I added it now. I hope I pressed the button. Whoops. Uh-oh. It would be really awkward if I started this run after a reset. Do I need to... No, I don't talk to the soldiers here. And Ryok says, it's very nice to have these runs as a New Year's tradition, especially this year for you. Yeah. I wish you all the best, Ryok. I definitely know how you feel about that kind of thing, because I've been, well, through that once or twice. But always cherish the good memories. That doesn't make it sting any less, does it? Anyways, thank you so much, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay around here. Also, Ultravald, thank you so much for 81 months with the Prime thing. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. That's quite a long time, especially to remember to do the Prime thing. And JP Erics as well, thank you so much for 47 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay as well. Welcome back, everybody. I missed one before your donation? I did! Thank you! Oh, I'm sorry. Wow. It's Nostalgia tipped $5. Thank you! I really appreciate that. Love you, Yaga. I know it's not much, but I hope it helps. You say it's not much, but $5 for a lot of people is a lot of money. It kind of is for me, and it definitely helps, so thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't choose the wrong options there, because it's kind of, honestly, genuinely overwhelming here. And Mikachu, oh my goodness. Holy crap, guys. Thank you. Pikachu, says Hromp. And also tipped $100. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much, Pikachu. I really appreciate this. Here we acquired a spear from Luca. I'm going to save my save file into the lowest slot, and then we press start select L and R in order to do a quick soft reset, because it is slightly faster than matching through the rest of Luca's dialogue and then running outside. So we already spawn outside. And I'm going to be equipping the spear here, because I will want to use that one as my main weapon for a bit. Holy moly, tasty bits. Tasty Matthews, thank you so much for the 5,000 bits of food for the rabbits. I really appreciate it. That's a crazy amount too. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Also, in case anybody's wondering, I'm not gonna get kidnapped by goblins here. Also, my goodness. It's a 50-50 chance whether you get a stab or whether you get a swing whenever you're close enough to an enemy. And sometimes you just keep getting the wrong one. Oh boy. Thank you so much, TC Matthews. I believe that should be automatically applied. Duxors, thank you for the gift subs to Fred. That's really nice of you. And also, Akila, thank you so much for 41 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Oh boy. If, by the way, if I missed anything, please feel free to remind me. But thank you. Let me actually real quick try to read that. Final echo for... Saving you. Yes, okay. So I'm gonna go in here without much armor, but I need to do a bit of grinding. Oh my goodness. Dan, thank you so much for another 1,120 bits of food. That's really kind of you. These are the times where I wish I had one of these cups that was just filling up really nicely, but I tend to prefer to not have as much clutter on the screen. Welcome to you, Zero Delta. Thank you. Oh, balloons. Let's see. Final Necro for the Needle Helmet in Vestgard. Get a Cockatrice Helmet from the Basilisk first. Isn't the Needle Helmet lower defense value than the Cockatrice Cap though? So you can't farm the Cockatrice Cap before you get the Needle Helmet. I might be misremembering that one though. Anyways, I'm gonna copy this real quick while I'm ballooned for a second time into a notepad to read it later when I have a bit of time. Thank you very much for the insight. I appreciate the challenge, by the way. I am thinking about it now. But as I mentioned before, this might be it. As I mentioned before, I probably will not be implementing this into this run. But if anybody else has also interesting challenges or ideas on how to play the game, I'm always looking for a reason to play the game, even if I'm not really actively speedrunning it anymore. Okay, copied it over in a notepad so I can read it, even if the chat scrolls fast. Anyways, welcome everybody. Hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. And I forgot that this is a glitchless run, which means I need to go and farm some money. So, going back into this screen here is one of the more efficient ways to get money and a little bit of experience in the early game. The most efficient way would theoretically be to go into the Witch's Forest, but that one is kind of far out of the way. So the travel time outweighs the benefits of the job in hoods actually giving you a bit more experience and money. So you just tend to do a short grind here. Now the thing is, admittedly, I don't remember how many of these I'm supposed to knock out, and sometimes you get unlucky with low damage rolls, and these guys don't get knocked down to the floor. If you have ever wondered as to why sometimes enemies get one damaged animation over the other, it's all about the amount of HP damage you deal. If it's over 25% damage, they get knocked down into the heavy knockdown animation, kind of like this one here. And if it is less than that, it is the, well, low knockdown animation. These goblins have 64 HP, so you can basically do 3 times 21 damage and then 1 extra damage at level 2 with the spear. However, I believe the spear should already now be at level... at level 1 charge attack, and here is the sword that also got just level 1 charge attack. Using a charge attack, each charge level you get per your weapon gives you 50% extra damage. For the most part, it is not really worth charging up your weapon, unless it happens to be just over a threshold, where you functionally will need 1 less hit in order to defeat an enemy. And that is kind of on average the case here on the goblins, I believe. Which you can always get a high damage roll or a low damage roll. Effectively, high damage rolls happen when an enemy fails their armor evasion, if you will, against your attack. Low damage rolls is if they successfully kind of partially block the attack. And then they also, enemies also specifically have proper evasion. Which means, for example, these slimes over there, they can just straight up dodge all the damage that you could inflict on them. By deciding that, you know what, sure, the sword passed right through me, but you don't deal damage today, and that is what we call just kind of evasion. Unfortunately, Seeker of Mana, the original here, does not have much of a way of, well, a feedback, really, that tells you that you missed because the game rolled a random dice roll and decided that you just missed. The first most notorious part that happens in is usually the wall phase, where you might just think the game has super janky hitboxes, and let me tell you, the game does have super janky hitboxes. It's just not necessarily in the way you think it does. Anyways, did I miss anything in the meantime? I did! Holy moly. Almighty, thank you! We buy a power wrist, and we buy a helmet. And an armor for the sprite. I believe they cannot equip the wristband. Buy some candies for safety. And I believe I only need 100 coins in order to do the other thing. 150 is actually less than ideal. Preferably in a speedrun, you want to have about 100, less than 150 coins. Because the dialogue box, when you have enough money to donate the additional 50, is slightly longer than the other one. The additional 100, excuse me. Because you initially pay 50 to watch the show, and then they ask you for another 100. And if you don't have enough money to pay the 100, it's slightly faster. Alrighty, and sorry, I'm trying to fit this in here without losing too much time because... there we go. Plus, thank you so much for the $51.97, which might just be 50 euros for all I know. Almighty, thank you kindly, I really, really appreciate that. And click the button to plus this. There we go. Thank you so much for the crazy support, everybody. That's absolutely wild. Anyways, we need 100 coins at the minimum in order to be able to upgrade our sword here. And I should not forget to actually equip my armor. So in Seeker of Mana, if you have nothing equipped in one of your, well, in any of your equipment item slots, effectively your evasion, or more specifically your... how to phrase this? Basically, for one, the power risk gives you +5 strength, which is a huge damage boost in the early game, and also even later, +5 strength is rather substantial. But effectively, having something equipped in every item slot is important, because otherwise, the enemies that hit you will always get a high damage roll if you have no armor equipped. If you have one piece of armor equipped, the enemies will usually get a high damage roll against your character. But if you have 3 pieces of armor equipped, a helmet, an accessory, as well as a armor, helmet, accessory, then the chance for enemies to land a high damage roll on you is very, very low. It's like, I actually don't know the exact number, but it feels like 2 to 5%, I guess. I don't want to spit out what actual number is because I don't actually know. But most of the time, enemies will actually roll low damage rolls against you instead of high damage rolls if you have something equipped in every item slot. So this means if you start playing the game, equipping the boy with a headband and an armband, even though these don't give much defense themselves, the fact that enemies usually will roll a low damage roll against you if you have them equipped is basically a huge difference in how much damage you take. Copy this part in the notepad too. Okay, give me a second. Copied it. Alrighty. So, we're gonna get a sprite here in our party, and the traditional name of, well, legends, let's put it this way, is going to be put in here as well, according to my Discord suggestions. So this is Taco. Welcome to the team, Taco. Tacos are tasty. And the sprite here might not be tasty because, let me tell you, don't want to try and eat the sprite. You probably get punched quite hard. But Taco is one of the best things to have around, let's put it this way. At least in real life it's tasty. And Taco here is going to be an extremely valuable member of our team. So let me equip them with a rabbit cap and the elbow pad. Then, next up, we need to spend the money that we just earned by defeating Tropicalo on buying the axe here. That's a lot of tarot card reading. Split Tropicalo, right, thank you. I forgot. Maybe I should skip the split now, but I mean, it's not that accurate anyways, it's fine. Thank you, Mikachu. Alrighty, we can also now go ahead and use the magic rope in order to get out of here. Then we're equipping the sprite with the axe, because the axe is a much better weapon than the boomerang for AI control characters, or, you know, for more efficient, quick combat to begin with. The boomerang does have its niche uses. In fact, in solo character challenge runs, I tend to use it as the final weapon against the mana beast, due to its ability to hit twice with one attack, which is kind of a big deal. Anyways, these enemies here have slightly too much HP, and one of my objectives here is going to be to level the sword up to level 2 before I reach Spiky Tiger. Although this is glitchless, so I will probably just defeat a few more enemies along the way, just for money and being able to buy things along the way as well for later stages. These Robin Hoods have 60 HP, I believe, so the sprite actually just barely does not manage to knock them out usually. We're gonna save our game here because welcome to one of the most notoriously difficult mini-boss fights here. These are 2 werewolves. At this point in time, you have not encountered any werewolves, so you don't even know how they work. And these certainly are... Oops, come on, sprite. These certainly are no joke to try and take out. So, I managed to move them down here, where they're now just continuously trying to get to me by going to the left. they can't figure out that they should go up first before going to the left, but, you know, that is their problem, not mine. Anyways, that worked out surprisingly well. Anyways, I distinctly remember that these werewolves took us quite a few attempts to defeat. And here we have the lady. Now, people also suggested to name this one Moth. I tend to name my main characters in various video games Moth, which tends to be just the character I play and not necessarily a representation of me. But here, the lady is going to be reasonably helpful in a number of ways. I should have used a medical herb in order to unballoon the boy. Balloon in this game is literally just a, like, absurdly long stun, so to speak. I don't know why it's specifically balloons, but oh well. This is an Ice Spy. Ice Spies, you cannot push around and move them. And the reason why that's relevant is because if these Robin Hoods that it spawns drop a chest, you also cannot push that around, because effectively an entity that spawns from another entity inherits certain properties, such as you cannot push around the Robin Hoods that spawn from an Ice Spy. Ah, I didn't do that right. That's okay. More Robin Hoods. Messy. Oh, wave. Hold up. That's gonna be really difficult to wave right now. Wave right now. Also, I need both of my hands in most cases in order to navigate, because running is not just to be slightly faster than normal, it is also to manipulate my AI-controlled companion's movement. Because you might notice that whenever we get anywhere near enemies, they just engage in combat with those enemies, and that makes them kind of difficult to, well, say, maneuver past the enemies that we just want to get past rather than defeat. Also, this is why I'm switching characters reasonably frequently, because this will allow me to effectively just run past enemies again and again. Wave again. Also, I'm not sure it is efficient for me to knock out this Ice Spy, but he's in the way in a very particular spot, so I tend to just try and knock that guy twice. Speaking of knocking, the lady unfortunately is likely to not survive this trip until she gets some armor. And this is a glitchless run, which means I don't have a lot of money to spend on armor. We have two characters equipped with some equipment. She's unfortunately just going to be the one that will not get any equipment for quite a while until we can afford it. I step on this switch twice, just so the party gets gathered on the switch, because the first time, basically it's a failsafe. The developers put... Hold up, I need to... One... That went surprisingly well. Alright, developers basically didn't want a character to be caught behind the gate. So when you close the gate, by stepping on the switch a second time, they just gather your party on top of the switch, which is an easy way to get your party past the Ice Spies. Yeah, wave. Thank you, super low profile. I know you can't see me waving, but I am waving, or well, I was, while I could. Also, here we buy chocolate. This should hopefully be sufficient to defeat the spiky tiger, but it always, the waving always makes me grin like an idiot, because, my goodness. I'm not even using a face cam or a hand cam currently. So, this Neko is very handy. By the way, can I just say that this guard that tells you how to activate this switch in order to proceed is kind of one of my favorite characters, like, unironically. I really like that guy because my favorite type of characters in stories, video games, books, movies, etc. are the ones that are just kind of commoners, if you will. People that don't really like, they're not the main heroes, they are not the part of the main party, they are just side characters, but somehow manage to accomplish something important anyway, despite their non-main character status, if you will. And in this case in particular, so hold up, I need to select the sprite here. No, well, yeah, the sprite. Okay, despite the not main character status, that guard somehow managed to wrestle through the bewitching spell Eleni put on him and tell us how to proceed. I know he was probably just put there to make sure that you find the Neko for the save point before this boss, or something like that. Or just story reasons. Anyways, I really like that guy. Alrighty, in this encounter, welcome to Spiky Tiger. Genuinely, probably one of the most difficult bosses in the entire game. He is kind of relentless, and when he hits you with his jump attack, like this one, there's a high probability that your characters will get knocked unconscious. So here, I'm intentionally now having my characters stand close enough. This is also... okay, this is okay. I'm intentionally having my characters stand close enough. Sorry, lady. Oh, that hit the boy. Oh, that's awkward. I think it's just gonna hit the boy again. It does. I need to heal him here. Also, I can't... for some reason, Boomerang often just bugs out and you can't hit him here. The sprite is gonna die if I don't heal them, so we heal them now. The boy's gonna get hit here, that's just normal. The lady's gonna get eaten. So, Spiky Tiger. This guy is unironically one of the more difficult bosses in the game. And what I'm doing here is I'm manipulating him to try and eat the sprite. This is intentional. The sprite is supposed to get eaten here, because this is by far and away the least dangerous thing the Spiky Tiger can possibly do here. Here I need to heal the sprite, because otherwise they are going to die. I also give the sprite the boomerang here, the bow, because I want them to get eaten, but when you have a melee weapon equipped, you deal damage when you get up. And because the sprite deals so much less physical damage than the boy, it would kind of interrupt the boy's attacks there. Anyways, that worked out surprisingly well. So yeah, I'm basically intentionally just walking a character up to the face of Spiky Tiger so they get eaten. Because otherwise, the Spiky Tiger either does a dive bomb jump attack that can knock your entire party unconscious, or a pinball attack, which also can knock your entire party unconscious and deal massive damage. So just getting eaten intentionally is the easiest way to get through here. Etheria! New Year's Sigurman indeed. Welcome back for 40 months. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. And thank you very much. That's quite a long time. But yeah, ideally the sprite survives this encounter, because we need them in order to cast spells in the future, and the higher level they are, the better they're gonna be at that. Send me outside, yes please. Also, I just saw this, hold up, I missed something earlier. Anonymous donated $10.39, this might be 10 euros. Thank you so much, that's really kind of you. Whoever you might be, I wish you a happy new year, and I hope you enjoy your lurking. I really appreciate that. And, hold up, my goodness. Playing this game glitchless, by the way, is significantly more difficult than playing this with one player, two controller, because of how easily your entire party can just die to regular enemies. So need to pay attention. Racodactylus, thank you so much for 5 gift subs. That's really kind of you. Really appreciate it. Also, one of the best weapons in the game, the whip. The whip is not actually a ranged weapon, it is functionally a long-range melee weapon. Except that it doesn't have a getting up attack. Like getting up from the floor when you get knocked down. Then you get up again. They're never gonna keep me down. And Valorant as well. Thank you so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. It's really kind of you. Okay, these fish here, they can actually just combo your entire party and knock you down pretty hard, let's put it this way. So they are reasonably dangerous, but they're also pretty good money and experience. Fun fact, these fish never drop a treasure chest, ever. They have no drops. Which is something I only actually learned when I did a challenge run to get every single rare drop from every single enemy. Which, that one took a while. Because rare drops are kind of, you know, rare, because you need to get a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest, and then I believe it is a 7 in 64 chance to get a rare drop. So slightly over 10% chance if you get a chest, and if you avoid the traps. Which happen 50% of the time if your agility is not high enough compared to the enemy that dropped the chest. It's not technically compared to the enemy, but it's like a list of how high your agility needs to be based on which enemy, so it's kind of accurate. Alrighty, welcome also to this encounter here. After the spiky tiger, this is kind of a breath of fresh air, because this poor little guy here, he is not particularly dangerous, let's put it this way. Right now I have a 50% chance to do a stab attack or a swing attack, and I think the stab should hit now. Anyways, this poor guy can only attack if you are orthogonally adjacent, as in straight up, straight down, straight left, straight right. But if you're just slightly diagonal, he just can't do anything. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. 7 cents, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. That's crazy, dude. Happy New Year to you as well, my friend. I hope you're doing as well as you possibly can. Thank you so much. And Valorant as well, thank you so much for the 3 gift subs. That's really kind of you. 3 more. Oh yeah, right, Valorant is a thing. That's the follow-up thing, isn't it? Anyways, thank you, Valorant. I have no idea why that happens. Like, my brain is like, oh, somebody called Valorant is just coincidentally gifting subs right after. And 7 cents, welcome back for 53 months, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Anyways, coincidentally, Valorant, thank you so much. I don't know what that stuff is about. I have to admit I'm not on the line. Don't know how. I missed one. Give me a second. Actually, I can check right now. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Oricant? I hope... Let me know if this is a 0 too much, because that's a lot. I'm happy to refund if necessary. But Oricant donated $500? My goodness. Thank you so much. Oricant also said, almost missed my chance to contribute to the donation goal. Oops. That was a typo. You meant to put in $500. What? Thank you for telling me that it... Well, I guess not a typo. Thank you so much. I'm sweating around here. Oh my goodness. Also, welcome to the pole dart, one of my favorite weapons to use. Unfortunately, it does not usually have that many uses, but I have found some uses for this weapon in this kind of run. Oh my goodness. Okay, these fishies are dangerous, so let me make sure we hit them appropriately. So, by the way, these fish, if you deal more than 25% of their health in damage, they get knocked backwards, and you can't deal extra damage to them during that animation. So, I actually specifically want to not deal too much damage to them, so I can stun lock them. Also, all lucky 7s, thank you. Thank you so much for the challenge suggestion. Sorry that I didn't see it earlier. And your input into that, as well as, I think, the 10 euros donation. That's really kind of you. Also, I probably should read out the thing that Oracle said. Sorry, I'm getting scrambled here. Yeah. Get back up, lady. We're not done here yet. No napping yet. You can nap later, once we're done, in 20 hours. Actually, I might not. We'll see. Wait, was I supposed to... No, we're fine. I do need to level up the sprite's magic, though. That's kind of important. Alright, Oracle says, almost missed my chance to contribute to the donation goal. Oops, that was a typo. You meant to put in $500. By the way, have you tried the E-series? Have I tried the E-series? I've played actually E's 1 and 2 remake on Steam a while ago. I have originally played E's of Felghana, and I kind of bounced off of that one. But 1 and 2 were kind of a fun, just kind of quick experience to play through at the time, even if I don't remember much about them. That was the ones with bump combat, which was quite fun. I didn't level up the sprite's magics. Okay, we need to do an extra trip here because, whoops. Alright, the sprite now, thanks to having freed Undine, has freeze. This is also why they needed to be alive during the spiky tiger encounters. Because now we can cast freeze 5 times instead of just 4, because they wouldn't have enough maximum MP to cast otherwise. So here I'm stun locking the enemies by repeatedly casting freeze. And also I'm chaining in a physical attack at the very end of the freeze spell cast, which both gives me additional weapon experience, which you would not otherwise get, as well as adds the damage on top of it. Stacking damage on enemies, by the way, is an intentional mechanic, because if enemies attempt to do the same thing against you, basically they just overwrite their own damage with the new number. But for players, it's specifically programmed that you add up the damage on top of the damage that you already dealt. Hello, welcome. Hope you're all having a lovely day today. Alrighty, let's see. All Lucky 7 says, thank you so much for playing your favorite game from Giru. There's so much passion still. Hope you'll accept the challenge you wrote in the comments. Have a great 2025. Thank you very much. I wish you an excellent start into 2025 as well. And I might do something like that sometime, just as a probably with no leveling up challenge, but it sounds interesting to at least think and write about. So I appreciate that. Alright, so the sprite has now casted Undine's freeze spell a grand total of 10 times. In order to level up in Secret of Mana, spells or weapons, you need to reach a grand total of 1.00 of your weapon experience, or 100 to put it more simply. And each time you cast a spell, you gain 9 magic experience in that spell, so after casting in 12 times, you have reached, well, 108% technically speaking. But unfortunately 99% is not quite the level, so you need to cast not just 11 but 12 times. Although weirdly enough that is different from weapons leveling up from level 0 to level 1. Anyways, this is to say the sprite needs to cast 2 more spells in order to level up to the next level, which is usually enough. Let's put it this way, this is usually enough to defeat the frost gigas, fire gigas coming up. Like, theoretically, I do not need to go and level up my spells here. It is not necessary. All the way that is. But I would rather not have any accidental resets that I could avoid by just spending, let's say, 40 more seconds gaining those last 2 spell casts. Oh, right, I remember now. I was supposed to buy a fairy walnut at Necklace in order to restore magic later for other stuff. Okay. You were gone for 15 minutes and the bar is full. Yeah, people have been crazy. Oops, we all forgot about the biting lizard split. Oh yeah, right, splitting. That's a thing. Thank you. I'm gonna skip the split. Hold up, I need to actually try to navigate through here. Because hit these guys, and then... Oh, I missed. Ooh, that's not good. These guys can easily combo your entire group and just knock them out over the course of a short period of time. And, you know, predictably that is not particularly desirable. The lady going down is okay. Like, I would prefer if she gained experience and leveled up alongside, but it is not imperative that she survives. It is imperative that the sprite is alive and the boy survives. Actually, technically speaking, it's just the sprite that we need to have survive and one other character. However, the lady being dead actually slows me down slightly, because as a ghost she cannot run. You can only run if you're not a ghost. I mean, I guess everybody knows that if you are ethereal, running has been disabled from your skill set. The upside is that ghosts don't engage in combat with all the enemies. You didn't forget you mourning the loss of a harmless lizard. Poor guy. Sylvester Man, welcome. Alrighty, welcome to this guy. This is the Fire Gigas. We just received Undine, which deals ice/water based damage, and this guy is weak to it, which means it deals double damage against him. He has about... Well, let's put it this way, he has less than 1000 HP, so a full volley of 5 level 1 spells will guaranteed knock him out. If you do 3 level 1 spells and 2 level 0 spells, there is a reasonably high chance he will survive, and you need to add some additional damage in with your weapons on top of it, but this just about works. Also, you do not regain your spell points after defeating bosses in this game here, which means I will have to remember to go to bed. Further, casting any spells at level 1 was kind of experience wasted to an extent, because until you get the next weapon or mana seed sealed with your weapons, you actually cannot level up the spells any higher. Currently, my highest level spell was level 1. Now that we have reached the Mana Seed of Earth, I will be able to level up my spells to level 2. So sealing the Mana Seed here allows me to level up my spells slightly higher. Which, by the way, fun fact, you never technically need to seal the Mana Seed of Earth here. The game just doesn't check for it. And similarly, you never have to seal the Mana Seed of Wind. Again, the game just expects you to do it without actually checking you did. Which is quite amusing to me, because you theoretically can be stuck at level 2 spells for a long time if you just forget to seal the corresponding mana seeds, and might not even know why. It caps you at 1.00. You cannot go past 1 until you have the next seed. Alrighty. Also, in these runs I always like to just take the opportunity to save. In a proper glitchless speedrun, you would just go to bed and skip saving because, well, you don't need to save. Because hopefully you're just gonna get through here without any trouble. Also worth noting, it does not matter if your spell deals damage or how much MP it costs. All it matters is that the spell is being cast. In this case, we're gonna have the sprite cast Speed Down on this flower because speed down costs 1 MP instead of the... well, most of the other spells cost a lot more than that. And so we're going to be able to cast 10 gnome spells right here. At a bus speed that is somehow out of screen. I don't even know how we can target this thing. That's weird. Again, we are trying to play things glitchless as much as we can. Anyways, that is 10 spell cast with Gnome, which means 2 more until Gnome levels up to level 1. The difference in damage between level 0 and level 1 spells is literally twice as much, so it is a pretty substantial difference. In a sense, every level it just adds a flat amount to your base damage, which may or may not be multiplied based on enemies' weaknesses. And by the way, wind-type enemies are weak to earth spells. Which does mean the upcoming wall phase, you know, a literal phase in a wall, is actually wind element. It is also quite amusing to me. Also, kind of like before, I'm just going over here to rest at the inn, just to recover my magic points. Ah yes, the solar elemental. I've heard of that rumor too. And I'm one of those people that was just like, well, I don't believe you, but I'm still gonna try it. And oh boy, did I try many things. Most of it didn't work, but, you know, after I encountered the missing no glitch in Pokemon Red and Blue, I was just like, man, crazy things like that can happen. Although, at some point I started realizing that some things that work like that are just not intentional, aka glitches. As opposed to intentional things that are secretly hidden in the game. Still always fun to think about these, let's say, schoolyard rumors. By the way, this right there was an excellent example of the lady having the sword equipped, and when she gets up, the grass around her is cut. This is kind of approximately how far you cut the stuff. Also, I forgot to cast my spells, my goodness. I even had the correct muscle memory to go in here to try and rest, but I forgot to cast spells. So, we can level up our spells all the way up to level 2 now. Now, the interesting thing here is we need to cast 13 times total in order to get to level 2 from level 1. So I will be able to get 8 additional spell casts. Towards level 2, but we actually don't need level 2 in order to defeat the wall phase. In Believe, I think I'm actually gonna get 5 gem missiles against the wall phase, which should exactly level me up to level 2 gnome, which is going to be helpful. Also, I think technically, proper glitchless speedrun actually uses 2 or 3 Undine spellcasts, because you don't actually need gnome to be level 2 until a bit later, but you do need Undine to be higher level before Killroy. As a kid, you managed to get stuck inside a wall in the caves in Gaia's Navel. Did you by chance have multiple controllers active and walk through one of these sliding passages or tunnels with 2 characters at the exact same time? Because I believe that's kind of how that usually happens in there. Yeah. Basically, if you have 2 characters move into a trigger like that at the exact same time, the trigger does in fact get triggered twice, so you just slide through the normal distance, and then you immediately continue sliding that same distance again. In certain rooms, when you do that, you can actually literally wrap once around the entire map, if you use 3 characters to do that, although it's kind of tricky to line up, honestly. Not useful in any speedrun sense, but kind of fun, honestly. Anyways, welcome to the Northbound Ruins. Here you might notice me doing a lot of enemy manipulation to try and get them out of the way. Manipulating enemy spawns is not a glitch, so I'm allowed to do this. In case you're curious about that, there's a zombie here. Oh, I ran into the wall by accident. Okay, now everything is messed up. The strategy to try and get through here without spawning enemies is very finicky. If you just do a little bit of a wrong movement, wow, you got hit by that, then it's very easy to just have all the spawns messed up and it's getting messy. Anyways, we managed to get through without too much trouble. Wasn't clean, but we're still alive. You remember losing progress to unfortunate deaths and go stuck in opposing corners of the screen? Yeah, I suppose that can happen. Alrighty, welcome to the wall face. This is a face in the wall, and predictably, it might be kind of difficult to hit. Welcome to the first boss that has evasion. Evasion in the sense that the game sometimes just decides that your weapon didn't hit me. And that chance right now is roughly 40% of the time. So it's a very high probability that the game just decides that, nah, you didn't hit me. And there's not really anything you can do about that. Anyways, usually the sprite here will be able to knock out the wall face in one volley of level 1 gem missiles. Sometimes it's not enough damage, which is why I was charging up the boy's weapon here. And luckily, I didn't get the 40% chance to miss, so we're fine. Oh yeah, split, thank you. I would have forgotten again. Alrighty, by the way, you might be wondering about these orbs we get after defeating bosses. The bow orb is effectively kind of like an allowance to upgrade your bow to the next higher level by paying Watts, the blacksmith, a bunch of money, and he's upgrading the weapon. The reason why we're not doing this is because in Glitchless we just don't have the money for that, because we need it all in order to feed the sprite's endless hunger for magic points, MP. That's actually kind of literally in how that is, either way. The sprite needs MP in order to cast spells, and as you can tell, if you can exploit an enemy's weakness, or even if you don't, the sprite's spells are just really strong, because they both lock the enemy or bosses down so they can't do anything, and simultaneously deal a tremendous amount of damage. Every time you see Wall of Flesh in Terraria, you think of the wall face. I never actually made that connection, but I suppose it's a very similar concept. Alrighty, now we're going up north. Worth noting that going to Killroy now, it's actually technically faster to run through the Pandora Fields, but we are not quite done with leveling stuff yet, so for one, I need to cast spells with the sprite here. Oh yeah, I remember now why you cast Undine earlier. Because technically we could now cast one additional spell with Gnome, because we have 1 MP remaining. Undine doesn't have a spell that costs 1 MP, only minimum 2, which is the freeze spell. In case you're wondering, by the way, Rock Slide is the stronger spell for Gnome to cast at the wall face, but because the Rock Slide costs 3 MP as opposed to 2 from Gem Missile, it is just more efficient to cast Gem Missile. Alrighty, so Neko here, he has two intriguing offers. For one, it is the only location where we currently can buy fairy walnuts at a 1000 coin each. These fairy walnuts recover 50 MP. We have nowhere near as much MP as it recovers, but this is also our only way to recover MP in combat. The only other way to recover your MP is by sleeping. MP is your magic points. So right now, my goal is to get to level 2 Undine, or at least get reasonably close to it. So we're gonna continue casting Undine spells here. I believe should be sufficient. Anyways, we're gonna have 10 spells cast after these 5 here, towards level 2. Which, as I mentioned before, means that we need 3 more spell casts afterwards in order to level it up. Which should be fine to do this during the Killroy boss battle, because even if we don't get the 1-shot, or well, 2-shot really, my goodness, she keeps getting hit because I'm not used to trying to avoid that mushroom anymore. Anyways, the sprite should need only 3 spellcasts to get to level 2 Undine, which is a substantial damage boost, but hopefully it's gonna be enough to nuke the Killroy with just 2 volleys of freeze. First hour is up indeed. You always thought Duna had MP absorb too, or is that only a weapon enchant? It actually is not on. It's actually HP absorb in this game at least. For the weapon enchant. MP absorb is a spell, however, that you can use later, which is very helpful. Are we doing on time? I think we're doing quite fine. Wait, my brain is like, oh, I'm going down the stairs, so I need to talk to what? No, I don't have the money to spend here. The bee didn't die. Yeah, you need to have a reasonably high level for the bee to get knocked out or get a critical hit, I think. Bring money. Yeah. What? Save game, yes too. Alrighty, next boss here is going to be coming up, Killroy. Killroy is not that difficult of a boss to defeat. Also, I don't need to pick up this chest, we can do that later. I don't remember which is the latest chest that I need to pick up, although I feel like, you know what, I'm gonna pick it up anyways. Actually, can you backtrack from this room? Anyways, you don't need to pick up every single weapon orb chest, because there's a kind of a mechanic where the game catches you up on weapon orbs. Okay, you can backtrack. This is a whip orb. There's going to be various points around the game where we can pick up weapon orbs directly from chests, one way or another. And if you miss some, usually it's fine to just pick the additional ones up later, but there is a certain final set of chests where you need to pick up specific weapon orbs. Otherwise you're gonna be lacking them. Alrighty, we now have level 2 freeze. The Kettlekin here, or Killroy actually, is not actually weak to freeze, in case you're wondering. But freeze is our strongest neutral spell by a wide margin. It has the same base damage value as Rock Slide, but only costs 2 MP. So any enemy that is not specifically weak against an element that we have access to, or resistant to freeze, we're gonna just cast freeze at. He did not go down. Alrighty. He should not have much HP remaining, but once he drops below 50% HP, he just goes on to Unicycle. There we go. Kind of need enough high damage rolls on the magic in order for him to go down, but usually just whacking him once or twice is fine. He also has evasion, by the way, so my attacks could have just missed, potentially. Infinitum, thank you. Welcome back with a Prime thing for 7 months. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. And I'm glad you like the tradition as well. Latest orb just picked up. Javelin in Metango. Whip in Emperor's Castle. Axe, Emperor's Castle. No, the axe is in the Gold Tower, I think. Glove is in Palace of Darkness. I think that sounds about right. Spears in Gold Tower and Boomerangs, Sunken City Star. Yes. Pretty much exactly. Actually, I think I can use Magic Rope here. It's from my own list. I'm wrong. Can you catch them up on the rare drop chest in Mana Palace too? Yes, if you miss any, you just have to farm additional ones in the Mana Palace. That's just how it is. So preferably you don't miss any. My list from previous year's playthrough. Exclamation mark 100% for the current one. I think that's the 100% run with glitches. Oh wait. Oh well. Weird. Okay, I should have used that spreadsheet, huh? Anyways, not having tabs at the bottom I think is going to be kind of nicer. It's the 100.99% one. I probably just didn't update this. There is an axe orb after Blue Spike in Gold City Tower. Anyways, this is an optional save here that I'm doing because I don't want to die to Jabberwocky without saving. Then again, I literally just saved in Gold City, so we should be fine. The lady really wanted to nuke that rabbit. It's kind of rude, but then again, she's getting knocked around by all enemies because she has literally no defense. Can't blame her, really. Yeah, I figured. But fun fact, by the way, these guys have like a spinning attack. Those Sahagin, I think they're called. The spinning attack has absolutely no damaging hitbox, so they never deal damage with it, it's just for show. I don't know if that's intentional or what, but it's always fun to me that they just sometimes spin around and it does nothing. Alrighty, welcome to Jabberwocky. As mentioned before, unless an enemy is resistant to Undine, we're going to be using Undine. But this guy here is in fact water element, which means Undine would deal half damage. So using Gnome against this guy here is actually more efficient. I'm also going to use Earthslide as the second to last spell, because Earthslide does have more base damage than Gem Missile. Even if Gem Missile is more MP to damage efficient itself. Also, fun fact about this boss that I just learned yesterday. If you wait for about 1.5 hours, actually slightly longer than that, his second head would regrow. Which is kind of funny to me. Because he loses his head when he drops below 50% HP. I think he regrows his head if he uses Cure Water. But also, if you literally just wait for 1.5 hours, he also technically would regrow his head. It's not supposed to be, like, that's not part of the game mechanic. It's just, that's similarly on how the Hydra was programmed, except that they tried to like make it never happen, that it just over time would regrow the head, but consequently they simply chose the highest possible value for that. Just the NTSC version? Yes. I don't know if you can do many things otherwise in the PAL version, but that one with Tasnica should theoretically work. Does killing an extra head give anything? No. In general, actually, killing anything during a boss fight, like the little plants during the Tropicala fight or Boreal phase, they have, if you check, let's say, the German strategy guide, they technically have like money and experience value attached to them, these little vines. But practically... Oh, I didn't talk to Luca twice today, so we don't have MP. Oops, that's a mistake. But during a boss fight you actually don't get experience or money at all, ever. You only get awarded the experience and money at the end of a boss fight. Imagine being in this fight for that long organically. Yeah, might be difficult to survive, honestly, because the acid storm is just going to nuke you. Hi, do you sell fairy walnuts? Perfectly priced items. Normally you buy the fairy walnuts a bit later, but since I'm right here, might as well. I need one for Great Viper, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I shouldn't have bought one then, because I can buy them at normal prices for Great Viper. Oh, little fun fact about this screen here, like this entire area, you can only have 2 enemies active at any given point. That is because the High Stepper, the little chicken-looking thing on the screen, is always loaded, guaranteed. So there's only space for 2 enemies to exist at any given point during this entire area. But normally, there's a maximum of 3 enemies active at any given point. Otherwise the Steppy wouldn't be able to spawn if there were 3 other enemies. Yes, kind of similarly on how it's often very difficult to just make the Neko spawn when you climb the mountain in the lofty mountains. There is no such spawn cap. Neko is not guaranteed to spawn. It's all based on whether there's too many NPCs loaded in. Oops. That's okay. Alrighty, welcome to this, little guys. These are the first regular enemies that we have to deal with. Well, that we have to deal with, really. That have evasion. Which means about 40% of the time, actually slightly less now, because we're a bit higher level now. They are just going to straight up evade our attacks, and sometimes one single target and one multi-target freeze attack is not enough to knock them out. Also, they have a rare drop for a fairy walnut. 50% of the time we get riot gas, though. How long does riot gas last? That's not long, we're fine. Anyways, if you have a high enough agility value relative to the enemy that spawns a chest, you actually guaranteed avoid the trap, which means if you've ever done a long playthrough where you're trying to farm all the orbs in the Mana Fortress, you may have noticed at some point you just stop receiving... Don't die, I need your life. The lady's about to die here, so I need to heal her. At some point you just stop having any traps in your chests, because the boy, or actually literally any character, can have a high enough agility value to guarantee avoided traps. Anyways, if I see a chest, I just kind of want to open it. Even if it's not efficient or useful most of the time. Landing here felt like an achievement. I agree. Basically, when you play this game casually, you kind of go back and forth between the initial few areas a bunch of times, and you kind of start to get to know the lay of the land. But finally being able to advance into another area is quite unique. Anyways, you might be wondering, wait, where are you going? Well, I'm going back to Gaia's Navel here, because after you defeat Jabberwocky, you can talk to the Elder Dwarf here, and he will give you a very convenient Mitch Mallet that allows you to cast spells much more quickly. I think it is not actually efficient to pick this up in a glitchless speedrun, but it does make the whole run a whole lot safer and slightly more convenient. Because the Mitch Mallet allows you to turn one character into a pygmy character, aka they are tiny, have virtually no physical defense, but their animations also change based on what they are trying to do. Also, I can get to sleep here. There's no opportunity to rest in the forest, which means I would have to use a fairy walnut in order to get enough MP to defeat Springbeak. Anyways, pygmy characters have different animations for whatever they do, including casting spells. It just so happens that the casting spell animation is ever so slightly shorter, and you have absolutely no delay after you finish casting a spell, so you can actually even control the character that is casting the spell and still chain damage onto enemies. I have to pick it up at some point, this is 100% after all. Yes, although I do think it is more efficient to just go here as soon as you get Flammy. I'm actually not entirely sure what the most recent 100% run does. I'm actually not entirely sure on how optimized the 100% run is compared to the 1-player 2 controller. If you finish this run, you will send me a sea hare's tail in the mail. That's nice of you. I still don't know what that is, but fair. It appears that I skipped the Mitch Mallet in my previous run, because I'm gonna be losing time here probably. Nobody knows, indeed. But yeah, for anybody who has just joined us after the initial crazy opening, welcome. I hope you have a lovely day and an excellent start into the new year. I believe it is now New Year for Japan already, so if anybody's over there, I hope you have an excellent time. Welcome to Secret of Mana, 100% glitchless, actually glitchless, which means I'm not gonna go and worry about upgrading the sword all the way to up to 8.99. 100% for this category I have defined as getting all the highest level equipment pieces, basically at least one of each, well exactly one of each type, ordered from highest defense value to lowest defense value, and getting all characters to level 99, both their levels, their stats, as well as the weapon levels, up to 8.99, which is the maximum for each weapon, except for the sword, because unless you glitch and use a glitch in order to get the mana sword early, you actually cannot get a level 8.99 sword. All the spells up to level 8.99 as well. So basically all the relevant or interesting rare drops will be included. Acid Storm, that's just rude. And immediately another one. That is even more rude. You can stack damage onto Silk Tails, which is kind of worth noting. A sea hare is a sea slug. Alrighty, welcome to Springbeak. This big bird buddy is In fact, so weak to Gnome's spells that it is more efficient to just cast Earth Slide. As mentioned before, Gem Missile is more efficient damage to MP ratio wise, but this big bird just does not have nearly enough HP to survive. I think it only has like 740 HP, and each Earth Slide deals like 200 damage. So let's remind us, thank you. Bring. Welcome to your Ring Bearer, thank you for the good luck, I can definitely use this. So, if you have any questions or anything like that, let me know. Also, since this is going to be a really long run, I will take various opportunities to take short breaks, get up, walk, stretch, walk around for a short while, because, you know, it's gonna take a long time. Plus, this run here is planned to be done in 2 segments. The first segment, we get all the rare drops, that is including all the rare armor drops and weapon orbs, and then just initially beat the game like that. I estimate around 15 to 16 hours we take stock on how far we are with all the things and weapon leveling, and then kind of decide on how we want to proceed. But the general idea is to get all the rare drops, which could also easily take like 20 or more hours. I will do the remainder of the leveling itself for all the weapons up to 8.99, as well as magic level up to 8.99. Did I seal this already? I don't remember. I did. I will do all the leveling portions basically after a good night of sleep. I don't entirely know when that's gonna happen, but basically I think it's probably a good idea to just have a nice nap and then just stretch, slowly wake up, get a tea, and then start grinding out the remaining levels. Just nice and comfy. So here, I'm leveling up the sprites' spells by casting Sylph onto the Silktails. These Silktails are also worth quite a bit of experience, which is convenient. And sometimes the sprite still gets hit by them. Anyways, this is still 6 spellcasts, which means we need 6 more after this in order to level up our spells up to level 1, and then a few more in order to get next level. Now that we have sealed the mana seed of the wind, we will actually be able to level up our spells all the way to level 3, although that is not going to be quite necessary quite yet. Rump rump. Have I played Visions of Mana? Yes, I have. And overall I really liked it. The one thing I will say about Visions of Mana is I have one regret about that game in terms of playing it. And that is, initially, I didn't take the story too serious, as in, you know how... Actually, I don't want to spoil things. Basically, I kind of wish I didn't think this was just like a children's story, but actually thought of it the way it was presented. But yeah, overall I really liked it. Alrighty, here's the first time we can buy fairy walnuts for a reasonable price. I should not have spent 1,000 coins at Necklace, in hindsight, but, you know, that's hindsight. Anyways, I can stock back up on candy. Wait, I guess I'm not gonna have enough money to rest at the inn, am I? Oh. I don't think I've ever used up this much money. How much does the inn cost here? Like 100 coins? I guess I'm about to find out. Also, in Seer of Mana there are various locations with chests with weapon orbs. And this javelin orb is really important to be picked up. Because if you don't, you will have to grind out one additional weapon orb over in the Mana Fortress, which would take a long time. Because those are rare drops in the Mana Fortress. So you technically, if you missed any of them, you can still grind it out in the Mana Fortress. But, well, I'm trying to do this efficiently here. So, yeah. Fairy tales are pretty dark before this notification. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they were. Especially if you... it's 50 coin. Oh no. I need to level up the spells ever so slightly more for the sprite to have a smooth Great Viper. I bought slightly too much stuff, so I need to defeat one enemy, because the sprite currently has no MP. There we go. Don't forget to pigment the sprite for the Great Viper fight. Might not be necessary, although it is helpful. If only speedrunners got a discount for Visions of Mana, it is really pricey. I did get a free copy, otherwise I would not have actually played it. Because I don't have that much money to spare, to be honest. Although, thanks to people being absurdly generous, maybe it's technically slightly more reasonable. Anyways, Sprite needs to level up Sylph, so what I like to do is just lock out a bunch of enemies here to get a little bit more money. This is not efficient. What I should do is I should just cast silence on an enemy and not actually knock out multiple ones of them, because using the air blast attack is kind of slow in terms of animation. But this basically just gives me a bit of insurance to go through here. Also, a little fun fact. Their common drop is a fairy walnut. Although their common drop is also riot gas, I guess. Anyways, welcome to level 1 Sylph. Level 1 Sylph is theoretically sufficient. Because I don't know why riot gas turns you into a tiny person. Why do enemies sometimes explode multiple times when they die when they switch screens/rooms? Like the skeleton explosion? That's a more technical question that I'm actually not entirely sure of myself. But I assume what happens is it basically just happens to initiate the animation of that is playing, and then whatever animation that is playing needs to be ended at some point. But because you initiated a screen transition at just the right/wrong moment, it just never finishes that animation because it tries to do the screen transition stuff instead. And honestly, I don't actually know the exact reasoning behind it. Oh wow. Sprite actually hitting pretty hard at level 2 now. Fun fact, I could use the lady's analyzer in order to guarantee that these chests don't contain anything. Or don't contain traps. Although that is counterintuitive, because it's going to be blinking red when you successfully disable any potential traps. Thank you, I'll just call you Butter. I really appreciate your kind words. And welcome everybody, I hope you have a lovely day today. And tomorrow. And actually an excellent start into the new year. Or, at the very least, as excellent as it possibly can be. Circumstances sometimes make it so it's not going to be as nice, pretty much guaranteed from the get-go. But you know, beyond that, we can always hope that it gets better. What? Who? These guys have an absurdly long range sometimes. Oh, please. Trying to run through this area here is one of the biggest challenges in a speedrun. Like, trying to get a clean run through here. You both need luck, but you also need to play really well. And I don't think I'm playing as well as I need in order to be able to avoid most of the things currently, it feels like. Anyways. The AI control characters need to be exactly aligned with the wall over there, but because they're running 3 pixels, or 3 units of whatever per frame when they're running, they actually don't get close enough to the wall in order to avoid that part. Anyways, the only characters I need alive is 1 plus the sprite. I actually don't care who is alive aside from the sprite, but we need the sprite alive. Because we need to open up this passage here. So we should also give the sprite some healing. And heard the sound of falling rocks somewhere. Honestly, these kind of descriptions are just my favorite thing in general. It's just like, something happened somewhere. It's just very old school in this how description works. Alrighty, we're picking the sprite, so they will be able to cast spells more quickly. And the Great Viper always appears from the left. I'm just gonna wait here a little bit. There it is. And, kinda like before, it is more efficient to cast Air Blast in terms of MP per damage ratio. Great Viper is weak to wind. It is specifically Earth element itself. But it is worth noting that Air Blast has a really awkward animation, and unless I manage to walk up to the big snake's mouth and just attack it like this, well, it's difficult to stack damage. The Thunderbolt is significantly easier. Also, the Thunderbolt itself is significantly easier to stack damage with, but it costs 4 MP as opposed to the 2 of the little wind blades, which we just don't have the Fairy Walnut / MP for to spam that. Even if it would technically have a slightly higher base damage and a faster animation, it's just not economically feasible for a glitchless run. If you're not trying to speedrun, I mean, go ahead. Oh, well. Okay, I just lost the Fairy Walnut there. I didn't realize this thing would... Oh, I didn't. I mean, I kind of lost it because I did not need to use it. That Great Viper actually just died really quickly. I usually expect it to survive a little bit longer than that, needing to use 2 Fairy Walnuts, but I guess I did do slightly more training than usual. You were today years old regarding the girl's magic or chests. Yeah, Analyzer disables traps on chests if you use Analyzer on it. I don't think the game ever tells you about that. Or maybe it does, and I just don't know where it's mentioned. But it was mentioned in the German guide, although, again, when you successfully analyze a chest and disable a trap, the chest is blinking red. Which, you know, blinking red is usually a sign of, oh, don't activate this. So consequently, my brain of course goes, oh, this chest is blinking red, so I shouldn't open it because there's a trap in there. That is not how that works. It's just very confusing, honestly. Like, how did you get stuck on this mushroom? That is amazing. I don't think I've ever had somebody stuck on that mushroom before. You have to very specifically run upright in order to get stuck on that mushroom, because otherwise, well... you just glide past the mushrooms because they're more like diamond-shaped. Alrighty, let's see. Oh my goodness. Butter, thank you. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. I really appreciate that. Butter says, it really is a joy to see you run this each year. This game brings back wonderful memories of long ago. Indeed. Thank you so much, and I'm glad you like it. Delicious royal jam apparently doesn't fit. Ah, nice. Delicious words can only be one word, like no spaces. Unfortunately. But you can always make suggestions if an item doesn't exist. Exclamation mark suggest. Also, by the way, here your party gets split up into pieces. Or well, everybody gets sent to different places. The boy gets sent to the machine room to generate heat by walking around or something like that. And the sprite gets sent to the kitchen to eat everything, and the lady gets sent to the captain's cabin to slap him. At least I think that's how it works. Anyways, you basically get a full heal here for free, which is why I didn't need to go and sleep earlier. So it's just perfectly fine to just go here. Exclamation mark just suggest. And Reckon Crew. You agree, you love this tradition. Thank you so much for 14 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty, I suggest after this next boss here, I'm gonna take the first little break, because this is gonna be a long run. So I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around for 5 minutes, and get some water. And then we continue. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Oh, by the way, you can hold B and L or B and R at the same time in order to make your character never change facing direction, which is why I can just run backwards sometimes. So I'm holding B and R now. And we're running here. I'm still holding B and R, and I'm just walking backwards again, just for fun. There's no purpose to this in this section here, but there's also no downside to doing that. Also the weirdest save point to me, because you make a log entry. I remember distinctly as a kid, I got to this guy and I had no idea what the heck he was talking about, because I did not know what a logbook was, or whatever they wrote in German. Your skit with the jam was a reference to last year's marathon grind in the Upperlands? Oh. Ah, yes, I almost said something about along the lines of, we're gonna see a lot of royal jam probably. You always forget how fast you get through this. Your mind, this part is quite far into the game. Kind of is. I just happen to know what to do. Alright, we're gonna pick me the sprite here, so they can cast spells more quickly. This next boss here is the last boss that has less than 1000 HP, so theoretically you could one-shot him with enough damage potential, but we don't have quite that much damage potential in a glitchless run. Still, kinda like before, the free spell cast, my goodness. He's off-screen, technically, which is why I couldn't cast a spell. He needed to go slightly higher up. Freeze is going to deal about half his health in damage. Actually, I think it might be slightly less. Anyways, it's still my most efficient strong spell to cast. As a kid, I always used Rock Slide for everything that I couldn't figure out a weakness for, and that worked out just fine, but nowadays I know Freeze is just strictly more efficient. Also, even though I don't need to cast the spells this many times here in order to finish this Mech Rider off, I still finish casting because, well, I need to level up the spells at some point anyways. Alright everybody, we're going to take the first break. I will, by the way, I'll let the timers run during these breaks because it just feels like it makes more sense to have an overview on how long the run has lasted. McRae, the number 1 is down. Hi. The rescue team is coming. Are you leaving? Yes. So we're leaving before the rescue team can arrive, because you can wait for as long as you want, but the rescue team never arrives where we are. Anyways, break time, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for the insane support. It's actually absurd. And until afterwards, 5-ish minutes. Be right back. Get up, stretch, walk around, get some water. Alrighty, I'm back. I suggest let's continue on. We did use at least 1 fairy walnut. Actually more like 3, I think. And we will need a bunch of these in order to proceed later on. Besides that, it seems like we are full on items, which is nice. Chances are high we will be using a lot of these. Alrighty, by the way, the reason why we go to the desert first before going to the ice country is because you can directly travel from the desert to the ice country, but not the other way around. Well, at least in this sequence of events. Once you have, well, encountered the sand ship and gotten lost in the desert, then you can travel from the ice country over to the desert. But you need to get lost in the desert first before you can travel there via cannon. And because the ice country is one of the most dangerous places around, we're gonna briefly save. Because, oh boy, this is gonna be tricky. And this is the place where I will tell you that if you cast spells in towns with the lady in order to buff your characters, towns being any area where you do not have your weapons drawn, you only get half the magic experience for casting spells. So me casting the spell outside here is more efficient magic experience wise. Oh my goodness. Lady, please stop getting stuck over there. No. We have no armor, basically. I mean, technically the lady's the only one who has functionally no armor. Oh well. There are 2 spear orbs in Rudolph's house here, but we don't need those right now. We can pick up the spear orbs later. Spawn this guy here, so we have cloud and no enemies in the center. Very good. Okay. Aside from a bit of a rough start here, got through this one reasonably well. Need to pick me the sprite as well. Wait, that's the wrong guy. Alrighty, I didn't sleep. That's really awkward. I didn't recover my MP before coming here. Welcome to the Ike Bar. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the good luck, I will absolutely need that. And thank you for the have fun. I think we're having that right now. Alrighty, welcome to Boreal Face. This guy has a lot of magic defense and no particular element we can throw at him to take advantage of any weaknesses. So consequently, we're just throwing freezes at him until it goes away. I could just take him down with weapons, but that's gonna be a really slow process if we don't manage to knock him out before we run out of fairy walnuts. But me not having slept at the inn actually ends up being a bit of a problem here, because I will not have as much MP to work with once we unlock Salamander in order to train there. Also, by the way, these vines there, they deal the same damage that they dealt when you defeat or fight Tropic Hollow initially, which means that the lady functionally is getting hit by super early game vines from Tropic Hollow. believe both the sprite and the boy should take 0 damage from them. Well, if they're not pigment, that is. So I think... yeah, this should be enough damage here, but I have no more MP remaining to train Salamander with. Boreal face is gonna explode down there. Delicious pineapple pizza. Unfortunately, it can only be one word for anything delicious. Plus, there's an internal cooldown between delicious calls. Alrighty, we're gonna destroy this summer home in the winter wonderland by releasing Salamander from the oven. I mean, you kind of have to admire the Scorpion army, or whatever they are calling themselves, because they had the absurd idea of capturing a fire elemental, using it in an oven to have a central heating for an entire, like, vacation resort. And it worked. If we didn't come along. Technically impressive. Anyways, I need to level up Salamander, and I need to have Fairy Walnuts in order to do so. Normally you just continue from here and start leveling up Salamander a bunch. But I kind of mismanaged my sleeping cycles and stuff. Whoops, I did not mean to go in there, but then again, that's okay. So we're gonna buy Fairy Walnuts at the cheaper location instead of going over to Neko, but it does mean a fair bit of backtracking, unfortunately. Through the Wolf Forest, or whatever you want to call it. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Only 2/3 of my party are dead. We're gonna start worrying once 3/3 of my party are dead. Also, I don't actually know if I have enough MP or money to sleep. I think it might cost 100 coins here, so I'm actually gonna sell 1 candy. Just so we have enough money to sleep here. I probably could have sold the armor, because at this point it really doesn't matter. Oh, it's only 50 gold, never mind, that would have been fine. Interesting to consider the thermodynamics of that, because if it's heating up the edge of the village to be tropical, the temperature around the oven must be scorching. Yes, I was thinking the same thing. It's like a sun in the middle of your village, where you probably don't want to go too close to that. Alrighty, welcome to the Frost Country. The wolves are a huge menace, like before. Gonna use ice sabers here to quell or crowd control them, or at least try to. And I'm also casting Salamander spells here already. Salamander spells are largely just to start leveling it up as best as I can. Fun fact, these wolves are not weak to fire. The turtles later down the road are, however. Level 1 Salamander is gonna be the objective here. And I do need to knock out some of them in order to actually gain enough money to buy more Fairy Walnuts, because we're not gonna backtrack for sleeping. Or at least I shouldn't. For efficiency reasons. Because I've already done that. Best music in the game, and the Ice Palace. It's such good music around here. Very comfy. Right, Sprite needs some fairy walnuts in order to recover MP. Fun fact, Fireball deals more damage than... Oops, I goofed. Fireball deals more damage than Lava Wave, even though Lava Wave costs 3 MP, as opposed to Fireball only 2. Oh, that didn't knock him out? Alright. Go up here to spawn this little cloud, which means there's less enemies in the center. Sometimes no enemies in the center. Usually there's at least one wolf, but if you get lucky, there's none. Otherwise, there's 3 wolves in the center. Very difficult to go by, or go through. These turtle guys are weak to fire, which means they take double damage from it. Also, I would have preferred if the boy didn't die there. Oh, okay, we're fine. Because he is usually the one that adds just that little bit of extra damage to knock out the wolves in 1 or 2 fireballs rather than, well, 2. Speed down. That's just rude. Hey GF, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty, here we're gonna buy fairy walnuts because we just used a bunch to get here. Oh, I guess we're gonna use one fairy walnut because I forgot it costs 1,000 here. Whoops, that's okay. As long as I'm just running through instead of trying to level up Salamander any further, we should be fine. Should, is the keyword here. Let's see if we get through this screen somehow without getting nuked. Oh, the lady got knocked over. But amazingly enough, just once. That's impressive. Welcome to the Ice Palace. If you die here, as in your entire party wipes, it's fine actually, because the boy gets revived and you get thrown out of the front door. The implication being that even though Santa is a mutant and corrupted by the mana seed? Wait, are mana seeds a good thing? Anyways, he does not want to kill kids or something. That's 50, plus 50, plus 50. It's 4. Okay, one more. One more. Don't crit. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna lava wave this guy. I'm gonna fire bouquet him as well. And then we're going to add a fireball. Okay, actually that was not necessary to fireball. Nice. 1. Basically, if you manage to knock out the remaining HP of these guys in 1 hit, they cannot transform. Oh, this might be too much. No, you're fine. So I'm basically chaining Fire Bouquet and another Sprite spell to deal over 300 damage in 1 attack in order to skip the second phase of this encounter. You would normally set this up via using area of effect spells on all three of them at the same time, but I'm just trying to do this slightly more carefully. The lady adding extra damage to the fire bouquet is actually quite notable as well. And there we go. Worth noting that whenever one of these guys dies and disappears, everything gets interrupted. And what I mean with this is if you try to give the sprite a fairy walnut to recover the MP before or during the fight, there's a high chance that you see the fairy walnut animation happen and functionally nothing else happens afterwards, because you just lost that fairy walnut because the game decided to cancel all events because a boss died. Anyways, this is awkward. I should have used a balloon on these guys to get past them. Let me revive the sprite real quick. I'm sorry. I did not murder any lizards. I murdered some tadpoles. They were never lizards to begin with, right? Be gone! Well, no. Time for your punishment. I like to think that he sounds like a pirate rather than this being a spelling error. It's more fun that way. Anyways, welcome to the Ice Gigas. Predictably, he is weak to fire. Also, little fun fact. Elemental weapons in this game don't actually deal elemental damage. Which means the Fire Gigas giving you Ice Sabers in fact increases your damage slightly rather than, well, as you would expect, decreasing it. I use Lava Wave there because Lava Wave has a much longer animation, so it locks him into animation for much longer, so I can cast my spells again. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Spilled the reminder. Oh, I appreciate you. And here he tried to give me Ice Saber. Unfortunately, the Ice Saber effect actually does not, well, go into effect, because he dies before it fully takes effect. But again, elemental weapons or saber weapons slightly increase the base damage of your weapon and add, well, potentially add an effect to it. In the case of, let's say, Lumina or others, it just doesn't add anything. Alrighty. Thank you for the spilled reminder. Let's see if we get out of here without getting murdered along the way. Worth noting that we need to have no ghosts in the party in order to take a cannon travel. Uh-oh. We have some... The reason I didn't revive the party on the Ice Gigas for safety is because, well, chances are really high that my characters just die on the way to the cannon travel, and I need to use a couple of wishes there. Alrighty, and we made it. He says, hey, no ghosts allowed. Oh, right, let me use this couple of wishes on this ethereal entity. So she's no longer a ghost. No spooky hitchhikers, only paying customers. Indeed. How much gunpowder does it take to transport a ghost from Kakaro to Matango? Well, an infinite amount, because naturally ghosts are not gonna be affected by gunpowder propellant, right? So that's probably why you can't travel with ghosts in the cannon, because the ghosts would just go through the cannon and the gunpowder would not affect them. Maybe if it was holy gunpowder. Well, that costs extra. Oops. Probably too expensive to stock in an out-of-the-way place like Santa's place? Probably. Unless he makes it himself. You know, Santa water is kind of like... Isn't Santa or Santos like the concept of holy to begin with? At least in some contexts, I guess. What news is this sect? Hope you're doing well. Saint Nicholas. Right, that way around. I guess I... Oh. Uh-oh, this might be bad. I just saved, so it's probably okay. Yeah, it's okay anyways. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Jäger. Only half of your party died. Skill up. Ow. Wait, skill up and Taco leveled up? Anyways, 1000 coins. I'm not gonna do the grinding here, because we're gonna do a lot of grinding later on. So we'll be fine. Just need to not get hit by those bow rats. I always forget the name. Oh. Sprite is still alive, we're fine. I mean, the good thing is that ghosts don't interact with enemies, so... Even accounting for not being able to run, sometimes that can be a net positive. The downside is that the lady is the one that has the whip currently. So I have to switch over the weapon. What? Okay. It'll be fine. I don't know how the sprite didn't get hit. But I'm also not complaining, just surprised. I think the sprite can do this by themselves. No problem. Actually, for safety, I should probably revive at least one other character. Never mind. I don't have another character. I don't have cups of wishes. I don't have the money. It'll be fine. This guy here is weak to self, which means he gets the opportunities to do stuff in between moves. I hope he doesn't do anything. I'm going to be using Freeze just for the longer animation, so I have more time to use a fairy bonnet before he can act again. So I guaranteed get my spell off, and even if he attacks even if he attacks, it should be fine. He casts Defender, which is fine. Also, this is kind of the ideal position where all three of the wind blades immediately hit the enemy. Oh, he's dead. How convenient. That actually worked out well. Finding 1,000 gold feels a lot more exciting than finding one fairy walnut. It is. At this point in the game, it would still be a relatively decent amount of money. Sprite the champion. Yep. A sprite can breeze through the game, even in a solo setting, relatively efficiently. Sealing the mana seed of fire is what unlocks the cannon travel over to the Empire. Alrighty, this is also the first time where I technically have money to spare, or I would have anyways. Which in glitchless speedruns would usually mean that we finally can actually buy Cups of Wishes. More than just like 1 or 2 at a time. Which is nice. You still don't have enough money to buy any meaningful amounts of armor, but that's okay. Alrighty, heading over to the Empire. If you were the Empire, you wouldn't want people shooting cannons full of people at you. I feel like that's kind of a general thing that you would prefer not to have happen, right? But a dedicated landing place for those people, and they somehow survive the fall? No problem. Then again, realistically, considering physics, the shot out of the cannon would be significantly more lethal than the fall afterwards. So considering that it is fine to be shot out of a cannon, landing should be absolutely no trouble. Fall damage does not exist in this universe. No passport control, they could be smuggling in fruit. I feel like that's a reference. No skipping this guy, not allowed. Thank you for the good luck, I definitely need it. 634. I overshot before. Right, this guy always just counterattacks somehow. It's kind of impressive, but also annoying. Uh-oh. That guy can catch up to you and get you. These guys here, I just tend to do it the easy way, where I'm just casting Balloon. Balloon means that for about 8 seconds they can't attack or do anything. Huh. Well, that's unusual. That guy doesn't usually turn around, but I also run straight down instead of down left, so that was my mistake. Uh-oh. That's the last time I saved. I don't remember. Anyways, I have money. Let's just revive. For safety. No. Why? That's so rude. Anyways, don't enter this room here with the boy being a snowman, because he will softlock the game. Is it worth changing the attack AI setting? In a speedrun, generally not really, because it almost doesn't matter what you set it to. Well, I say that actually. But practically, I don't think anyone has ever experimented with it. So generally, in my mind, probably not worth it. But what I will say is I don't think anyone has ever experimented with that. So there is a reasonable chance that it could be more efficient. It's also the case of, effectively, the further over in the grid your character is, the more of a attack bonus you get. I think you get like +3 strength on the far left side of the grid, as opposed to the far right, which is -1. Actually, it's +2 as opposed to -1. But I think that damage difference only comes into play when the character was briefly AI controlled. If you're controlling the character as a player, you are not supposed to get that bonus, which getting that is arguably a glitch. But just kind of behavior-wise, it is entirely possible it could be more efficient. Alrighty. Welcome to the North Town Ruins. Or the Cult Temple? Actually, not sure what they want to call it. Anyways, this is a reasonably dangerous place, but also one of those places that, if you know how to traverse it efficiently, is actually one of the more consistent places to run through without getting hit. Just don't run in this room and you're fine. If you do run, your AI control cactus will get hit. Similarly, you do want to run here. Straight left is fine, although if the sprite is one of the following party members, it's possible they will get hit. You wait here, plop, and then you just run by, no problem. There are some weapon orbs that you can pick up in this place, which I believe we pick up the boomerang orb. Oh right, I need to hit you, I forgot about that part. The boomerang, the bow orb is what we pick up afterwards, because it's much more efficient to pick them up after we clear out all the enemies by defeating the boss. Actually, it's just balloon these guys for safety. That way they don't attack me and turn me into snowman. Fun fact, the sprite's hitbox is also wider and less tall than the boy or the ladies, appropriate to how the character model actually looks. But it also means you have to take a slightly different path sometimes in order to get past enemies. Well, that wasn't the intention, but okay. My goodness. Oh, wow. Ah, God's Black Arm, thank you. Thank you for the crazy amount of gift subs. I don't know how many that is, but that's a lot. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well today. Happy New Year soon, or something. Wait until the sprite moves up a little bit. Revive them. I should have revived them in the previous room in hindsight. Oh well. We don't have to pygmy the character in order to cast spells quickly. But it is slightly more tricky timing to do this efficiently. 10 plus 3, I see. That's quite a lot. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. Anyways, this guy is not actually weak to any particular element we can... Well, he's not weak to any element at all, but Freeze is once again just the strongest, most efficient spell we have access to. Yeah, I think one spell cast should be sufficient, although I think 2 is fine. Oh, 1 was not sufficient. There we go. Split reminder, thank you. Alrighty, by the way, maybe worth noting something I haven't mentioned yet. The version I'm playing this on is the Super Nintendo Mini Secret of Mana version. Technically speaking, this is the exact same as the original Super Nintendo cartridge, with one difference. The Super Nintendo Mini emulator that emulates the ROMs of the games that are on it, which by the way is official, reduces flashing effects like this one here by a significant amount, which is why I personally prefer playing on the SNES Mini over any other system for Secret of Mana. Because especially this cutscene here is very unpleasant for the eyes. And welcome to the next boss here. This is Vampire. Vampire feels very out of place compared to any other enemy. Not design-wise, he fits pretty well into the ruins, but purely based on his HP, he has literally twice as much HP compared to previous enemies and bosses. And that's just kind of crazy. Like, he has over 2000 HP. I don't remember the exact number, but it's so much more than anything else. So once again, we're just doing our best impression with Freeze in order to knock him out. But now Undine has reached level 4, which is currently our maximum level of spells we can reach. We should have easily enough MP remaining in the tank with the Fairy Walnuts that we can actually just use less efficient spells to deal damage to this guy in order to just train up other spell elements along the way, which is why I'm using Gem Missile here instead of just sticking to purely using Freeze, which would be more damage per spell cast. But this way, we're leveling up Gnome as well. And once again, thank you so much, God's Blackarm, that's really kind of you. Level 3 Gnome. This is the first time there's 2 bosses in a row, right? That's very possible. I don't remember, probably. That sounds about right. Unless you count Boreal Face and Frostgigas, I suppose. It's hilariously annoying trying to kill him without magic. Oh yeah, trying to hit this guy is indeed quite the ordeal if you don't use magic. Oh, split. Okay, 50-50. Is the bow orb on the left side or the right side? Because I don't remember. So 50-50 as right now. I think I need to go to the right. I might be wrong. Anyways, after defeating all the bosses, all the enemies are gone, which means running through the dungeon here is slightly more efficient now. And there is a weapon orb we want to pick up, because this is the last time there's a chest of that given type of weapon. And if you were to leave it behind, well, you would have to farm one additional weapon orb here. Let's see. I don't remember if this is the correct one or not. Ah, okay, it is the correct one. This is the bow orb that we need. And in case you're wondering, I cannot use the magic rope right now, because it would put me back to where I entered the dungeon from, which in this case is the balcony. It would put me back to the balcony. So I have to run. Split. Right, thank you. Spilt. Oh no. Alrighty, the next short break I'm gonna do is probably as soon as we get Flammy and start flying, I think. Here we just restock on resources. After this, there's gonna be a relatively nice and efficient place to get a bit of more money from, because from here on out, enemies actually give a pretty good amount of money compared to how much effort it is to knock them out anyways. So money is not gonna be as big of a concern anymore, but it will still be, well, not necessarily in abundance, but I will actually stay for a little bit longer than the regular glitchless speedrun would, just to get a bit more money. Welcome to you, Vagabond Azulian. Happy New Year's Eve. I hope you're having a nice time. Hello and welcome. Hello and welcome. But in case you're wondering, if you pygmy the sprite right here, they would be back to normal, because in this little cutscene, you get pushed down the ledge and your cactus are just hanging from that ledge, and the game removes any status effect that might apply to the character. Just for that animation to play. Anyways, welcome to Metal Mantis. You know how we just kind of needed to throw a lot of spells onto the vampire until he was gone? Well, this guy, once again, has just normal amounts of HP for this point in the game, and also functionally no real defenses against spells either. So we're just gonna continue leveling up our spells against him. In this case, we just use Gnome for Gem Missile. But that is reasonably nice and efficient. I think one more full volley will do the trick. Probably does not need that much. I think he has just a little bit over 1000 HP. There we have level 4 gnome, so let's just end this off with a fireball. Yep. We still get the experience for casting the fireball spell, even if it was not necessary for damage. Hello, and welcome. Boing, boing, boing. Fun fact, even if there were enemies in this room, they couldn't spawn because there's 2 high steppers here, as well as a chest that always spawns. Anyways, we're gonna pick me the sprite here, because we're gonna do a very short grind. This is mostly just for insurance, that we have enough money for future endeavors. Believe 1 freeze usually knocks them out, but not guaranteed. Okay, so I want to cast 2 freezes once I have enough MP, that is, which I don't currently. Also, these guys' common drop is in fact fairy walnut, so if they drop a chest we could just get another fairy walnut from it. Well, that's if we dodge the trap. Anyways, each one of these guys gives over 500 experience. 500 gold, excuse me. Which is enough in order to... Well, each one of them is worth a fairy wand, is what I'm trying to say. Anyways, that's good enough for now. Okay, we're going to run with the sprite here, and also unpygmy them, because AI control cactus that are pygmied are for some reason set to like super aggressive AI mode. It's as if you're really angry if you are a tiny person or something. Anyways, we need to go ahead and pick up these chests here. This is the wrong one. This axe orb. By the way, these chests are... How to put it? Ow. These chests will continue to appear or not disappear until you have a specified amount of weapon orbs for that level. That axe orb there did not disappear because there was a previous chest that contained an axe orb that I did not pick up. Consequently, the game just notices that, alrighty, you don't have level, I don't know, 5 axe yet, so keep having this chest appear even after you pick it up until you have level 5 axe orb. That's kind of why I just call it the catch-up mechanic, where you might have missed a chest earlier, but it's fine. But if it's the last chest of the kind, like that whip chest just now, you need to pick up that one, otherwise you will have to farm extras in the Mana Fortress. Happy New Year, Kamido. And thank you. Angry like a chihuahua. Maybe? I've heard they're always angry, or at least yelling. But I don't actually know why that happens. Anyways, this guy here, I'm gonna use freeze against him, because I'm a bit worried about my MP reserves, because I spent a little bit longer on the Emberman. Although normally this would be another opportunity to level up your spells just a little bit. Oh, right, I was supposed to use Fireball on... Vampire and Mantis Ant, or Metal Mantis. I forgot to split, that's okay. Happy New Year! RPG Chick, thank you so much for a crazy long time of support. Welcome back for 85 months. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Welcome as well, NY Rambler, hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. Alrighty, I'm gonna take another break here as soon as we get up onto Flammy. Gonna get up, walk around, stretch, probably get more tea. And we'll be back in, let's say, 5 minutes. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the crazy support. And I hope you enjoy your stay. Wait, hold up. Has the screen been this disjointed this entire time and I didn't notice? Oh no. The screen was supposed to go all the way to the bottom right here. I'm sorry about that. Whoops. Uh-oh. No one mentioned, so nobody noticed. Maybe. Anyways, be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Good news, everybody. I just had some lentils because this wasn't planned, but my mother ended up cooking some things for the entire family here, so I just happened to get some lentils. They're not entirely eaten yet, so they're still too hot. But, welcome back. Let's continue, shall we? So, order of operations. You're supposed to bring King Truffle back home, and then he explains to you how, well, writing with Flammy works. So let's actually just do this sequence for once. Because theoretically, if you never bring him back home, he will just continuously fly with you. Practically, the game never checks for that. How do you like riding Flammy? When you get lost up there, use his special powers. Press start to see the map. L and R buttons to change the modes. You'll find the lofty mountains to southwest, but his sick is there. Visit me again, okay? So he basically actually tells you that there is in fact a map, and there's the modes you can change between the map screens from. Although regularly people just kind of mention, wait, you can change to a world map? If you press R. Yeah, it's a very, very slowly loading world map, as you can see. But it is a complete world map, which is also kind of fun. Anyways. What the king doesn't mention is that it takes 15 minutes to load. It's not quite 15 minutes. That's your lunch tomorrow. Lentils? Nice. Alrighty. Order of operations. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the key here from Mara. And because the split tells me to do that, I'm going to go ahead. Oh wait, no, I'm not grabbing the key from Mara. I needed to go to Gold City first. Whoops. Ah, that's why it didn't make sense. I was flying over Gold City, not remembering that I need to talk to the guy first for the key. Also, do I have enough money to buy the Lazuri ring here? Let's see. I do. 8,800 if I'm not mistaken. The Lazuri ring gives your character +5 intelligence when you equip it, which doesn't matter for the boy or the lady, but for the sprite that is their spellcasting stat, which means the sprite now has effectively gained 5 levels, actually more like 7 levels-ish, for the purposes of how much damage they deal with their spells. Also, it's significantly better defense, but that's kind of secondary. We just deal more damage now with the sprite. The game never tells you whether any equipment gives you any sorts of stats or anything like that, but you can check it in the status menu after you equip something or unequip something, which is rather tedious. And I don't know about you, but I never knew that any equipment get granted any stats at all. Anyways, now we go over to Mara, and then we go and grab the Moogle belt. Well, kind of. Wait, no, I didn't go to the guy on the... Wait, no, I did. My goodness, I'm a little bit scatterbrained right now. Actually, I'm very scatterbrained. Whoops. Unless you count defense as a stat. I mean, the game tells you that one at the top, though. Thank you. Alrighty. I believe just south of here, this is where we find the sea hare's tail, aka the Dingelchen if you play this game in German. I do not know what they call it in French. Whatever this thing is, we bring it over to the desert city and get one of the best musics out of it. You know what, I just realized. I should have taken a break after getting the Moogle belt. Yes, then we would have had one of the best musics to sit around with. Scatterbrained adds to charm to the run. Sure. Water. Earth. Wind. Fire. Fire. Fire, 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 fire. I actually have never watched Avatar. Maybe I should sometime. Anyways, we have a Moogle belt now. Hooray. Now we head over to Palace of Darkness, I think. Pick up the glove in Palace of Darkness. Right. Don't forget that. Ah yes, the four elements. Earth, fire, wind and Moogle. With their powers combined, they form Captain Planet. Or something like that. Captain Mooglet, at your service. Also, by the way, this is a glitchless run, but again, the game is sometimes very strange about what it does and what it doesn't. And there's always some things that I'd like to point out that are just really weird along the way. For example, let's see if it's here actually. There's a fierce head in this wall. Why? Because it spawns there. That's all I got, I don't actually know. Right, we're gonna go ahead and attack these guys. Lady, I need you alive because you need to... Wait, no, the sprite has to win. Never mind, I did not need you alive. I mean, I would prefer if you stayed alive, though, so you get more experience and have more maximum MP to work with later on. Anyways, this chest here is the last of the glove orbs that you can pick up. And we need to pick up, I think, 3 of them, because 1 we missed in Moogle Village, 2 we missed in the Ice Country Ice Palace, and 3 is right here. Again, this is an intentional mechanic where the game just gives you these orbs that you may have missed up until this point, where it doesn't remove the chest until you have a certain amount of orbs, so to speak. I went in there slightly too early. We didn't get the extra experience. Alrighty, welcome to this big blob of a thing. I don't have any MP. I should have recovered them before I went in here. Anyways, this guy can occasionally cast spells. It's called the Lime Slime. It is also weak to fire, but this thing actually has a substantial amount of magic defense. And even though it is weak to fire, with level 2 Fireball and my relatively low level compared to where the game expects me to be, I'm not often doing all that much damage to it. Once we hit level 3, we're gonna start dealing more and more damage to it. I maybe should have leveled up Salamando a little bit. Now I'm worried. Glove Orb Split reminder. Oh yeah, right. Ow. I want 2 characters alive here. Because this can happen. Where he just throws a spitball, or whatever it is, exactly the moment the sprite finishes their spellcast. Which is a problem to survive. Speaking of a problem to survive, doesn't revive the lady, I guess. Anyways, you can see that one level makes us deal substantially more damage. Also, in case you've ever wondered how this guy works, he is trying to go towards the character that is the furthest away. So functionally this means he is always gonna position himself in between all 3 characters, because whenever he gets closer to somebody and somebody else is further away, then that somebody else is going to be the one that takes priority to chase. But effectively, this guy here shrinks the more damage you deal. The other slime enemy grows the more damage you deal. But effectively, he also always targets the character that is the furthest away, which is different compared to most other bosses that always target the closest character. But this also means that whenever he casts a spell, he's going to land that spell on the lady's, well, head, so to speak, because she is the furthest away currently. Alrighty, we finally have level 4 Salamander. This should hopefully be sufficient to finish off this guy. This could be really close. I might have to use a bunch of melee attacks. Unless we get a bunch of 200s in there, which can now happen. Basically, spells can still get high damage rolls and low damage rolls, kind of like melee weapons can. We just hope for a bunch of high damage rolls here at this point, because he has a lot of HP too. My last spell. I'm gonna revive the boy just in case I need to start dealing physical damage. I do, actually. My best weapon, because I haven't upgraded anything, is the sword. So this is not great. He is probably close to death. Actually, the lady also would have spells, but funnily enough, she does deal no damage currently. 814 HP remaining. Okay, this is actually gonna take a while. That's actually kind of dangerous. This is the part where the lady could die. But I have chocolate to heal her up. I think the boy would die to this too, so I should probably use a chocolate on him to heal him. Oh. He might survive that. Maybe. Yeah, he just barely survived that. Good enough. Oh, you didn't survive that. This is gonna be real awkward, isn't it? Well, I would prefer if you didn't do that. I can still heal via Undini. Let me actually set the... So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to set the boy to be aggressive and attack, because this way I can just have the lady be the one further away and bait in all of the ranged attacks, while the boy is just gonna continue attacking the slime while she's just dodging the projectiles. Oh. I don't know who it was for. Nice crit. This also has a slight benefit that the boy gets slightly more strength because he's set to aggressive. Oh, we win. Okay. That was a lot of HP remaining. I should have leveled up Salamander earlier. This is why you usually use Salamander against Vampire and Metal Mantis, to level it up so you have it at a higher level earlier. Because this thing just has so much HP, and despite having an elemental weakness, it's kind of difficult to take down if you just rush for it. Alright. Still, it worked. So, what I should have done, but I figured I wouldn't have enough money for, is go over here and buy a circlet. A circlet, kind of like the Lazuri ring earlier, gives the sprite an additional +5 intelligence, meaning they will deal extra more damage with spells. Here's also the first time in a while where we can buy candy again. And while it doesn't heal much anymore anyways, relative to how much HP we have, it is still really nice to use it to cancel damage. Don't forget to equip the sprite. Because you know how this guy had an elemental weakness, but despite that a lot of HP and magic defense? Well, the next boss coming up has about the same HP and defenses, but no elemental weakness, which is why we went here first. That way we now can level up our spells up to a level 5. And we'll kind of need that pretty much in order to defeat Blue Spike coming up. Alrighty, welcome to this place. My split say I should pick up the spears, but kind of like earlier, it would theoretically be more efficient to pick up the spear orbs afterwards, because then the enemies would be gone. But it'll be fine. Just by learning these guys. And once again, we didn't pick up the spear orbs in various places, which is why there's so many right here. It's effectively a catching up mechanic where the game tries to catch me up to how many spear orbs I'm supposed to have at this point. That's not good. Lava Wave has a really long animation, so I'm using this to stall the enemies. Alrighty. Revive somebody, doesn't even matter who. And good luck, everybody. Welcome to Blue Spike. Kind of like Spiky Tiger, he loves a explosive entrance. And, well, unlike Blue Spike, we do have magic now, which makes this guy substantially easier to deal with. But as mentioned before, it does have a ridiculous amount of magic defense, no elemental weakness, etc. I do believe this is kind of where I, as a kid, picked up that I was always going to use Earthlight because that seemed to deal the most damage. I probably didn't realize that by virtue of having used Earthlight on pretty much every other boss before, it was the highest level, so of course it dealt the most damage. But I guess it also didn't make sense to my younger self that this guy is blue, so he's probably strong against ice. But no, actually. Freeze is just as efficient as any other element, except that Freeze is also the most efficient one in terms of baseline power to damage. With the exception of Shade, technically speaking. Shade has the same baseline power of a spell compared to Freeze, and also costs the same amount of MP. However, well, that was not enough. So the damage does go through, in case you're curious. Even if it doesn't look like it. However, Shade is not leveled up, so I would need to level that up first. I forgot the split. Whoops. And similarly, it would be more efficient for me to... Actually, no, the Axe Orb is more efficient to pick up now, otherwise we would have to traverse the entire tower again. Plus, there's usually not as many enemies as annoying coming down here. 3 Axe Orbs, that's all. Take me the Sprite, ready to use in the next encounter again. Let the AI duke it out with the enemies or something like that. And it'll be fine. Mostly reviving somebody for safety. So this guy is grey. He basically is pretending to be a statue when you initially come in here, but if you hit him before he, well, gets out of his statue status... Oh, that was not supposed to happen there. If you hit him before he gets out of his statue status... That's not good. Good thing we saved beforehand. Anyways, if you hit him before his statue status... Oh no, don't reset splits. He actually stays grey. Sorry, I took a while to say that. Trying to finish my thoughts while simultaneously trying to figure out what I do next. I'm not good at multitasking at all. We just do this again, it'll be fine. Also, I went the wrong way this time. Whoops, and now I'm lost. As is tradition. It's east from the desert, if I'm not mistaken. Is it just tweaking the energy for later farming? Not really. Alrighty. Once again, just casting spells to interrupt these guys. What? Good night, boy. Okay. Look at the bright side. I now actually managed to split at the correct time, technically speaking. Everything has its upsides, right? Anyways, welcome back to Blue Spike. Wouldn't be a real run without dying at least once. Maybe. Gorgon Bull is one of the easiest places to die to as well, because he has absurdly high magic power for a boss at this stage of the game, which is quite amusing to me, because he doesn't necessarily look like the type of character that would be a particularly strong spellcaster. But if I'm not mistaken, his magic power is actually higher than that of the Dark Lich. Every cloud has a silver lining, I suppose. Is that how the entire phrase goes? Because I don't think I've ever heard the first part. I've only ever heard people mentioning silver lining. Alright, this might be enough. He's the Gorgon Bull of legend. He's very legendary. And Minotaurs are some of the most awesome creatures in mythology, so... That's the full saying in English. In Sweden we always say the sun is always shining behind the clouds. I see, that's fair. Right, I'm gonna actually reset this screen. Just so I can run through it. That didn't really help, did it? It's gonna cast speed down anyway, so I might as well just heal the lady. Yeah, I don't think that helped much. Anyways. Just gonna revive both of them. Again, for safety, technically. I also do want you guys to be on the sides here. Because if he runs us across, then he will one-shot you, as we've learned. Okay, he didn't cast his Earth Strike this time, or Earth Slide. He is weak to lightning though. So even though it doesn't look like we're dealing much damage, at least we're dealing more damage than we did to Red Slime. The most awkward part about him is mostly that you can't lock him down with spellcasts if you are using Air Blast, because you cannot chain that properly since it has projectiles instead of anything else. And kinda like before, I'm using Lava Wave just so we have enough time to recover MP, because it has a longer animation. This Gorgon bull starts out petrified? I suppose you could say that. Apparently Gorgons in myth had an ability to petrify their opponents, and since Petrify is an air elemental spell, it does make little sense his magic skill is so high and uses lightning. No, we use lightning against him, he has earth elemental spells. Or maybe I misunderstood. Anyways, we get a bow orb. This is the reason why we needed to pick up the chest before defeating this opponent, because if we were to go back to pick up the bow chest now, it would actually be gone. Also, I did not split. Whoops. No, I was the one using lightning. He just threw rocks at me. Hello. Welcome to Taroban. Hope you're doing well. On the bright side, we have enough money to just throw around cups of wishes and fairy walnuts without having to worry about restocking them. Because we have the money for it. Petrify is only an air elemental in Sacred and Sets 3. Is it? I don't know all the classes in that game. Level 3 air spells cast by Angela petrifies? Does she need to be a witch, or witch? Is it like dark? I don't remember. As a rune master, interesting. Dark light. Anyway, speaking of petrification, excuse me. Petrification is the most dangerous and damaging status effect in this game anyways. Because it doesn't just petrify the characters, making them unable to move, it also reduces their current HP by half, which is rather substantial. What did you think about the Trials of Mana 3D remake? I really liked it. It kind of feels like, to me honestly, I've always said even before any remakes came out, Trials of Mana is the game that I would love to see get a proper remake. Because effectively playing the original on the Super Famicom, aka Super Nintendo, is just... oh, I forgot to split. It is very, very extremely laggy, and consequently, in my personal opinion, it's not as fun as it could be if everything was just running smoothly and efficiently. Also, sometimes I need to go back to that game and do whatever the thing is called for, like the ridiculous difficulty, because that was not out when I played the game initially. Alrighty, by the way, fun fact, here is technically our first opportunity to get a chest from an enemy that would give us one of the endgame equipment pieces. So, the way rare drops work in this game, it's a 1 in 16 chance for any given enemy that can drop a chest to drop a chest. With the exception, I suppose, of... Oh, my goodness. I did not account for that. Anyways. It's a 1 in 16 chance for them to drop a chest. And then afterwards, it's a 7 in 64 chance, as in slightly over 10%, to get a rare drop from that chest. But we didn't get a chest to begin with, so no opportunities for that. Also here we get a sword orb. Very nice. Although I will say that we're lacking far behind in sword orb capabilities, because I didn't pick up any of the chests that contain sword orbs until now, which there were a few opportunities. But simultaneously you get the full set of sword orbs as soon as you visit the mana tree at the end of the Pure Lands. So you never actually have to worry about picking them up to begin with. Alrighty, this is also the first time we can buy Royal Jam without it being overpriced from Neko. And also, the first time we could buy armor. Although it's too expensive right now, that we need in order to complete the 100% requirement. Actually, I think earlier was already an opportunity to buy that armor, now I think about it. Want to be RNG for you, Wormwood or Maxwell? Is that a Don't Starve thing? I don't remember either of the characters, so I'm just saying Wormwood, because that sounds fun. Royal Jam, won't fit. I would say the Royal Orchestra needs to slim down a bit then, if they can't fit. Good luck. Poison Cloud petrifies the enemy from Gnome. Oh, interesting. It sounds like it would poison, but I guess in a sense, petrification gas could be considered poison too. Alrighty. I forgot to split again. Excellent. Next up, we go and climb the lofty mountains. Because we have functionally no armor, this is going to be reasonably dangerous. So let's see how that's gonna go. I managed to do a first frame dash, that's not a good start. Well, I say first frame dash, it's more like 3 frames or something. Anyways, I'm trying to manipulate enemy encounters in a way where I will hopefully not run into them on the way here. Sleep Flower, that is not good. And because the the sprite and the lady were knocked down on the floor, I couldn't remove the Sleep Flower status before the boy went to the floor, so we had to watch the entire animation. Delicious split. Also, jumping or approaching a rope pool, gathering the party, etc. interrupts any spellcast from enemies. Which is why that Sleep Flower just did nothing. Lady, what are you doing down there? Get up here. You know how to encounter Neko, right? Here, there can't be more than 2 enemies loaded in the screen. Yeah, honestly, even knowing that, I've never managed to get Neko to spawn in that screen intentionally. She did not want to go into the cave. But it's at the top of the mountain. It's fine. There's only endless void below once we go inside the mountain. It's not that bad. Much better than if you could see the floor, probably. Maybe. I don't know, would that be worse? Kinda depends on what the floor is consisting of, I suppose. Also, this is the part where the boy being set to aggressive makes it so that my muscle memory just does not work trying to run through here with a full party of characters. Well, mostly doesn't. Alrighty. Welcome to the doppelgangers. By the way, if you die in this cave, you actually don't game over, so that is kind of convenient. Also, whenever a character dies, their doppelganger counterpart also dies. So what you can do is you can just have all of your characters get knocked out and revive one, and you're good to go. We have overcome ourselves by getting knocked out by ourselves. I think that counts for clearing the trial of this place. You don't actually have to deal damage. You just need to defeat them, whatever that means. You feel like seeing the floor below would be worse, at least the endless void, you don't know when the splat's gonna happen. Wouldn't that just make you even more anxious? I guess it doesn't really matter at that point, huh? You're clearly not meant to die to them? Why not? You need to overcome yourself. Or because the enemy is myself. And that means I defeated them, so they were gone. Where am I? I'm wrong place. Have I ever played Don't Starve Shipwreck? No. I've not. I've played the original Don't Starve. A little at least. Not a whole lot, to be fair. Anyways, welcome to this encounter here. Have fun. Well, thank you. Good luck to you as well. And David Lopan, thank you so much for subscribing. Welcome back for 6 months. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Alrighty. Welcome to this big watermelon with teeth on legs. So, fun fact. He has basically absolutely no magic defense. However, it will cast wall at the earliest opportunity. The thing is, I'm just not gonna let him cast wall at the earliest opportunity. By trying to chain my spellcasts as perfectly as I can into each other. Where I'm even going to use the latest spellcast with Analyzer to delay him even further. So basically no matter which spell you use against this friend or enemy, you're gonna defeat them relatively easily. And there we go. Alternatively, you could use Dispel Magic in order to try and dispel the shield, but because I never leveled up Shade, it would take me like 3 or 4 Dispel Magics to do that. Try to pronounce this boss's name, Egrogopilon. I don't know how you would pronounce this name normally. That's why it's a watermelon with teeth and legs. Anyways, welcome. One of the earliest times we could go on for a grind. So, I'm gonna do this slightly different than I did it last year. Last year, I just decided to grind out the Basilisk before I continued. This time, my plan is to clear the first part of the Grand Palace and then go grind out the stuff here. In order to do that, what I'll be doing here is I'm actually going to cast Lucid Barrier, which absorbs at least 1 physical hit. Also, I need the boy to not be aggressive anymore here, because otherwise it's going to mess up things. Also, I need the axe here, so... Could I get the axe, please? Thank you. And here we also get the boomerang. This is the final chest that contains boomerangs. Actually, I think this might be the only chest that contains boomerangs. It is. So we pick it up, and I had to pick that one up, otherwise I would have to farm an additional boomerang orb in the Mana Fortress. Which would be very tedious, because it's one of the more difficult enemies to farm that is locked behind. Also, I never remember whether the first one is left or right. These guys here are little annoyances. They have a substantial amount of HP. They are weak to Sylph, which is not a particularly great element to do regular combat with because of how awkward the Air Blast spell tends to be. But these guys have a Basilisk helmet that we would like to have, because this is going to be part of my 100% requirement to get one of these Basilisk helmets. And I figured it might make sense to just knock out a few of these guys out along the way whenever I can, so that's what I'm trying to do here. Oops, wrong way. But everything in here is extremely dangerous. Which is why I'm trying to be so careful, because the enemies just... basically most of them 1 or 2 shot us, including just regular enemies, not just bosses. Anyways, welcome to Hydra. It is weak to fire, and I hope I can stunlock it before it can do much else. Need lines drop needle helm. You need that first before the rest of the drops. Are there any need lines in here? Oh, the eggplant man spawns them. Right. That does make it interesting, I will say. Also, I did this wrong. I should have used... another spell. That's the second to last one. 604 HP. Alright, Hydra down. Now the thing is, grinding stuff out in here is reasonably dangerous, and I would like to upgrade my equipment and armor before I go all in on it. And I feel like just trying to run through this area might be better. Instead of anything else. Also, why is this random guard on the right side here? My guess is that it used to be that the other character was still in the party, just encountering here, and they just replaced that with a random guard instead. Anyways, gonna recast Lucid Barrier. And then we come into one of the screens that is notorious for immediately dealing damage to you. I'm going to be casting Remedy for herself, so she is immune to damage for now, and the sprite is going to be casting Sleep Flower on all of these guys. Tried to run past, oh, got hit twice. You can see these guys are just absolutely relentless with their attacks. Last time I can pass this. Also, there goes my shield. That duck just took it away. Should be fine. So here will be the grinding spot. Oh, by the way, I just realized why there's only ever one enemy spawning in that section. It's because 2 chests are always spawned in there. Those chests you can never reach. But they're always spawned, so it's only one enemy spawning at any given moment in that previous section. You can reach if you glitch. Yes, I mean... but we don't glitch in this run. I believe you cannot balloon these guys, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm gonna try and sleep flower him. Maybe that works. That does in fact work. But then they wake him up by hitting him. That's okay. Ow, ow. My goodness, guys. No. This is such a dangerous area. That's absurd. We're gonna try that again. I think I was just too slow. Well, I have one more cup of wishes. Let's see whether that's gonna be enough. Also, best demonstration that ghosts cannot run, they can only walk. Slowing us down by 50%. Is there actually a low reason for a random stream? The same as most of the contemporary RPGs or settings at the time. My goodness. This guy's really the wrong spot. Ancient civilization that has not endured the test of time was actually much more far advanced than anything else. Anyways, I'm barely hanging on a thread here. As you can see, based on the split, last time I did grind out the basilisk helmet before I went here. But on the bright side, Kettlekin here is substantially weaker than any of the other bosses we fought before him. Relatively low HP, not particularly high defensive stats. I believe this guy was supposed to be in the Northtown Ruins instead of the vampire, and they switched places without adjusting their stats. Well, actually, they probably did adjust their stats. Anyways, this guy just has so little HP, it feels like that's kind of how the swap could have gone. He's already below half HP. Alrighty, now we're gonna go to Gold City, buy as much defense equipment as we can, and come back here, because now is where the grind begins. No cockatrice helmet, no. That would have been really fast. I think the cockatrice helmet has always taken me a long time to grind out. Every single time so far. Uh-oh. Please be careful with the secrets around here, because you might want to hide your wallet, hide your shoes, hide anything that is just bite-sized for something that is mostly head and very hungry. Because you could otherwise, well, lose your food. Rump. Hunter Humperate has arrived. Please make way for the gigantic yellow horde of rabbits that are currently just passing by. Trying to pass by and snatch anything that is just about bite-sized, which, you know, is about the same size as the rabbit itself, so rump, rump. That's the secret. Be prepared for rabbits just trying to snatch your food. That's all there is, probably. Anyways, I can't really upgrade my equipment substantially because we need to defeat a lot more enemies for it. So we're gonna buy one helmet and another helmet. And that will have to be sufficient. I didn't even buy other stuff. Anyways. You get a new helmet, and she gets a new helmet. And drinking your coffee. Including the cup. And hey Jaros, thank you. I appreciate your kind words. And welcome. I hope you enjoy your stay. Alrighty. We have saved our progress, so we don't need to worry about losing that part anymore. But now we run into the problem that I actually still do not know the world map. I know how to get to places from specific other places, but I'm pretty bad at navigating. Anyways. Is the secret of mana the secret on how to navigate the world without getting lost? Maybe. Did I buy Cups of Wishes? No. This is a problem. Well, actually, no it isn't. We're fine. The lady has a revive spell now. As long as she doesn't die, we're good, right? I almost never use the revive spell, but in this case I literally don't have a choice. I should use Lucid Barrier instead to prevent damage to begin with. Anyways, what I may want to do is take me to Sprite to start casting spells at enemies. Can I actually even backtrack to here? I don't think I can backtrack to here, can I? She's very dead. No, I don't think I can backtrack to here. I'm going the wrong way. I thought I could, but I'm pretty sure there's a ledge you jump down. Actually, maybe you can? I don't remember. Oh, there's no... This is not a passage through there, apparently. I didn't realize I couldn't walk through that one. Does an eggplant man spawn in there? I did not remember that. Also, let us knock out these guys here for now. The thing is, the lady does not have a high enough analyzer level. Wait, she doesn't have a high enough analyzer level, and I don't have fairy walnuts. I'm going the wrong way anyways. Yeah, we need fairy walnuts. Okay, never mind. Never mind. These guys dropped the fairy walnuts, I guess. It'll be fine. Anyways, these are some of the earliest targets we can try and defeat here. They have a rare drop of a ninja glove. That is one of the equipment pieces that I would like to farm. But again, we need to get lucky for the 1 in 16 chest drop chance. Exploder! I would prefer if you didn't do that, so I need to heal the sprite. So that they don't die to the exploder. Oh, there is a ledge here, but we can go back through here, right? This is fine, I think. Yeah, I think this is actually easier to backtrack through, although not necessarily faster. Just easier. Exploder! The boy wouldn't die to this, and this is also where we start getting a lot of levels, so I would prefer if he stayed alive. So we cancel the damage by using a candy. Can also cancel the damage by using the Mitch Mallet. That is an option. Please stop doing that. That is kind of mean. We're back over here. Trying to push this guy out of the way. Wait, am I going the wrong way? Is it further earlier? Oh, I can't go back here. Wait. I think I'm going the wrong way again. Hold up. Did I miss my taxi? Ow. No, stop! I feel like I Yeah, I don't know the underground ruins particularly well, huh? Maybe you cannot backtrack through here. Maybe I have to go the front forward way. There's one more chance. Maybe over here. There is a passage. Well, I think this is only an exit door. Wait, can you? Jump in there? It's so weird. Oh, here's where I need to be. Okay, so we can backtrack. It's just really awkward. Anyways, welcome to the grinding spot. This is where we're gonna be for probably a while. Basilisks have one of the rare drops, and there's just not really particularly many good spots to defeat basilisks in. So this is kind of where I tend to grind for them. And my spells can level up all the way up to level 7, so this is also where I start training my spells. Anyways, once again, it's a chance for 1 in 16 for a chest to drop, which is not particularly frequently, and then another 7 in 64 chance, slightly above 10%, for actually getting a rare drop. And I have this handy little chest counter here that we have used last time, although I think I should put this into a slightly better position that we can also use here. Also, I just realized I needed to preserve a little bit of MP here, because the sprite runs out of MP here. It's inconvenient, but we can actually use energy absorb in order to absorb MP from enemies, but these guys have too much magic defense for my energy absorb to do anything, so I'd actually need to polymorph them first into a different creature to have less magic defense. Okay, and this is where we're gonna be for a while. This is also where we're gonna get a tremendous amount of money and levels initially, most likely. Unless we get really lucky on this initial part. Although I think what I also did at some point is I had the lady give the boy guaranteed critical hits in conjunction with the sword to speed up that process. I'm actually not sure. Yeah, that actually kind of works. May or may not speed up the process a little. What I need to remember, however, is that I need to recast every single time right now. Also, speaking of recasting, let's use polymorph or change form. And then we use absorb twice to absorb MP from this guy. Because when we change form on the enemy, they have substantially less magic defense. And change form shouldn't last for too long. Although I'm actually not sure if the change form means that we also get the drops from the polymorphed enemies. Actually, I think it might. Riot Tempest, thank you. Thank you so much for 15 months of support. Welcome back. I'm glad to enjoy your stay. Ooh, our first chest. Chest time. So, the thing is, I want to use Analyzer in order to analyze what's in this chest. However, we need a higher level Analyzer in order to be able to tell that this chest does not have a trap. So, in case you did not know, you can use Analyzer in Seeker of Mana in order to see, quote-unquote, whether there is a trap in the chest or not. But technically, it's not actually analyzing if there's a trap or not, it's more like you use Analyzer in order to disable the trap entirely. The thing is, each individual enemy needs a different level of Analyzer spell. Basilisk, sorry. Each individual enemy needs a different level of analyzer spell in order to disable it. Where is the disarm level 3? Okay, we need to have level 3 Sylph, which means that it's 12 plus 13 plus 15 spellcast total. And once we get to 15, the lady will be able to analyze the chest and guarantee that we do not encounter a trap in it. Hey Thalfon, welcome! Welcome to Blind Empire, Happy New Year! Would it have been useful to use Analyzer in the run until now to level it up a bit? Yes, absolutely. There's probably a bunch of opportunities where the lady had MP left over and we could have just spammed it a bunch. But to be frank, this is kind of part of the reason why this is more of a casual-ish speedrun, if you will. Like, sure, I'm going reasonably fast, but I've never tried to optimize it to a crazy degree, because I also still like it that it is relatively comfortable. Because once I have routed something, I will always feel bad if I'm just doing stuff inefficiently or the wrong way, but if I've never routed it to begin with, I think it's gonna be okay. Anyways, this chest now guarantees to not contain a trap. It's blinking red, which may think, oh, there's a trap in there, I should not open this. No, no, this is disabled now, of course. Blinking red is good for you, at least in this game. Fairy Walnut is their common drop, so that is kind of the expected thing we're gonna get from this. Which is also nice, because they just refill our Fairy Walnut stock, I guess. Anyways, continue to grind here. And it'll be fine. Level 5 Air Blast. Once again, we can level up all the way to level 7. Oh, increase the chest counter. Thank you. I forgot. Chest counter dot ini +1. There we go. Should have increased it by 1. Let me actually rearrange my desktop real quick. Alrighty. Blinking red being good, that's totally same. Do it the spaghetti way, it has a start and end and lots of twists in between. I like spaghetti. Anyways, the sprite needs to get some more MP, so we have to use, once again, Polymorph. And then absorb MP. This time it's a rump. Rabbite. 22 MP is not enough, I would like to have more. Actually, technically it was enough. But also this gives the thing enough time to run out. So this should be back to Basilisk and... not just today. Level 30. But yeah, welcome to the Basilisk grind. I hope you enjoy your stay, I hope you enjoyed being around, and if you have any questions, now is the excellent time to ask them. If there's something that I said earlier and didn't follow up on because I'm a dingus and I forget to complete my sentences, feel free to notify that as well. So there's that. You want a plushie based on those basilisks? Would be nice, round and fluffy? I don't know, shouldn't it be scaly because it's a basilisk? Another interesting thing to notice, initially when you level up in Seeker of Mana, your characters barely get any more maximum MP per level. However, the higher level you are, the more maximum MP you gain per level. Initially it's like 4 or 5 levels until you gain 1 maximum MP. Then eventually you get 1 maximum MP every level. And then eventually you get multiple maximum MP per level. I actually have no idea if that chest would contain pumpkin stuff or not. Can pumpkins actually drop chests? Actually, I think those might be some of those that cannot. Are the icons on the left tracker? Tracker, does it show the level or status of your weapons? Not sure how to read it. Oh, no, that's not a tracker. That is... Well, I guess it's technically a tracker, but it's more of a binary thing. Whether we have achieved the things or not yet. Once we have achieved, let's say, all the headgear equipment, I'm gonna set it to background green. And then it is done. Maybe I should have chosen something else that isn't green in hindsight, but... How did my Factorio playthrough go? Very slow, but eventually we got there. It was actually quite excellent and fun. Can recommend. Yeah, it's a checklist basically. These are the things that I want to achieve. Also, Magic Absorb level 1 now. Hooray. But yeah, the one thing about the Factorio playthrough is I wish I took a different approach to Fulgora. But I'm really happy about my decision to go to Gleba first, because that was a challenge, and eventually I conquered it. Took a while, but we got there. Once Sylph is level 7, will you switch different element? Yes, that's gonna be the plan. Which is actually honestly a bit unfortunate, because once Sylph is level 7, that would also be the time when Sylph would be starting to be able to one-shot the Basilisk with one spell, instead of having to cast multiple. But because we effectively eventually will want to level up all the spells up to 8.99, it just kind of makes sense to use different spells, and our weapons right now are just strictly not strong enough to take care of these basilisks efficiently in any meaningful way. Oh, actually we can already one-shot them at level 6 it appears. What's the chest tracker on the screen tracking? The amount of chests that we have opened, but like total chests, so to speak. That's the idea of it. Gleba first would be interesting, considering you really need any of the other planets' new buildings for efficiency. I mean, you don't need them. I intentionally stayed effectively spoiler-free, and I just completed Gleba with whatever I had at the time, and I felt like it worked out pretty well in the end, although it took a while to get stuff done. Oh, you don't? Yeah. Yeah, at this point it is currently Basilisk chest. Oh, there's number 2. Let's see what's in here. And because we are likely to get a fairy walnut, let's... Actually, we don't have an overstock of fairy walnuts yet. Blinking red means the trap is disabled thanks to Analyzer. And we get the fairy walnut. That is number 2. And so we continue. But yeah, this is one of those segments where it would be nice to get lucky at, because it's definitely one of the slower ones to defeat these basilisks with. Just count plus plus. Yeah, I'm updating it in a text file, so it takes a little bit until the changes are recognized by OBS sometimes. It would be kind of nice if you could actually write chess plus plus, and then it would be updated. It seems pretty reliable to one-shot these guys. Oh, chest number 3. Oh, wow, we got it already? Holy crap, dude. That's wild. Okay. That is by far the quickest I've ever gotten this thing. I need to update my spreadsheet real quick. I was not prepared for that this early. That is not the correct color. There we go. 3rd time's the charm. Clearly. Okay. Cockatrice cap. This thing has 142 defense, which is an absolutely absurd amount at this point in the game. And it actually gives you immunity to being petrified, which once again, if you get petrified in this game, you lose half of your current you lose half of your current HP before the damage is dealt that petrified you, by the way. So having immunity to petrification is actually arguably one of the best things you can have in the late game. Okay, we're immediately gonna save that one. And thank you. All the countless hours we have spent here in the past, indeed. And now, we did however still get a decent amount of kills in, so we should have actually plenty of money to start upgrading. Actually not that much. So the weapon I'm going to keep at level 1 this time is going to be the spear. I don't know if that's the good choice, but it's the choice I'm gonna make this time. We also keep the sword at level 1. I believe I could keep the sword at level 2, that's fine. At level 3, I mean. Anyways, everything else I'm gonna start upgrading, so we can start leveling up these weapons as we go through the game. I do want to have the axe upgraded, I think. Happy New Year, Josser. And thank you for the luck, because I will need it. And the javelin. I love the music here. Alright, that's good enough for now. Maybe I would want to have the bow as well. I don't have nearly as much money as I had the last times after the grind, because we got really lucky here. Now the grinds are not over yet, they're still in progress. Yeah, that's why we still have 2 more items to grind out. One is the ruby helmet and one is the guardian ring, I think it is. So we can't split yet. Okay, we're not as crazy strong as we were before for this part, but it should probably be sufficient. You probably mentioned at some point, where's the 90-minute time save coming from? Technically, right now is when we should compare the time, instead of earlier. But the cockatrice cap grind has always taken quite a long time, but I've also done it before the Killroy, well, the Kettlekin before now. So that's a bit of a difference in terms of routing. I decided to go through the entire dungeon because I figured it would be easier, although I think I was wrong. So these Doom Swords are supposed to drop me the Guardian Ring that we're looking for. Also, by the way, fun fact, this set of orbs here is the one set that you can use any of the elemental spells on, and it's going to work as long as you use the correct element and correct character to cast them from. You still cannot use Salamando from the Lady spellbook for some reason. to use the Salamander Orb. And these swords here drop us the Guardian Ring. Now the weird thing about these rooms here in particular, these rooms don't seem to be able to drop any chests, and I'm not sure why, but it probably has something to do with them trying to avoid circumstances where the orb could disappear that you need to activate with the spells. At least that's my guess, I don't actually know. Anyways, I also don't technically know whether they truly can never drop chests, but to my knowledge, those rooms just never drop chests, which is weird. Because I remember the very first time I did a 100% run, I was in these rooms for like 20 minutes or 30 minutes, and we hadn't gotten a single chest drop at all, which is weird. Anyways, once we get the amulet helmet and the ruby thing, that is when we're gonna be catching back up. Or then that's when the splits will sync up again. These books here are the ones that drop us the ruby helmet. So we're trying to get those from those. So I'm gonna equip the javelin here. Oh wow, unless a single target the book, they just don't take damage, it seems. Chest counter reset. No, we don't reset. We actually count all the chests across the run. I think that's what I did last time. Maybe. Wait, I just said that this doesn't work, right? Yeah, that doesn't work. Wait, before I do this, I actually need MP on the sprite. Can you polymorph these, or are they immune? I think they might be immune. Yeah, they're immune to polymorph. You can still get at least a minimum of 1 damage per MP attack. So we still deal slightly, or gain slightly more MP than we invest. We multi-target. But these guys are immune to polymorph, unfortunately. And look at the bright side. I am still leveling up those spells to begin with. Alright, then polymorph the wolf, I guess. And then do this. Some enemies reverse the effect of MP absorb. I don't know which enemy that is in particular. Oh. Well, I guess I can try. I don't remember whether this guy reverses HP absorb or whether he reverses MP absorb. Okay, he reverses HP absorb. My goodness, please stop, guys. I need MP from sprite. Also, I would like to have it if the lady didn't die here, that would be preferable. We gain 6 MP on the sprite. Hooray! Undead reverse HP absorb, evil reverses MP absorb, if you remember correctly. Right, so these imps are... well, they look more evil than undead to me anyways. But I think you're right. Alright, that's probably gonna be good enough for now. Go back down here. That chest over there contains sword orbs. I never actually have to pick it up. because we always get, as mentioned before, the maximum amount of sword orbs after we complete the Pure Lands. We need to do an evil playthrough and reverse on enemies, maybe. So I did not do that movement correct at all. Chest is there now. That's the sword orb chest. Because it's an exit door. I don't know how to efficiently explain that one. Let's use Lucid Barrier. Alrighty, welcome to my grinding grounds here. I'm actually not sure on how I'm gonna do this here. Because I'm substantially lower level than I was before. So I think I'm gonna troll the lady. Then I'm going to tell the boy to be aggressive in this situation. Because we'll like him actually attack the thing. And apparently that is not enough to knock this thing out. The lady has yet to have a high enough moon energy level. This should knock out the book. And... Huh. This is awkward because the sprite now needs MP absorb. But I don't have it high enough level. Because we are here earlier than before. Actually, I know an easy way around that. Here, we're gonna just spam MP absorb until the sprite can just naturally absorb MP from these guys. Does anybody know if these swords or the little devil guys outside have higher magic defense? Okay, we already absorbed more than 1 MP per spell cast now. So we are technically gaining traction. I think at level 4 I will be able to just absorb these guys naturally. Also, actually I think I remember on how I was doing the grind earlier. I gave the lady and the boy both guaranteed critical hits through the magic of Luna. And then I had them just kind of line up their attacks at the same time with whatever weapon choices I had. Although I think I was using the spear at the time. So maybe this is not gonna work the way I hoped it would. We'll see. Let's see. Hopefully the lady and the boy hit that enemy at the exact same time. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good, honestly. I don't know if this was at the exact same time. But it might just be. Anyways, it turns out I need to hit these guys at least one more time. But now I can actually knock out these Doom Swords and put an MP absorb at the end of it to regain all of the MP. Alrighty, I think that's gonna be fine. Two freezes are gonna knock this guy out, and then we MP absorb to regain the MP. Oh, well, not always, I guess. If we get a low damage roll on the MP absorb, that's just how it's gonna be. Okay, also I need to remember to have the lady recast moon energy every time. And then she also needs more MP Also, this is a quote-unquote glitchless run, graphical glitches notwithstanding. I'm not intentionally triggering those, it's just the nature of if you walk out of a room while certain animations are playing, that it just doesn't adjust the lighting again. Let me actually see if I can absorb from these guys efficiently. Not really. Okay, I need to absorb some more MP from this thing. Okay, that actually worked out surprisingly well. And this guy now has magic bounce or wall. Oh. Twice in a row? Okay, it's only twice in a row. That's kind of funny. Well, I guess the secret book has been revealed to us. How did that make it past the Nintendo censorship at the time? Well, they just didn't know about it. That's all there is to this. I guarantee. Wow, that's a naughty book right there. Holy crap. And again? Or is it always twice in a row? Anyways, that was more or less twice in a row. That is kind of impressive. So I think they're not hitting at the same time, although I haven't seen them. Maybe the axe is too small. Oh, we're level 7 freeze already, so I have to start using other spells. So we're gonna step over to using Earth Slide. Which means there's gonna be more time spent absorbing MP here, because it also costs more MP to cast. Oh, you didn't knock out the thing on the right side sprite. How did you do that? But yeah, to my knowledge, this is the best place to grind out this thing here, but I could be mistaken. Okay, this almost certainly should be enough damage now. It's like 4 Earth Slides currently, because Earth Slide is really not high level yet. No, it is 1 higher level. Using MP absorb on this guy first. And this is also where we start stacking up Moon Energy. Moon Energy guarantees you a critical hit Well, it guarantees you multiple critical hits depending on your level +1. So basically, right now at level 1, it gives 2 guaranteed critical hits on the next physical attacks. Spells cannot critically hit in this game. Also, of course, enemies still have evasion, so that's kind of where it gets a bit awkward. Are people shooting rockets there currently too? What, where? Okay, we have high enough MP absorb that I can even absorb MP from the National Scar already, which is good. So ideally, I'm gonna get the National Scar first, I think, because there is another room where we could grind out the Doom Swords in, which I think is slightly more efficient than this one here. I mean, technically speaking, ideally we get both the Doom Sword and the National Scar in one go, so we don't have to grind out one or the other. You hear fireworks explosion from time to time. Oh. Well, the thing is, where I'm sitting here, I largely can't hear much of the fireworks anyways, plus it's not actually anywhere near midnight yet, so presumably even if there would be, I wouldn't hear much of it, which I prefer that way, because I have audiophobia, so that doesn't really do well with me if you have fireworks around. Some people have been setting off fireworks since Saturday, it's very annoying. Eh, some people just get overly excited by the idea of explosions. Can't blame them for it, that's just what they enjoy. But simultaneously, you can blame them for it because, my goodness, is it loud. I don't blame their excitement is what I'm trying to say. Just their actions, I suppose. Okay, the lady is out of MP almost. Oh, we are level 6 Earth Magic now. Right in front of your window? That's very stinky. Pew. Pew. Oh wow, you guys didn't knock it up. Hey, it'll be fine. You'll get there. We did it for the dogs. Which honestly seems like a good reason to me. Replacing the fireworks. I probably should have the lady also be set to aggressive. I just realized that she probably is not, and so she attacks slightly slower. Whoopsie. Alright, Javelin reaches level 1. Pew. Haven't seen a chest in a while. I kinda wish I could get excited for fireworks, but my brain just tells me it's loud noises. And that's about all I hear. Oops, no! Ah, that was not the guy that should have gotten the fairy walnut. That's awkward. Wow. It just nuked my lady. That is super rude. Maybe having her on aggressive is not the move here, it appears. Because I think she's getting in harm's way by being aggressive. Okay, Earthlight is level 7, which is the maximum level, so we switch over to Fireballs. Which is a bit more awkward because I can't easily chain Energy Absorb into it. Might have to use Energy Absorb. Yeah, I might have to use Energy Absorb into Fireball rather than the other way around. Oh, just time! What level do I need for this? It is enough, okay. No, we don't reset the chest counter. It's all the chest. It's not specific ones, it's all of them. It's more fun that way in my opinion, but that might just be me. Right, if I double absorb, then That doesn't work. I need to single absorb into fireball. Oh. We've only gotten one chest from these guys after finishing Salamander. Yes. We haven't gotten any chests until now. I think that's the first one. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. So that's a trick question. Well, no, it's mostly a question of did I actually forget to count the chest? Let's see, 3 fireballs enough? Yeah, 3 fireballs enough. 1. I wanna be higher up here. 2. And then energy absorb into fireball. Yeah, I'm glad as well, Calvian. It's more of a coincidental thing, but it just works out really well for me. Honestly, to me, a lot of things feel like coincidence in my life, where I've just gotten lucky in so many areas. I technically recognize that a lot of the things are that I kind of worked towards in it anyways, but it just feels like a lot of it is coincidence. Just a couple of wishes, the wrong one. Which probably kind of comes with the territory of having absolutely no self-confidence. Bum-ba-dum. I think if I move the sprite up closer, that would work out better. Sounds like being born with a high luck stat. Again, a lot of things just feel like they are really lucky to me. But also a lot of things, once I started thinking about them, were like, yeah, I guess I got there because I technically work for them, but my brain just doesn't acknowledge it. Because what's more likely? That I did something right or that I got lucky? I think it's more likely I got lucky. At least that's my brain always tells me. Does the sprite take any damage from them? Oh, they do actually. You go with both. You got lucky because he did things. Right. I mean, it's in a similar way, it's kind of like a lottery ticket too, right? You can't win the lottery if you don't participate in it. Which is actually something that is very true, but simultaneously I very much dislike because I don't like lotteries. Mostly because it feels like largely preys on the hopes and dreams of people rather than, you know, being useful. But it's still technically true. Also, level 6 fireballs already. I think I still need one more. Yep. Lottery is a scam, you still pay €1 per week for it. I mean, €1 is very reasonable. My mother actually gifted me a lottery ticket for Christmas. Just because she thought it could be fun for once. Which, to be fair, was reasonably true, but only because I actually won a little bit of something. It's like 40 bucks. And I think those lottery tickets cost like 12 bucks. So it's technically net positive. Yeah. You consider lotteries to be a tax for those with no math knowledge? I think that's oversimplifying it. But simultaneously I understand what you're trying to say. Actual lotteries are predatory, metaphorical ones are fine. Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it. It's never a negative if others buy it for you. Right. I will say, my mother is very intelligent. So it actually was just kind of one of those things which, because we never do anything like that, well, specifically me and my mother, they do never anything like that, it could be fun for once. Also, I think the lady needs more fairy walnuts now. Whip reaches level 1. I believe Whip was one of the weapons I leveled up, right? So we still got weapon experience for it. Does anybody know if Doom Swords are dark element, or... I mean, they sound very dark, right? Mostly curious because I'm wondering whether I can use shade on them or not. Anyways, aside from that, I do enjoy gambling to an extent, because I really enjoy picking up these chests and opening them, because every time it could be that one. I know it's more likely that it's not, but this next chest could just be the rare item we find, and when we do, it's great. At least in my opinion. I think it's great. Anyways, we have now leveled up Salamando as well. I actually completely lost track as to which ones I've leveled up already. So we have Undine Salamando. Sylph can go a little bit higher, and then we go Dryad. Okay, let's do that. Sylph is functionally the same as Salamando because it's the same kind of projectile attack. Oh wow, that was much more damage than I expected it to be. I should play TCG. So the funny thing is I played Hearthstone for a while. And some people might know that I rarely ever rage in any capacity. Because why would I? That's silly. But for some reason, Hearthstone has managed to do that. And at some point I just realized, well, I should just stop playing. So I did. I don't know if TCG is that great. Like, the deck building aspect is intriguing, But the severe random nature of it is just... I don't know what exactly it is about, to be honest. Whether it's that or anything else. You remember doing a 100% run for the Platinum Trophy? That was a pain for some weapon drops. Oh yeah, it would be. I mean, it kinda depends. I believe the Secret of Mana remake, at least, substantially is, like, turns the individual rooms in the Mana Fortress into actually individual rooms, like many small ones. So I imagine at least resetting them is easier than it is in the original here, in a lot of capacity anyways. But some enemies can just be a nuisance to knock out. Notably, in my opinion, the Fiend Heads. No, not Fiend Heads, the other ones. What are the orange heads called? These are particularly annoying, because you can never one-shot them, since they have over 1000 HP. Doom heads? That sounds about right, I guess. Minus 30% damage from demi-humans. Wait. But you need to kill frogs for that one, that's kinda rude. Then again, those frogs are easy to kill, good experience in the early game, and getting elemental weapons is one of the easier things. Frogs are shield cards? Well, some of them. Other frogs are armor cards. It's also pretty good early game armor. Actually, even later game, really. Because it gives plus 50 SP. The Mana Fortress ones are called Fiend Heads. Okay. What are the blue ones called then? 'Cause I don't remember. Well, that's inconvenient. Fierce Head? Fierce Head and Fiend Head. This one very similar. Could also hunt gold bugs, not that this would ever happen. Yeah. The only time I ever used the gold bug shield was just on a random rush on a castle that was not really occupied. And I happened to be the only wizard that made it to the end. That was during a time where high wizard was the standard. I was still a regular wizard. It wasn't until I made a Tech 1 Master where I feel like I could reasonably contribute. Because I just never had the drive to do leveling in that game for some reason. GTB card block Chroma? Chroma? Don't know that one. Anyways, my favorite card is Freldora and Smokey. Because you could just do a lot of trickery with those. Wow, speaking of trickery, that book has quite the moves right now. Infinite dozens. Who knew books could be that deadly? Well, this one certainly can be. Isn't enemy experience level based these days? Or level based? I think it is. At least to an extent. I remember recently-ish actually playing the more recent Ragnarok Online version, and overall, I think it's a good system. I just went away from Ragnarok Online because of the monetization. Because that was just absolutely not okay. Is it level 7? Oh, we have Air Blast level 7, so now we start leveling up Dryad. Okay, so, Dryad. Burst is the highest base damage spell in the entire game. It has higher base damage than Freeze, but the downside is that Burst also costs 4 MP, which is reasonably substantially expensive. So I'm actually using Sleep Flower here in order to level up Dryad spells here to level 2 before I start using Burst. Plus it has a really lengthy animation too. But overall it's actually pretty good. You miss old Ragnarok Online? There. I don't know if I miss Ragnarok Online anymore. It's one of these things where I would not be nearly as interested or intrigued by the game if I didn't play it when I was younger. That makes sense. At least I think so. Then again, I got into old school RuneScape recently, which is very much a very grindy game, but it also feels like it has a really nice bit of variety that you can indulge in. Okay. Also, I think I can cut the burst animation short by simply chaining in an MP absorb at the end. So I think that works pretty well. We really haven't gotten many chests here. By the way, I didn't forget to update the track here last time, did I? It's a very zen/cathartic style of grinding. It is. But do you miss grinding for a week for half a level? Yeah, that's kind of where I was sitting, right? I've never been a big leveling guy. I just love the concept of being able to build my own character in a really silly, ridiculous/stupid way, and then try to see how it works out. I made a hunter with the explicit goal of having my falcon deal all the damage, so I invested exclusively into luck. I even intentionally left my dexterity at level 1, even though technically it would have been more efficient to put the points into dexterity anyways, like the first initial 9 level, just because I felt like that was way funnier. Took me a long time to get to chop level 41 until the falcon finally did all 5 hits, and that falcon was zooming. The funny thing is, however, I needed to use a bow with 4 mummy cards in order to have a high enough chance to hit, because otherwise I would just not be able to hit the enemies. Which is not something a hunter normally has to deal with. Sabinoy, thank you! Thank you so much for 4 months. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the Twitch thing. Or the Prime thing. By the way, the Prime thing is free if you have Amazon Prime. You didn't know about that. So you don't need to use your subscription here, but make sure to use your Amazon Prime thing somewhere on somebody. Again, doesn't have to be here. But I think it's a good thing if you have it anyways, might as well use it. You're a high priest, 90 plus, that was fun. Battle priest? Welcome to the club. That was not supposed to be a pun, but I guess it is now. When I recently-ish played the more modern or recent version of Ragnarok Online, I made once again the Battle Priest. And for the first time, I actually managed to get high enough to rebirth, because, well, the level curve was much nicer, I guess. And that is a high Battle Priest now at like 86 now? Something like that. Anyway, I don't remember. I was running around in a field where there's like these nightmare-looking enemies that drop a card that was worth quite a bit of money, so I was just sticking around there because apparently that's pretty good. Niflheim was a nice spot to grind. Yeah, my father spent a lot of time in Niflheim. He also had a Battle Priest. I ended up diversifying quite a bit, but he managed to just, in the old system, get the Battle Priest all the way to level 99, rebirth, and then eventually got to like level 95 or something like that. He just had that grind mentality. He just could do that. It's not something I felt like I ever was able to do, to just stick out the grinds. My Battle Priest was at the end like level 86 or something like that, the regular one. So I never got particularly far, but to be fair, I also oriented my Battle Priest to be more support-oriented with Lex Aeterna, and I didn't even have Mace Mastery, just because I enjoyed the concept of, hey, I can tank, I can deal damage, I can also just support you. It was kind of fun. You're autistic, you love grinding? That's very fair. I'm definitely in that idea of it. But I tend to be hyper-focused on one task, but not over such a long period of time. I'm more intrigued by just kind of coming up with stupid ideas. And then trying them. You know, Seeker of Mana 100% run was such an idea that I think is kind of silly to do a 100% run to begin with, because nobody had defined as to what the 100% even is. So I just made a definition and ran with it, literally. And some could say, I think it worked out pretty well. Others would say, you just said that about your own idea, Jäger. That's weird. That's my brain saying that. We also haven't had a chest in a while. We have no more fairy walnuts for the lady, my goodness. I don't think I would have the patience for old school Ragnarok Online. Like, I think 5 times rate would probably be just fine. Then again, I would also kind of appreciate a concept like the Iron Man mode in old school RuneScape. That is actually quite enjoyable to me, because the concept of just having to get everything by yourself is kind of fascinating, but of course, Ragnarok Online is not really built in a way where you can reasonably do a lot of things by yourself. There would have to be quite a shift in how the game works, I would think. Also, we have burst level 5 now. And no more fairy walnuts. My goodness, we haven't gotten many chests from these guys. What the heck? Gotten reasonably unlucky on this. Also, Magic Absorb is now level 7 as well. So, basically as good as it's gonna get. Back in the day you didn't mind grinding thousands of mobs, nowadays you just want to reach max level. Mentality, time constraints, ideas, preference, shifts over time. That's just how it is. Okay. I guess you have to move from Magic Absorb and use another spell. Could be kinda difficult. You know, it's one thing when you don't get particularly lucky with chests. Like, when opening them, but when you just don't get chests at all. Oops. Speaking of which, the lady has no MP, so good luck everybody. It's probably a 50-50 chance for a trap. Couple of wishes, it was not a trap. Anyways, I actually completely forgot about the part where I need MP in order to... analyze the chest. Anyways, +1. Time to roll the dice. And Jagabot responded with rolling rhymers. Because, of course, Jagabot would respond with rolling rhymers. Ah yes, those pesky magic points require you to do magic. Indeed. Also, I'd like to point out, we have a bit more money than before. We are all the way at 367,000 coins now. It's a bit more than before. I could go to Gold City and buy armor now, I think. Maybe I should. I'm going to, actually. This way, I'm also going to be confident once I finally get the items out of it. I'll be able to just breeze through the rest of the dungeon rather than going and saving first. The downside is I need to know where Gold City is to begin with. There it is. East of the desert is the one thing I do know. Alrighty, everybody gets new armor. Sprite does not get a new helmet. Actually, I'm just gonna buy one anyways. And everybody gets Lazuri rings. I could also go to... Oh yeah, right, you don't get a helmet, we already have one. That's fine, I can just delete them at this point. Oh yeah, the lady never had an armband to begin with. Whoops. So she actually needs to equip one first. Nobody had ever upgraded armor until just now. So we went from 4 defense to 139, which is a bit more. Watching you play is making you want to play a Secret Mana yourself? Well, why not? Kind of explains why the characters got hit for 100 damage per point. Yeah, I mean, this is a glitchless run. I didn't have the money beforehand. And as long as I do things right, it's fine. Right? But now we have substantially more defense, I guess. And the funny thing is, if I have a character being pygmit, as in turned into a tiny person, they still take that much damage because you have functionally no defense during that status. Also, I once again missing where I can go. Whoops. I'm terrible at this. Trying to find the places thing. Sure, just don't get hit. Exactly, no problem. He says getting hit all the time. All of these metal crawlies? No problem anymore. Well, they're still poisoned us, I guess. Poison is one of those status effects that is reasonably dangerous early on, but even after just the initial hour or two of playing, it's not dangerous at all anymore. Fun fact, you can also jump to the right here. I don't think you're supposed to, but you can. Not like it matters. Alrighty, welcome back to my grinding spot. We have gotten 3 chests from these guys so far. This is a ridiculously small amount so far. Let me actually check real quick how much, or whether these guys are even... wait. I only just now realized. I'm supposed to update my thing because we have a Lazuri ring and we have a battle suit, pocket wrist cap, we have a duck helm as well. Oh, I should have kept the dragon helm. Whoops. The dragon helm is part of the list of things I need to grab. Anyways, what I wanted to actually look up real quick is National Scar is dark. Okay, so I can't use against this. Doom Sword is in fact not dark element, so I could use Shade against the Doom Sword. I can however not use Shade against the National Scar. Well, I could, but it deals half damage, so effectively 0. But I can start leveling up Shade against these guys. It's gonna take a while. Until it deals any damage to this. It also has a super long animation, but again, I can just cut the animation short by using Magic Absorb afterwards. Also, I don't know if it comes through on stream, but I'm only hearing these guys, or the Dark Force, I'm only hearing in my right ear if I don't scroll the camera any further over, which is a bit annoying. $14 damage, which means I casted the spell 14 times because every time it dealt 1 damage. It's probably not gonna deal damage until at least level 3. Well, maybe level 2 already will deal more than 1 damage. That's a possibility. But yeah, this is the most efficient way to train this spell, and as I've mentioned before, Dark Force is the only spell that is competitive with Freeze in terms of how much damage output it has and how little it costs, because it's the same power and the same cost. The only downside is that there's more enemies that are resistant to dark magic rather than... well... what's the word? Not dark magic, the other one. Also need more MP, and I'm pretty sure that that sword on the right side is out MP. Actually, how much MP do these swords have? Hold up. Am I over-absorbing from these? I'm not allowed to do that. They have 32 MP. So technically I'm over-absorbing, yes. So I should only absorb once, never double, at this point. I mean, this grind is substantially slowed down by me leveling up spells too. So that's the thing, I guess. Right, we have level 3 now. Okay, using burst against the National Scar. Okay, that one is sufficient here. They already hit it pretty hard. And then we use Shade against these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4 is almost certainly sufficient. Oh wow, it was not sufficient. 5, 6. I can absorb once, that's okay. One, 2. Hey, yeah, is Carl boss in this game? I don't think there's any big lobster enemies. The closest you can get to a lobster is a scorpion, and they don't drop anything particularly interesting. Although it is worth noting that the yellow scorpions are only available in the initial desert you meet, where you get to the sand ship, but you cannot actually get them anywhere else. Not sure if that's actually interesting. One, 2, 3, 4. Now that we have leveled up, 4 might be sufficient. You're Carbo's #1 fan. I think Carbos appreciates that. Everybody needs a fan. Even if it's just to get rid of the hot air. Especially in summer when you're sweating, you definitely need that fan. It's very helpful. Let's see if 3 are sufficient. Three are indeed sufficient, sometimes anyways. We've gotten lucky on the Basilisk cap, but it looks like we're really not getting lucky here at all. We've knocked out so many enemies and we've gotten 2 chests here so far. No chest. pretty sure it's faster to just MP absorb at the end, even if I don't need MC. Could even use Earth Slide at the end. You know what I should have probably done in hindsight? I should have likely just leveled up Earth Slide in conjunction with other spells and just used Earth Slide as a finisher instead of anything else. Wait, you did get whacked, right? I guess not. No, you did. Turns out sometimes 3 is not good enough. But most of the time it probably is. Okay, one is probably enough here. No chest. Yes, no chest. Oh, chest. Nice. Alrighty, I believe Analyzer was already high enough level. This is chest number 7 total. Let's see if we can get our second rare item. Cups of Wishes. Won't fit. It is actually interesting because we haven't even technically reached the drop rate yet for a single rare drop in terms of chest count. But I'm pretty sure we are way past the drop rate for chests themselves. Although I say that with confidence, I can't really know that. Maybe I'm just wrong about that, because I didn't keep track. It just feels that way. Randomness to be like that sometime, indeed. Could say that is the nature of the beast. That is not the spell I meant to cast. Oh, chest. I analyzed the boss before, the book beforehand. Clearly that was the key to get the chest there. Well, I mean, on a technicality, it certainly was. I don't think that really counts. Alright. Chest number 8. And we get Fairy Walnut. Won't fit. I should have used the Fairy Walnut on the lady before I opened that in hindsight. Whoops. It's 50-50. Either it drops or it doesn't. The math checks out. No. It's 7 in 64. And 1 in 16. Although some say that if you push a chicken all the way to Bloodraven and kill Bloodraven, it kills the chicken and it drops amazing amounts of loot because it's really high level. You once made that chicken drop an Annihilus. I don't know what that is. But I remember. I still remember trying that on stream, because I read that somewhere that could be a thing. Turns out, somebody, who may or may not be in chat currently, just kind of got the better of me with an April Fool's joke literally years later, which was kind of fun in hindsight. But it was still a fun chicken race to try and get a chicken to Andaria, Blood Raven, and then get it killed. That took a while. You read the original story by Brother Last, perhaps? I don't remember, but I remember you were involved in some capacity. It was actually kind of neat. Conferred by your uncle and cousin who work at Nintendo. Nice. Oops, wrong spell. There are chickens you can interact with in Diablo 2. In the very first town, there's chickens that run away from you if you get too close. You can't interact with them in any other meaningful way, but they do technically die when you shoot them over to Blood Raven. They just have no death animation because they're not supposed to die. They just disappear unceremoniously. I wonder whether you can do that in the remake for Diablo 2. I mean, it's still technically the same game, right? I mean, it's one of those things where it could plausibly be the thing. If not now, it could have been in a previous patch. So I felt like it was worth checking out, not that much effort to do. Plus, it seemed kind of fun anyways. It's one of those things where it could possibly be, like, it's close enough to something that was reasonably a thing. Oh, let's see. That I figured it was worth a try anyways. Well, I mean, technically speaking, I just believed it. I was trying it for myself. Oh, chest number 9. Hurrah! I love chests. This time the lady's gonna open it. Couple of wishes won't fit. Well, that's very fair. Level 46. Ooh, another chest. That kind of starts making up for how many I should get, probably. I say that with actually having absolutely no idea on how many I should have by now. But we have 10. Couple of wishes won't fit. Shame. Oh, you're out of MP already, huh? Alrighty. We now have Dark Force level 7, so we're gonna start using Earthlight here. There's no more skills to level aside from Burst. And Burst is gonna be at the next stage soon anyways. So I'm just gonna continue here. We're gonna use one Burst on this guy. Hope that in conjunction with the melee attacks it's gonna be enough. Earthlight twice. Because it's a nice and quick animation. Ooh, chest. I love chests. Chests number 11 total. And we get Warmth level 46. Very walnut. There we go. Everybody should get a Warmth level 46. Bonk. Is there a way to move the MP from the sprite to the girl by bouncing magic absorb off an enemy somehow? No, it would only work the other way around. You can absorb the MP from the lady to the sprite, but not the other way around, unfortunately. Because you don't reverse the effect, you just reverse the team target, if you will. Ooh, chest. Number 12. Meow, meow, meow. Couple of wishes, one fit. The funny thing to me is, this ring that I'm trying to get from these guys is not even particularly good. Like, it's a rare drop that you can, or a ring that you can only get as a rare drop, but it doesn't do anything special. It's just a ring that has mediocre defenses. I believe it's better than the Lazur ring, defense-wise at least, but that's not a particularly high bar to clear at this point in the game. Ooh, another chest. Wow, we're getting lucky now. Randomness is random. Alrighty, boy. You get this one. Good luck. Didn't we get it first try last year? Amulet Helm! Nice. We did get something first try last time. Yes. I don't know which one it was, but we got the Amulet Helm. I actually prefer getting this one over the other one, because the Amulet Helm is substantially better. I'm not the sprite, that's why the menu don't work the way I expected to. Anyways. I believe one of them we got first try, but the other we still had to grind for quite a bit. Amulet Helmet gives +5 magic power, like the circlet. So the sprite doesn't actually lose any magic power through using it. And has substantially better physical defense, as you can see. It's one higher than the Cockatrice Cap, a lot higher than the Duck Helm. Some say that Duck Duck Goose is just not as good, and I'm inclined to agree. But it's also more fun, sometimes. I actually have no idea what Duck Duck Goose stands for, to be honest. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Anyways, still need to level burst just a little bit. We're not quite level 7 yet, so this is the spell to go for. Duck Duck Goose is a game typically played by children. They run and run saying duck. And then you need to duck. Is leveling magic part of 100%? Yes, it will be. Although, I will be doing, probably, the substantial amount of magic leveling after a good night of sleep. So the initial plan for this run here is, I'm gonna get all the rare drops, all the interesting, exciting stuff with chest drops today, and around the 15 to 16 hour mark we evaluate on how far we got, and then decide whether we're gonna do the rest of the level, weapon leveling and level leveling and magic leveling today or later. That's the current objective. Anyways, this room here has a decent amount of these doom swords in them. The problem is trying to get them to spawn reliably. That's a turtle. There's another one here. The nice thing is they actually interrupt their... Well, basically the burst animation does not play because they interrupt the burst animation with their own spellcast. So that helps me because I initially intentionally walk into the range, cast burst, they interrupt their own, well, demise with a stone saber or a fire saber. Then we move on. That was too early this time. The only downside is sometimes you wouldn't see necessarily if there's a chest behind here. Okay, for that, let's start sitting down in a circle. Then when one is running around goes goose, they have to run the opposite direction. The first one to sit down. The spot this chill was sitting gets to stay. Okay. That does sound reasonably entertaining, I will say. Can I just say that I love these Turtlands enemies? They just go vroom. Like you would expect turtles to be reasonably slow, right? These guys here, they just go zoom, zoom, zoom. Also, right, I need to actually be careful with the sprite here. I'm a Ferrari, I go vroom vroom vroom. It's similar to Plumpsuck, if they played that in Switzerland. They painted their head. Don't remember that, but that might be like a more localized thing that I just happened to not encounter. We did play tag, though, for what it's worth. Okay. I wish the... Well, there is a way to check clearly whether there is something behind those walls or not. Ooh, chest! Chest number 14! Couple of wishes, one fit. Shame. 100% names level 99 this? Yes, it does. Well, that's how I defined it. I have done a run where I did do basically everything without level grinding. So no magic, no character level, no weapon level grinding. Which was a substantially more reasonable run, I will say. So if you ever plan on doing anything like this, that's kind of the version I personally would recommend, I guess. Because, you know, that's just more reasonable. There should be one more sword but I guess it didn't spawn. Oh wait, there is. Actually, I have no idea how many swords there are in this room. It feels like 4, theoretically, but because of the spawn restrictions, you don't actually really know where there's a spawn or something. Okay, Burst has leveled up to 7. The thing is, I'm still going to be using Burst here, because I'm pretty sure I would need 2... That's not what I meant to target. I'm pretty sure I would need 2 spell casts of any other spell, but Burst has just enough baseline damage power that it can one-shot these swords reasonably reliably. Also, we just leveled up some weapons. Which ones? I have no idea. I need to figure out whether I can somehow get that turtle lens over there not to spawn. That would be much more convenient. Ooh, chest! I love chests. Number 15. Wait, the turtle has dropped the chest. Cup of wishes won't fit. What's in here? Doom trap, to get the rare one. I did not even get the rare doom trap. That's a shame. The rare doom trap one-shots you. But it is technically physical damage, so if you have Lucid Barrier active, it doesn't even knock you out. Little fun fact for anybody who's planning to do a solo cactus challenge run with the lady. You can theoretically avoid the traps if you just have Lucid Barrier active. You guaranteed survive. Even if the Doom Trap insta-kill triggers. Wait, I didn't check whether there's a chest or not. Derp. Can you suggest a show to watch? There's a decent chance you have suggested it already. Sure, why not? I do not mind repetition even if it isn't. Wait. I do not mind suggestion even if it's repetitions. That way around. Expands with a cipher, but it's so good. Okay. Admittedly, it takes a lot for me to want to watch a show to begin with, so that might take a bit until I get around to that. But I appreciate the suggestions. What? Did that Doom Sword somehow cancel my damage? Huh? Oh! I used Magic Absorb. It did not cancel the damage, I'm just a dingus. What's new? Okay, if I go down right on there, I can prevent the turtle ants from spawning. Should be on Prime Video. I don't have Prime Videos. Starts slow, picks up fast though. Okay, that's fair enough. Homestead Rescue? Okay, I think 3 is a good amount of swords to find here. These ones behind the pillars are really awkward because I always need to physically check or target to see if there's anything behind. Okay, I messed up that manipulation. Have I gotten all 7 elements to 7 already? Yes. You get the critical hit buff as soon as the bubbles start to emerge from the lady's attack. I should have absorbed more spell points earlier. Doom swords are not cooperating today. Actually, I think we're not even on drop rate yet, so I think we're ahead of schedule. We have gotten relatively few chests, although at this point we might have caught up on those too, so... I think we are, in the grand scheme of things, reasonably lucky. At least, I think we are. But unless I were to keep proper statistic of everything, I couldn't really tell you that, I suppose. But I think we're pretty lucky overall. Ooh, chest! Wait, is that a turtle lance? Might have been the turtle lance. Chocolate. Yeah, I think that was the turtle lance because these guys don't normally drop chocolate. But we got chocolate, so that's pretty neat. Not useful, but I like chocolate. Fantasy Life on 3DS. Grindy janky feels like offline MMORPG. But 5 or 12 class is just about crafting and can change every class very easily. Fantasy Life on 3DS. Never heard of it, I don't think. Okay, thank you. I will look into it when I get to that list at some point. Okay. After this stuff is done here. Didn't do that right. Also, Moon Energy level 5, which means we get 6 guaranteed critical hits on our attacks. Which is rather substantial at this point. Also, the boy finally leveled up, so he's no longer at 1 HP. I just figured he's not gonna take any damage anyways. But I wasn't sure. And I was right. Oops, wrong guy. I wonder if going left first might be better, because then we can potentially get 2 swords immediately. I'm gonna try that. Turtles. Amphibian on a stick. But no. Okay, that's even worse. If the heckhound comes up, then that's a big annoyance. Yeah, okay, we cannot go left first because we can no longer close the door at the bottom there. Because the heckhound coming up means he's spawning minions, which means I cannot spawn the souls. These guys are literally called heckhounds, not hellhounds, by the way. Which I always found to be really weird. It's supposed to be hellhound, right? Ooh, chest. Just number 16, maybe. Get him! Guardian ring, maybe? Nope, cups of wishes. No blaze walls allowed. I didn't do that right. Wait. I think I need to go down right earlier, actually. Or maybe up left. I wonder if up left is gonna... would be sufficient. Anyways, I should absorb some MP sometime. Thank you for making your New Year's less hectic. Yep, we avoid all the heckhounds around here. But you're welcome. Thank you for being around on the journey. Chest? Ooh, chest. Chest number 17. Guardian ring, there we go. Wow. Chest count-wise, we got lucky. How many chests we needed in order to get the thing? I'm not sure we got lucky in how many chests we got overall, but I think it's kind of evened out, so overall reasonably lucky. Split. Right, split, thank you. See the split thing. Apparently 25 minutes before the previous run. That is with one accidental death and probably 10 minutes more break. Then again, I'm pretty sure I've taken more breaks previously as well. So there's not everything. But next break is gonna be after Mech Rider number 3. As I've mentioned before, I did go back to just buy equipment. Also, this poor guy just does not have much HP. He's weak to fire too. I'm sorry, Ractodactylus. I have to get past one of your brethren. He's not here willingly, but neither am I. I'm trying to stop the bad guys. after grinding out things for hours. Anyways, I'm actually curious if that Guardian ring is actually at least better than the Lazuri ring. Let me check. It is, okay. So this is technically better than the Lazuri ring. It's yellow. Yellow makes it have more defense, of course. Alrighty, so we have the Guardian ring. Make that green, and we have the amulet helmet. Alrighty, welcome to Hexes. Hexes has different forms depending on whether you stand far enough away from her to the top left, top center, or top right away from her. She is not weak to freeze in particular, but we are so over-leveled that we can just punch through her magic defense very easily with just a free spell casts. Well, I say over-leveled, but I'm actually not sure we are. I guess we kind of are at more or less as strong of a point as we could be. Without leveling up to 99 beforehand. Goodbye, Hexes. She did not switch forms because I was not far enough away in a given direction. I also didn't give her time to switch forms either, for that matter. Bring. Points at upper message about upper message. Points slightly upper message gun fancy life. Promise the last one. You level up jobs, very similar to old school RuneScape tasks. Okay, that's fair. Thank you. How utterly evil. Look at this guy, just scooting back and forth on his bike for fun. He's not even aiming at us. Well, that's not true, he's exactly aiming at us, but he doesn't really get an opportunity to do much about that. I used the wrong spell there. I meant to use Absorb. At least I have a Fairy Walnut as a backup. Anyways, that should be 9,099 damage. Excuse me, 999 damage, there's no 1,000 in there. But for once, I actually have high enough level Dispel Magic. And you know what? We also have Dark Force, for once, at a high enough level that it makes a difference. Then again, it doesn't really make a difference, I might as well just spam Earthlight. Uh-oh. So here's a little fun fact. If I were to let this Earthlight go through and it kills the lady, I would gain experience that she currently has, modulo 65,430. No, 535. Anyways, basically I could get an absurd amount of experience if I were to let the lady go down here, which is not allowed in Glitchless. So I need to actually prevent that Earthlight from hitting her, even if it functionally does not matter if for me to win with that or not. I have to prevent this from occurring, because otherwise I would unfairly gain levels that I'm not supposed to have, or experience anyways. I mean, it would result in levels in the grand scheme of things. And I'm just murdering them. Well, I needed to explode him in order to power up the mana fortress so it can rise into the sky. Wait. That might have been the bad guy's intention. Maybe that wasn't a good idea. Save a frog. Frogs are friends, not food. Anyways. This is where we can buy endgame armor. Probably. I'm actually curious if I have enough money. Because I'm pretty sure this grind was a bit shorter than previous ones, so we might not have enough money to be able to afford a full set of armor for everybody. I'm curious. Probably. 1 armor, 2 armor. Yeah, okay, it's easily enough. 3 armors. Then we get 3 gauntlets. These gauntlets also give plus 5 strength. Actually, we only get 2 gauntlets. Then we get 3 needle helms. Actually, I think we get 3 gauntlets, actually. Because I said actually twice. Anyways. I'm not necessarily going to be spamming spells as much anyways. But I feel like it makes a lot of sense here. Also, we can get barrels for the first time. Barrels are useful to deny physical damage or have enemies, regular enemies, not bosses, just not see you, literally not see you, but well, that's kind of most of it. Anyways, I'm going to be taking a short break and then we level up no magic with the lady just a little bit so I can cast higher level Stone Saber for the upcoming grinds. And then we continue. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Thank you for making this a great journey. Quick break. Well, I say quick break, but let's say this is gonna be a longer break. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, get some proper food, and then we continue afterwards. Happy New Year's, everybody. Oh yeah, missing splits. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. Let us continue our little journey here. But first of all, I'm going to be casting a bunch of defenders, because this only costs 2 MP to cast, which is the quickest and easiest spell to cast for the lady. Because I want to level up Gnome up to level 3 or 4. Because petrification attacks are really good against enemies that are susceptible to it. It will both petrify them and reduce their current HP by half, and then deal the damage that the attack does, which means it is reasonably and relatively easily possible to just one-shot a lot of enemies despite them having really high HP. Thank you for the welcome back. What food did I eat? I had some French fries. I almost said pommes frites, but that's means technically correct, I guess, just not how the English. But yeah, pretty simple, but also effective. I have cold lasagna for later, that I could put in the oven if I'm not too lazy. Unfortunately, no more lentils. Level 2. Level 3. Also, the reason I'm doing this here is because I'm right next to Neko, where I can buy more fairy walnuts. So I'm gonna go up to level 4 here. I think level 4 is a good objective to have. It is going to be, I think, 17 spellcasts. I get 6 experience per spellcast here. Yeah, 17. 15 would be 90 plus 2. And this is only slightly inefficient. The reason why it is a bit inefficient is because I could be casting spells with the sprite at the same time in order to level them up too. But of course, well, functionally I cannot, because we already leveled up the sprite's spells all the way to the maximum that we can currently achieve. So it's more like the other way around. I should have had... well, I should have leveled up the lady's spells while I was doing that previous grind. More seriously, I guess. I did already do that. Because I did level up Luna. But I could have also tried to level up Gnome and other things along the way. I'm actually curious if Gnome would have helped against the swords or the book, because I'm not sure they can be petrified. I mean, maybe. Alrighty, and did I? No, I did not update yet. I can update the Needle Helm, the Vest Guard, and the Gauntlet in the tracker. Plus, I think what I'm gonna be doing here real quick is I'm gonna fly around the world and pick up all of the armor pieces that are on the list so far, which I believe we need to go to North Town and South Town for the initial view, and there's at least one thing that is exclusively in Tasnica. I believe that's the tortoise mail. Welcome to Nerendel. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you. And you're welcome. Remember as a kid taking ages to find Tasnica? That's very fair. Alright, tortoise mail has been acquired. What else can we get here? Gold bracelet, I believe, is part of the deal as well. Yes, gold bracelet is in fact the earliest that is on the list. Shield ring is on Gold Island. We already have a battle suit. We already have a duck helmet. I actually need to buy a new dragon helmet because I sold that one. Okay. That is Tasnica done. I don't know if going to Gold Isle... well, no, it's fine. I'm just gonna go by the list that I have created long ago. Gold Isle has a few items for sale as well. So, we buy the shield ring here. That means we have all the rings so far. Flower suit. Then we need to buy the unicorn helm. We already have the circlet. I actually forgot that. Well, did I delete that one? Could have deleted that one maybe. Also, why did I buy 3 needle helmets? I don't need 3, I'm gonna delete 2 of them. However, these are substantially better defense-wise. Fun fact, this only has 90 defense, but these gauntlets also have 250, or was it 245 or something, magic defense, which is actually an absurd amount in terms of how much they have. Anyways, we keep 1 Lazuri ring, then we have the shield ring and everything else as well. Then we upgrade our armor here to the literally twice as good vest guard, actually not quite twice as good. We keep 1 battle suit. And I'm still just trashing things because I have enough money anyways at this point. Then we go northern and southern to buy the remainder, I think. Oh, apparently there's something in Mandala that I needed to buy. The magical armor. No internet, we had to try anything on our own. I mean, it's definitely a very different experience when you just know, like intrinsically know, that there's not really anything you can look up anywhere or anything like that. Okay, we get tiger bikini. We get the tiger suit. And the ruby vest is the lowest armor that we're gonna have here. Then we also get the tiger cap. And the quilted hood. The quilted hood gives +5 agility for what it's worth. Agility gives you a slightly better chance to hit, but also importantly, you can reach the requirement in order to beat the agility from traps slightly quicker. Although since the boy can't really equip it, and this is not a solo character challenge run, it's not all that useful unfortunately for that purpose. So I'm just going to go to Mandala here, and this is where we pick up the last piece of armor. Then we have everything we can possibly buy. Except Germany. But Secret Mana was one of these games that came with a full guide, yep. And I read that through many times. It also has amazingly pretty illustrations. I can highly recommend you take a look at that one. Similarly, Lufia 2, aka Lufia in German, because there was no Lufia 1, also had really pretty illustrations. Yeah, basically in Europe there were like these big box games. There's Terranigma, Illusion of Gaia, Secret of Mana. I don't remember which others they were, but they were basically a bunch that just had really nice illustrations with like guides, hints, etc. And I just liked looking at it as a kid, I remember. Where was I? We have the magical armor now, so everything is there. Let us head over to the Pure Lands. Welcome to the next grinding spot. These Griffin Hands have really a crazy high attack power. They can, however, be petrified, and as mentioned before, petrification reduces the enemy's current HP by half. So if I petrify and crit at the same time, I believe I will one-shot them, maybe? No, actually, I think it's not quite enough damage. Also, petrification is not guaranteed. So level 5 Javelin, for good measure. The mushrooms don't drop anything. However, these Hagen over there, they do in fact drop a dragon ring that we want. The Griffins drop a Griffin helmet, which is the only helmet in the game that gives you a strength bonus, +5, so it is rather substantial. So around here I might as well just run around and defeat the enemies that happen to spawn in this area already anyways. Also, I should have the sprite be set to be attacking more aggressively as well. And as you can see, if I don't have to cast spells in order to defeat these enemies, it is also substantially faster. No chest so far, but that's okay. Welcome to PTSD land. These Griffin Hand give you PTSD. Uh-oh. I mean, they're pretty mean, because they have really high power. And if you did not know about the shop where Necklace sells you extra armor, this entire area here is very, very dangerous. I think you didn't display a number there, sir. There we go. Anyways, welcome to Dragonworm. This thing has, well, a lightning weakness, and I have high enough spell points at this point that I can just spam Thunderbolt, which is stronger than the Wind Blades. Even if it costs literally twice as much and is not nearly as efficient damage-wise. I'm much to MP-wise, but we have more than enough at this point. So it works. When in doubt, cast Fireball. I mean, we can cast Fireball. It's just not as strong as other options. I mean, even with having proper armor at this point, they still deal over 100 damage. I mean, literally 101, I guess. That is the wrong character to cast fire spells. I meant to cast fire spells with you. Anyways, Fireball is in fact a solution to this boss right here. He has, I think, 2800 HP if I'm not mistaken. The lady deals more damage because she never leveled up Salamander. I keep accidentally selecting her. Cast Fireball's basically a joke until 5th edition D&D, where it's actually strong. It wasn't strong before? Interesting, actually was not aware of that. Because I remember the Baldur's Gate 2 speedrun, at some point at least, used to use Fireball in order to just cheese a bunch of fights or something. Then again, that's also a video game, rather than the tabletop. And yeah, Griffin Hands can absolutely combo you super easily. Way to go. So the initial objective here is to get all the way to the blue dragon. Oops, what am I doing? Ooh, chest. I don't remember what the trap agility for this is, but there's a high chance I need to level up my... analyzer a bunch here. Oh, no, we're fine. Chest number 1 from the Pure Lands is number 18. Chocolate won't fit. That's the standard drop. Oh, there's an eggplant guy. Ooh, chest. Eggplant men drop a ring. I don't remember which one it is, and I don't remember the trap agility level either. Let's see. We can open it. Yes, okay. Chest number 19. We get an axe level 5 in there. Taco 52. Cup of wishes that won't fit. Shame. These eggplant men are some of the ones that are more tricky to get. And these ones here are particularly difficult to... Oops, that's the wrong guy. These ghosts here are particularly annoying to defeat because you cannot use physical weapons on them. You have to use spells. So effectively, I preferably combo the ghosts while killing other enemies. Although there is a really nice room with 3 ghosts in them, it's just going to take a while until we get them done. So don't attack the eggplant man after he casts Lucid Barrier, because you could theoretically cancel your own damage you did before he cast Lucid Barrier. Also, this unfortunate friend here is weak to freeze, which is max level. And he does not even have 3000 HP, so 3 times 2 spell casts will defeat him. Bring. Get a javelin orb. We basically want to level up our weapons as far as we reasonably can. Don't hit that guy again. Don't hit him. Okay. No chest. These need lines unfortunately don't drop anything interesting for us. There is a ghost. This is also one of those locations that is actually pretty decent for grinding. Because there are griffin fans right here. Inside is an eggplant man right next to the entrance. And it's a pretty good combo this way, honestly. Don't hit him again. Ah, okay. Welcome to the dragon. This guy has slightly over 3000 HP, so 3 times 2 volleys do not do the trick. He needs a little bit more convincing. That was too quick. I'm on the front page or something like that, theoretically. Sometimes. It should be phasing in and out, I think. Alright. I'm chaining too many spells, I need to give them some time until they resolve. Otherwise I'm gonna lose damage. There we go. Red dragon down. Once we knock out the blue dragon... Wait, what does the blue dragon give you for orbs? Because I forget. Does the blue dragon give you any orbs? Anyways, I guess I can't use the save point afterwards if I knock him out. So maybe I shouldn't do that. Right, he is dead. Next one. Welcome to your Mighty Storm. I hope you enjoy your stay. And yes, this is a yearly occurrence, if you will. So, knock out the ghost. Hope that the chest doesn't get stuck inside the walls. Because that would be unfortunate. No chests were had today, that's okay. Hello, welcome to Davy Boy, hope you're doing well. Here we have another Eggplant Man. Eggplant Men have pretty low defense, etc. However, I believe they have evasion, so sometimes you see my javelin just stick into them, and the game decides, nah, you didn't hit, and, well, just doesn't deal damage. Like, that's actually what happens. There is a random chance to just hit or miss on these guys, and I think at this level we have like a 80-ish% chance to hit, which is substantially better than early in the game, but still a substantial chance to miss as well. I have no idea where I just casted that freeze. Oh, right, there's a Eggplant Man in the top left, actually. I'm surprised I could target that one. That's not supposed to be the case. Anyways, this Eggplant Man here is a pretty good spawn if you specifically need to farm these guys. I'm just hoping to get lucky in the ghosts because at this point we have leveled up our spells for the most part all the way. So anything more just doesn't really help me. They are weak to Lucent Beam, but the lady also would need to level that spell up a little bit before it deals substantial damage. Actually, that's surprisingly good for level 0. No chests. Okay, we're gonna absorb some MP from these guys. Or I'm gonna try, if they don't die beforehand. Wow, rude. Anyways, it's a 1 in 16 chance for them to drop a chest. And then a 10 in 64 chance. No, wait, 7 in 64 chance to get the rare drop. Welcome to the Thundergigas. He is an evil creature, aka evil type, which means he reverses spell or MP absorption effects. So don't try to use MP absorb on him, because it's gonna backfire. I've done that too many times. Because I can never remember whether it's undead that absorbs or reverses HP or MP, etc. the other way around. Well, I say never, but sometimes I can remember, I guess. Also, the sprite was casting a spell, so they are entirely immune to the thunderbolt this guy just threw at us. He's also, of course, weak to Earth Slide because he is a Thunder Gigas and Ryu is Earth Element. That should probably do the trick. There we go. I have no idea how much HP this guy has, but I kind of have a sense as to, well, how much longer it might take. Also, these splits are not going to be useful until we get all of the items out of the Pure Lands here. I believe I got absurdly lucky in my previous run, so chances are high that we're going to be losing a bunch of time here compared to the previous run. But only time will tell. Actually, maybe time doesn't say anything. Absorb some MP. Okay, there's just a dragon over here, so I think it's time to grind now. I'm not knocking out the dragon until we get the items from this section. Which means time to go and upgrade the weapons. As far as we can. Alrighty, now we have all the money in the world that we could use. So we just upgrade all of the weapons to the max they currently can be. Well, not all of them. We keep 2 weapons at the lowest level currently available. And those 2 weapons are the sword, because the sword is the only weapon that cannot go past level 8.00. And part of the goal for the 100% run is to get all the weapons up to 8.99. Well, except for the sword, because you can't do that with the sword unless you use a glitch to get the mana sword early, which this is a glitchless run, we're not doing this time. So effectively, there is kind of an awkward way in how you have to level up your weapons in Secret of Mana if you want to get everything absolutely maxed out. Plus, there's functionally no reason to ever go beyond level 8.00 of your weapons anyways. And you can absolutely lock yourself out from being able to go past level 8.00 due to how the weapon level system works to begin with. Hope next year will be good. Thank you. I hope the next year will be fantastic for you one way or another. If it isn't yet, hopefully soon for you, my friend. And thank you for the Prime thing, I really appreciate that. Alright, this is going to be probably part of the location where we could knock out a bunch of these griffin hands. For now, I think I'm gonna go to the location I described earlier, where there is an eggplant man, a griffin hand, a ghost, and just see which one of those guys is going to give us the drop first. Ooh, chest. The 1 in 16 chance to get a chest, and then a 7 in 64 chance, aka slightly more than 10%, to get the rare drop. And we want the rare drop from this guy. And it's not Royal Jam. That doesn't fit. I do want to walk around on these areas here. Just for a little while, because there's a lot of enemies that we need the rare drops from. The mushrooms are being the exception. We don't care about the mushrooms just at all. So we just ignore them. And thank you, I appreciate that. Things are looking up. Let's put it this way. So, good news in a sense. No chest. Moving on. Save your game, yes please. What I should do is I should select the targeting thing just in case an enemy drops something. That way I can target the chest and it would tell me. Ow. Come on, Yaga, this is supposed to be glitchless and you're sliding around. Sometimes weird interactions happen in this game. I'm trying to not take advantage of them, but there's no way avoiding them sometimes. Anyways, I don't even know what that guy can drop. I know he's not. He has chocolate, it's fine. So I will probably start leveling up the lasers. Well, I probably should do this later. Because we need her MP also for... stone weaponry. Chest? No chest. We need the dragon ring from the Zahagen. The dragon ring has nothing special, it's just a ring with good defense. Which means it is actually substantially worse than the gauntlets, funnily enough. Even though it has slightly better defense, the +5 strength just kind of make the gauntlets outweigh any other potential benefit. The glitchless category does not ban all glitches. We're trying to play the game as it was probably intended in the glitchless category, is the short version. Which is as good as I can... I feel like... what's the word? I feel like that's as good of a compromise as we can get to. Actually, I'm gonna... Here. I'm gonna pick me the sprite so I can cast spells more quickly. Then if I set my AI control cactus to the correct settings, they should just attack the tomato guy in time. Well, they didn't. They also need to potentially have the correct weapon. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. I pygmy the sprite here because that allows me to cast spells more quickly. And that's kind of the entire purpose of that operation. I keep accidentally targeting the griffin hand up there. That is not the idea. So, what What weapon do I need to give you in order for you to attack that guy up there immediately? Let me give you the Griffin Claws. Maybe that works better. Happy New Year! Relative to 100, you suppose this is a small number. Well, it is a smaller number, but it is a crazy high number to me. Profness, thank you so much for a crazy long time of 98 months of support. Welcome back, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Well, let's see. Alright, he does try to punch before the lucid barrier comes up. I'm not sure if it's particularly successful though. Anyways. With a guaranteed crit, I think this would be okay. Just gonna reset. And I need to give the lady some extra fairy walnuts for more magic juice. Okay, I'm gonna tell the boy to be at like medium distance. Maybe he's gonna attack earlier rather than go very much up close and personal. Okay, we're just gonna reset as soon as the thing fails. Attack the wrong thing. I believe last time I actually used a javelin on the boy and manually targeted it. The problem with this is that I cannot have the sprite be pygmy at that point, because otherwise the sprite will run up and just mess up everything. Yeah, this technically works. Wait, actually whip is really good for this. Sprite with the whip might actually be the plan. If I can give the boy the whip, he might be able to reliably one-shot. Then I could control the sprite instead. Which would allow me then to subsequently control the sprite here and knock out the ghosty. Let's try that strategy. That could work. Give the boy guaranteed critical hits. Pygmy the sprite so I can cast spells more quickly. Because when you're pygmy, your spell animation is just shorter. Let's see. Okay, that kind of works. I think the eggplant man just didn't, whoops, cast immediately. Which, to be fair, is actually quite okay with me. I guess you guys don't always do that. I ended up dashing to the right because otherwise the air control cactus would try to hit the eggplant man a second time, which would kind of not help. Huh, yeah, sometimes the boy went over to the side. Other times he doesn't. I wonder what the difference was as to when he went in there. Maybe if I run into the pathway there, that could maybe work. Oh, chest. Chest number 21. We use analyzer on the chest in order to disarm the trap. If you have a high enough level analyzer, you can just guarantee disarm the trap. Which is very helpful in order to not run into traps. Blinking red means it's good, which is very counterintuitive. Yeah, sometimes they just take a step to the side and immediately attack, other times they just don't. Maybe it depends on where I enter the area from. I think the bow in any case is too slow, so... Let me give you the axe back, maybe that works better. Nope. Maybe it entirely depends on the enemy's movement. That is also entirely possible. Yeah, I think in order to reliably hit that guy, I would need to control the boy myself. That seems the most reasonable. Gonna grab the javelin for that then. Because I think the javelin has a slightly faster animation. Means we unpygmy the sprite. Otherwise the sprite will just run headfirst into the enemies every time. Because sprites are weirdly just aggressive in their attack pattern. Yeah, that just works. We're already into the gear grind. Indeed, welcome to Yukio. Hope you're doing well. Oh, another chest. This could be a good one. Let's see. Chest number 22 total. And we get Royal Jam, 1 fit. Which is the case most of the time. Ooh, there's another chest immediately after. Chest number 23, and I need to analyze the chest rather than anything else, so... Oops. And we get a need line getting whacked. Cups of Wishes, 1 fit. The lady's movement seems so erratic when she goes to attack over there. Oh, another chest. Alrighty. I think we're definitely catching up on the chest count here. Number 24 total. Royal Jam, 1/5. I don't even need to move with the boy, I can just attack. That actually might be my best place to grind these guys out then, potentially. Even when I don't need the griffin foot and such later on anymore. Is this normally where we grind the needle beads as well? You grind the needle dudes? The Royal Jam is a good item, yeah. It's a full heal, and if you use it early enough, it can even revive a character from 0 HP remaining. Very nice, another one. Number 25. And Royal Jam, 1/5. Oh. Sprite is out of MP, I'm gonna wait. They could have easily just... I wanna hit the other one. Maybe now? Yeah, I don't know why I can target the upper griffin hand from here. But I'm also not complaining. Mostly just surprised. Lady just goes over there, because why the heck not? Oh, another chest. I don't remember what level I needed in order to guaranteed avoid the traps in the chests when I can stop casting Analyzer. Griffin Helm! We got him! Alrighty, that's a really nice one because now the boy has +5 extra strength from this thing alone. There's literally one helmet remaining in the entire game that we don't have yet. That one is not until the Mana Fortress, and it's not even a rare drop, it's actually a common drop, interestingly enough. Alright, so... I think I'm just gonna stick around here. For the Eggplant Man. I'm not sure I should be sticking around for... the Ghost here. Actually, I wonder whether I don't even need the critical hit. Ghost is done? No, the Ghost is not done, but there is a room with 3 ghosts at the same time, which is probably more efficient. But there's not really a good room for... Well, there's at most 1 Eggplant Man And this one here I can literally enter and just immediately attack. So this seems to be basically almost as good as it gets, realistically. Oh, another chest. Number 27. And we get need line that get whacked in it. It doesn't help me. Moth's magic faded. Cup of wishes won't fit. I didn't realize this guy could just walk out of the way. It's kind of funny that he just hasn't done that until now. Oh. Moth burning is no fun. Please be careful. But enjoy the soup. I think if I don't hit, it just makes more sense to reset. Maybe it also makes sense to give the lady critical hit chance for these cases where she ends up hitting. Also, the sprite just removed the critical hit there. Oh wait, no they didn't. Apparently it was fine. I think, in a weird kind of way, Seeker of Mana rare drops are actually, to me personally, kind of a little bit of a sweet spot. Because they are rare enough that it is unusual that you just get the rare drop rather than anything else. But they're also common enough that if you specifically grind for them, normally it's not gonna take you, like, hours. Like, if you're specifically hunting for one drop, let's say an hour, maybe two, depending on how efficient you are and what your target is within reason, I guess. So it still takes a reasonable effort, but compared to other rare stuff, it's not nearly as crazy, I guess. It's not 0.01% drop rate. Certainly not, yeah. You're going insane and farm the last iris item for 42 hours? Yeah, that would be an example of one that would be, in fact, very unreasonable to try and grind out in comparison. Secrets of Grindia was obviously a grindfest, but if you picked a thing in specific Lentford, you would get it in a not unreasonable time. True. Grindia is also very nice in that. Farming pink tails in Final Fantasy IV. I don't know the drop rate of those. I know it's rare, but I don't know how rare. .404, just not found. I did play Grindy on stream, yes. But it was with Bonsai Beer. Pigtails were originally a 1 in 256 chance. I give it a good luck. I see it. Depending on whether you commonly get the encounter, that could take a while. And Happy New Year to you as well, Scala Kitty. Hope you're doing well. Taco reaches level 60. Have you ever seen a level 60 taco? They are exactly in one screen in the whole game. I believe they were a rare encounter too, so it's not a lot. And I hope you're doing well too. Oh, I see. It's looking up. So overall, can't complain. Ooh, chest. Especially not if I get chests. Chest number 28. Let's see what we get today. We get a bunch of need lions getting whacked. Watcher ring! Nice! We already got that one too. Watcher ring from the eggplant man. This is actually a pretty decent one overall. I believe it prevents burn and freeze status effects. I think. Anyways. That's really awesome getting that one within a reasonable amount of time. Now, next thing is probably going to be the ghosts. And then trying to get the Sahagins afterwards. Can ignore the griffin foot at this point. Actually, this room here might be pretty decent for Sahagins and the ghost at the same time. I actually like that idea better than just going exclusively for the ghost or Sahagins. Let's see if entering it from the top is going to be more beneficial. I can attack the ghost more quickly with the sprite, so maybe it is more beneficial, yes. And in the meantime, I can take the boy over to the side and defeat the two Sahagins. I say the two Sahagins. I don't know if there could be more encounters in here. It's probably not. Okay. Yeah, that works. I like this. How early can I cast? I can immediately cast. Very nice. Chest. Ooh, chest. Let's see what it's gonna be. Chest number 29. I feel like having the full chest counter here kind of definitely proves that so far I've been lucky. Like, it is a 7 in 64 chance to get the rare drop if I get a chest. So we have gotten a significant amount of... Well, we have gotten an average amount of chests, I think, probably. At least it feels average at this point. But I think we have gotten well over the expected amount of rare drops from them already. Because so far we've gotten the Cockatrice Cap, Amulet Helm, Griffin Helm, and the Watcher Ring. Those are 4 items that we have gotten out of these chests. And with a slightly higher than 10% chance, I think we were expected to have about 3 by now. We have 4, which is very nice. You think I'm... level 600... 600 health was it for that you say? Or let me actually just check. Just so I know. Maybe I'll remember it next time. Let's see, what are these things called? Ice ducks and ghost. They are literally just called ghost. Okay. Ghosts have trap agility of... Oh, no, that's a spectre I'm looking at, because there's a ghost type. I was about to say 24, that doesn't sound right. Trap agility of 40. Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure I'm way beyond that point at this point. I think you're right. Yeah, I have 70 agility. I'm way past the threshold needed. I don't need to analyze these chests anymore. Thank you for the heads up, because I was just gonna idly continue analyzing, because, you know, you kind of get into a rhythm when grinding. And I didn't even think about checking. I wonder if... Ooh, chest. I wonder if Burst can one-shot them. I think Burst cannot one-shot these. Right, I don't have to analyze her anymore. Just open them. Just number 30. Royal Jam, 1/5. Is analyze level 7 yet? It isn't, but it would be more efficient to spam it instead of just cast it once at a time. Let's see if Burst might be enough. It is not. They have like, what, 600 HP? 632. So it is barely not enough damage. So 2 Earth Slice it is, just for the faster animation. Happy New Year, Ghost Eye! Welcome, I hope you're doing well. And I hope you have an excellent start. Compared to SRS grinds, this seems easy. Oh yeah, definitely. This is nice and relaxing, with a decent pace. It's not that you don't have to work for it at times, especially if you get a bit unlucky, but also it's not absurd, so you can just progress at a decent probability at least. Wrong one. Probably should check whether it can even target chests or not, because I'm actually not even sure. Somebody yell at me next time we get a chest that I should check whether I can even use target on it. Ooh, chest. You cannot. Oh, that's good to know. So potentially I might have missed some chests. Royal gem, won't fit. Oh, I didn't realize that guy was not dead. HNY. My brain read that as honey. I like honey. Maybe I should make myself a buttered bread with honey once I wake up tomorrow. That sounds like a great idea, actually. And welcome home, Protness. I hope you have an excellent time. Acid Storm. Wow. How dare. I want a better... Ooh, chest. 32. Royal Jam, won't fit. Save my game, yes. I was about to say, maybe I could reset from the bottom more quickly, but no, it's gonna ask me every time if I'm gonna save the game, which definitely would not be faster. Oh. I'm out of MP. In which case, we're gonna cast Lucid Beam on you. Oh, okay. I was about to say the Sahagin on the right might just die, which is why I didn't want to cast MP Absorb. But we're fine. I could, at this point also, pick me the Sprite, you know, to cast spells quicker like I usually say I do. No reason not to. The Sprite is not getting involved into a scuffle anyways. And now they can even absorb some MP before we knock out the turtles. Turtles? Sahagin. Ice ducks. Okay, I need to get used to the new speed of the Sprite now, just casting spells way quicker. By the way, do you see the little Sprite just trying to be super aggressive? That's specifically a part of the AI the little guys have when it's just pygmy characters. They're just hyper aggressive for some reason. Just plus plus, just number 33. Very nice. Okay, this is significantly faster spellcasting. Ooh, chest. I can see the chest. Very sneaky. But not sneaky enough. Royal Jam, 1/5. Was Rabbits on stream? Do not tell Tiago to open it. It's a very tasty chest. Maybe I should give it... Actually, give me a second. Can I do something for you here? Filters, add. If somebody has like a picture with an outline of a chest, maybe that it makes it stand out more against the background. Or like a fat black outline probably would already do the trick, huh? So I can briefly adjust that. Hold up. That way it's not going to be as confusing. A lot of people are gonna yell at me that it's not centered if I don't center it properly. Which I think this is centered. Alright, so how's this? Very ad hoc. Honestly, that looks terrible. I don't like it. I don't like it. If somebody has a nicer outline, just maybe around the corners. How about this? This does not appear to make a difference. Maybe use the sprite of an open chest. Reminds you of that time we added the Grimer to the stream for certain things, including glorious Metroid Grime, Grime Evil, and Optimus Grime. Those were glorious times, I agree. Should do another Grimer only challenge sometime. Maybe if I put it in the top right corner, it's more obvious. At that point I would also need to have a stronger outline for the text as well. Also, I know the text is not centered, but the text was... Well, I guess I can center it again when we reach 3 digits. Large arrow to the chest. It's fake, does not open. Maybe. Alrighty, let's just leave it there. If somebody has better suggestions or ideas, let me know. Hello, welcome. Ah, that was a nice interlude. Good to break the rhythm. Actually, is it a good thing that I broke the rhythm? Huh. Oh yeah, the donation bar is still there. Holy crap. I forgot. Thank you. We can get rid of that annoying thing. Because people have been absolutely crazy generous. It doesn't really fit here, I will say. I think I'm gonna leave it up there. You were hoping the green bar would just extend it to the game screen. I think we would need to code that one differently for that to happen. It could be funny initially, although I would just kind of feel bad that I have obstructed the game screen at that point. I don't like doing that. Like, little overlap generally is okay. Just preferably nothing notable. Although I guess the fossil hello is kind of the antithesis of what I just said. So I guess I'm okay if it's adorable. Then again, I usually don't even get to see it. Hypocrite moth. Yeah. So I've been getting better with stuff that is just over the screen, because often when people stream 16:9 games or 16:10 and have like their splits overlaid over the game, it doesn't bother me as much anymore as it used to. But if somebody has like an animated GIF on the screen, I cannot handle that. If I really want to watch the stream, I will open up a notepad and just kind of lay it over the animated GIF, because it just does not work with my brain. My eyes are gonna be consistently be drawn over to that thing, and I don't like that. In a similar vein, it's also why I can't really watch... Ooh, chests! I love chests. In a similar vein, it's also why I can't really watch PNG tubers. Like, I think it's a great way for them to just express themselves that way. Royal Jam would fit. But I just can't watch it. It doesn't work. PNG tuber. Basically like VTuber, but they are just using like individual images. Transparent splits over a game screen is horrible for encoding. I never even thought about that, I guess. That's true. The only animated thing you tolerate is the timer. Yeah, the timer is a consistent animation, right? And it's supposed to be there because number go up makes sense because time goes through. I'm a dingus. As long you don't mind them as long as the sprite is reasonably sized. A quarter of the screen is too much. Well, that's fair too. I just can visually not properly process it. It just doesn't work. Again, I think it's great for people that like it and enjoy it. I don't want to take it away from people. I'm just saying I literally cannot watch it without going crazy. It's more of a me thing rather than anything else. Sometimes the javelin just doesn't go down far, and I'm not sure why. Like, it's just... Wait, is that a solid wall? Wait, why is this... I guess it's supposed to be a cliff. Well, no, it's supposed to be a rock, I guess, rather than a cliff. Like, I thought of this as a cliff, but you can't shoot across it. You could easily be a PNG tuber. I know. I'm sorry. It's not happening. Like, the thing is, Fuzzle is the channel mascot. I'm not Fuzzle. So, theoretically, that kind of would be like a perfect idea for a VTuber if you were to enjoy that. But I'm not a fluffy, friendly creature. Oops. Ooh, chest. Well, I might be friendly, but not fluffy. Royal Jam, won't fit. Face cam sounds horrible today. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not intrinsically against face cam, it's just for me, face cam doesn't work because... if I feel like I'm observed, I am consistently going to be very tense. Also, I just accidentally absorbed the sprite's MP there backwards. Oh, it's only 2. Interesting. Ooh, chest. Chest number 37. Hurrah. And then there is a royal jam that won't fit. Am I running ads to eliminate pre-rolls because... I'm actually running ads because apparently ads are running anyways. So I might as well just run them in a way where they eliminate pre-rolls. I would not run ads if Twitch didn't run ads. Impring! We got him! Nice. So I think that's 38. It's just as a Haggins left. This is the ideal case scenario because these are the easiest to grind. Nice. Okay. But yeah, the short version is I would not be running ads if it wasn't functionally a requirement at this point. And at least this way I have some marginal control over it, where I can run them. So at least people that try to come into the stream and join the stream don't get bombarded with ads immediately. Oh, wave. Hey then. I have time to wave right now. Well, until we are fully buffed. Oh, the lady has no more MP. And this is the last fairy walnut we have. Maybe this fairy walnut is enough. She has a pretty high level gnome at this point, so single target saber buffs actually last for a really long time. Alrighty, wave. I'm gonna stop waving now. Yeah, thank you then. Ooh, chest. Chest. I love chests. Royal Jam would fit. This is my kind of gambling, you know? You have a decent chance to win, and a 1 in 16 chance to get a chest is not that terrible. Although it can sometimes take a while, especially depending on enemy. Am I going the wrong way? Where are the Zahagins? I think I'm going the wrong way for the Zahagin screen. It's not over here. No, this is wrong. I need to go the other way. Also, by the way, this was my original spot where I grinded out the eggplant man. With a javelin, it worked out pretty well. But I think the other screen where I can literally just press the B button as soon as I enter is probably better. It's easy enough to schedule your content around ad breaks. Man, I don't want to take as many breaks as Twitch wants to run ads is the catch. At least that's the problem for me. I don't take breaks every hour. I take breaks every like 4 hours. I often just kind of am so absorbed into the game, trying to talk with chat, etc., that I completely forget about everything else. That's just kind of how I operate, I guess you could say. You don't take breaks? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just breaks are not scheduled in my brain. Also, apparently I'm wrong. It is further ahead. This is not the Zahagin room you were looking for. You can take small talk to chat breaks during this time. I mean, you can. Absolutely, it is a possibility. But it's difficult, you know? If you are just so trying to focus on the game, interrupting whatever flow you have or trying to continue engaging with the thing that you're engaging with for something completely unrelated is just weird to me. Yeah, I guess train has no brakes. Brain has no brakes, I guess. Like, it's absolutely a possibility, and I argue it is the good thing to do with the current system that is forced into place. Ooh, chest. And we get an eggplant man that gets back. Royal Jam. Wait. I'm stuck. Hold up. No, don't. Oh no. Okay. I'm stuck. You can get stuck in that corner, and the others just join me. Oh boy. I'm glad the magic rope works here. I did not know you could get stuck in that corner. Hold up, where's my second controller? But yeah, anyways, taking breaks and talking to chat or anything like that is the correct thing to do with the system that is forced into place. But it's just really, really difficult for me. Like, genuinely. Okay, so I'm actually using a second controller just to start activating it briefly, just so I have a way out of here. But if you just go over here, you just get stuck. What the heck? I had no idea that was a thing. Like, I can't even run outside. It just you just are stuck in there. What? Today I learned, don't go in that corner. It turns out I haven't explored literally every corner of the game yet. New jank, indeed. At least new jank to me. And yes, so the thing is, the longer you play a game, you don't stop running into weird details, you just start noticing more and more minuscule differences compared to, like, the larger stuff. Initially, you notice, oh, there's 3 Sahagins in this room, that's a good place to grind out the Dragon Ring. And then you noticed, well, this room has a cliff that is not a cliff, you can actually not shoot across. And this room has a corner where you can just get permanently stuck in. It's just... Basically, because you already noticed the other stuff, you just start focusing on all the tiny things that you haven't noticed before. Was it past here? Wait, this was a way better room than the other one with 2 Sahagins. This would have been a way better room. 1 goes 2 Sahagins. Hindsight. I'm pretty sure I've used that one in the past, I just forgot about it. Here, this one. This is the one. This is 3 Sahagins in a trench coat. I don't know why in a trench coat is the thing that came to mind, but here we are. There's even a ghost in this room. I actually wasn't aware of that one. Maybe I was at some point. Come on, lady, don't get stuck up there, please. Oh yeah, by the way, I did know that about this one. You can walk around behind the screen transition trigger. So if I go up with the bow here, I go to the previous room. Because you just walk around the screen transition trigger. It's an old comedy bit in general. 2 kids in trench coat acting like an adult. Interesting. Ooh, chest. Chest number 41. More royal jam? You know what I need to do? I need to eat some royal jam so it fits next time. Here, you get some jam, you get some jam, and I get some jam. Very tasty. By the way, I have just plus the entire time. I might have forgotten to press Ctrl S in order to save the file though. Ooh, chest. Delicious jam. More chests here. 42. Probably 42. Unless I made a mistake. Royal jam. Nice. Very tasty. Acid storm. Another chest. They are raining down like crazy, but then again, we're killing a lot of Sahagins pretty quickly here, so it's reasonably expected. Taco's weapon skill up, whip reaches level 6. Royal jam. Is Vilocar editing chests with that counter? No, unfortunately not. Would be great if we could. Ooh, chest. Royal jam. Nice. We need 1 more royal jam to fill our stash back up. The lady runs to the right, the sprite comes over to the left, and I hit that guy over there. At least that's the plan. Okay, the sprite needs new. Weapon enchantments. The boy needs new crit chances. I think the sprite too, actually. Welcome to your key, Paladin. Hope you're doing well. Turns out the lady also needs a new weapon enchantment. Oh, well, time to get a fairy walnut, I guess. Or a bunch. Turns out my previous run was really even luckier than this, because, again, I haven't even reached the amount of chests expected for the amount of rare drops I have gotten so far. So the previous run was just really lucky so far. We are out of nuts, indeed. Now we have more tasty nuts. I'm rich, just a little. The nature of the grind. Whoops. And back over there we go. Just in case you're wondering, I'm pretty sure the lady has the Stone Saber buff, even if it doesn't display. I left the screen slightly early for... well, it just didn't update the visuals. Also, at this point, I probably should give people different weapons to start leveling up. You can have the punch. You can have the bow. I'm gonna take the whip. Have I found out the secret of mana yet? I'm not sure. I think it is 7 divided by 64 though. How long would a true glitchless run take, as in any glitch causes a reset? I have no idea. About 2 hours before I get bored. And do something else. I don't know. I would need to have a very specific list as to what would be considered a glitch in that scenario. Like, that's kind of the problem, right? What would you consider a glitch? Considered an impossible challenge? It's certainly impossible in Pokemon Blue. Because as soon as you start the title screen, you have a glitch, because it's probably not intended that it has the wrong cry on the title screen, the Pokemon that shows up. I forget which one it is. Okay, I have to admit, Whip is a terrible weapon for me to do this with, so I'm gonna actually do this. Give the punch to the boy. And just control the lady myself. Although that's not particularly ideal either, because then I can't leave the screen while casting spells. Boing. Weapon level up. The only downside of the claw weapon here is that I can't tell if he already lost all of his weapon charges or not. No, I know he still has them because I just refreshed them. Ooh, chest. Wonder if the lady can open them by now. Maybe I should have checked, but probably. No! She cannot! Wow, okay. I need to open them with the boy still. I wonder how far away I am from her being able to open the chest. She has 59 agility. These are ice ducks. Ice duck are over here. Trapper Jill is 64, so she would actually need to equip the quilted hood in order to disarm the traps successfully. Which, well, I'm not going to do. So I guess the boy has to be the one that opens the chest. Maybe I should have checked, indeed. On the bright side, so far, I have yet to leave a chest behind by accident after it spawned, being too trigger happy to switch screens. Chest number 46. Dragon Ring! We're done with this split. It's kind of wild that we're only 40 seconds behind the other one. If I played better, there's a chance this would have been way better too. Anyways, gonna give the boy the axe. Let's go. Gonna pig me the sprite. Let's go. Alrighty, welcome to the Blue Dragon. This thing is wind element, so just weak to earth slide. Who would have thought that the dragon is weak to getting, well, for getting thrown rocks at the face? Then again, to be fair, I argue most enemies are weak to this. There's probably not a whole lot that can resist consistent rocks to the face. Anyways, Dragon Ring has been acquired. That's crazy. Boing. Boomerang Orb. Fun fact, you can actually use the magic rope here in order to get back over to the safe shrine area just to the right of it. Skips you having to whack away some bushes and having to get past enemies. At least in a glitchless speedrun, that's very nice, because then you don't have to worry about things. Things just knocking you over. Alrighty. Wow, that went really well so far. Let's see, if we look a little bit ahead on the weapon orb splits, we can see that I got probably all weapon orbs and equipment at about 13 hours and 15 minutes. That seems like a crazy pace to match, honestly. But yeah, once again, for anybody who might not have been here at the beginning, the current objective is to get all the rare drops, which means all the remaining equipment upgrades and all the weapon orbs that we need to farm in the Mana Fortress. And once we have achieved that, we might be grinding for a little bit. Weapon levels, magic levels, etc. And then beat the game initially. The plan is to then take a good nap, which I expect to be about 15-16 hours in, by the way. So in about 8 hours from now, I expect to basically just beat the game initially. And then I'm going to take a good nap, like 6-8 hours. I don't know how long it will take. Whenever I'm gonna be waking up, we're gonna do the rest of the grinding. We're gonna do the level grinding for levels, weapon levels, and character levels if necessary. although that might always come just kind of along the way. And the idea is to just not absolutely demolish my sleep schedule or your sleep schedule if you happen to stick around the entire way. So we get some sleep and have a nice and comfy start into the year 2025. Because honestly, just mindless grinding, where we just whack enemies for hours on end with the correct weapons and cast spells over and over again, I think that's a good way to start. Just don't think about it too much, just do the thing. You're going to bed just after midnight? Definitely a good decision. It's going to be midnight in about an hour here. Time to take a break. Last time I took a break was 4 hours ago. Didn't I take a break more recently? I thought I did, but it is true. That is a good time to take a break. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and yell at Twitch for not letting me not run ads. I'm not actually gonna do that. I don't think that does anything for us. Alrighty, thank you everybody so much for the crazy support so far. It's been really nice. I hope you enjoy the journey. And soon we invade the Mana Fortress, beat up some bad guys, steal their weapon orbs, upgrade our weapons, power ourselves up, and see where we land. Take a break and run ads. I think that's a good idea. Also, Lafra Jim cheered 100 bits 23 minutes ago. I'm sorry I missed that one, but thank you very much. Happy New Year! Thank you for your kind words as well, and sorry about missing that earlier. My brain tends to be very occupied with other things sometimes. Alrighty. Take a break time. It's gonna be about 5 minutes. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, get some water. Water is actually an excellent idea. And some tea. Break time, everybody. Alrighty, I'm back. And I have tea. Fennel tea. I actually don't know if that's how you pronounce that in English. I don't think I've ever taken a break with this background music before. That's neat. Alright everybody, it is time to storm the Mana Fortress after we go and save, that is. Although, I feel like there's not a whole lot in the Mana Fortress that can knock us out easily. Usually the biggest danger tends to be the Master Ninjas at the end of it. But oh well, might as well. Just go for it. Also upgrade our weapons to the maximum that we can. How much money do we have? 1.3 million. That's a lot of monies. Good evening. Happy New Year, Califax, thank you. Thank you kindly for the $20.25 donation. That might be 20 euros. Let me just add that to my tracker real quick. Because I'm still gonna keep track of these things. Thank you so much, that's really nice of you. Welcome to Hagrid, hope you're doing well. Hagrid? Feel free to correct me if you'd like to. That's more than 5 monies, indeed. And 5 monies is already a lot. It's a lot of money to a lot of people anyways. Alrighty, welcome to the Mana Fortress. There's a number of enemies that we need to discuss. One of them is this clown here. This is a Dark Stalker. Darkstalkers have a rare drop for a ninja glove. That one gives +5 agility as an accessory. And, well, it's a pretty good accessory, but it is still one of the few equipment rare drops that we need to get. There are, however, a few, well, not equipment rare drops, but just straight up rare drops that we still need to get as well. So let's give the sprites the whip, so they can go across the gaps and stuff. Should give everybody, once again, some more appropriate weapons, I suppose. As in, weapon enchantments. I'm using Stone Saber, because Stone Sabers can petrify, which means the enemy's HP is reduced by half, and then they take damage from the attack, if they can be petrified. Worst case scenario, if they are immune to petrification, the Stone Saber is still going to increase my damage output very slightly. And the concept of elemental damage does not exist for weapon enchantments in this game. Holy... oh my god. Holy crap. Anonymous? Is that a 0 too much? I kind of feel obligated to ask because, holy moly. If it's an accident, I'm happy to refund. But, oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the $500 donation. Wow. But yeah, I just feel obligated to ask because, you know, it could be. Anyways, these guys here, they drop the Spear Orb as a rare drop, and their common drop is an Amulet Ring. I don't remember if I have enough agility in order to already evade their traps. Let me check. Basically, your agility determines whether you can evade the traps of enemies that they drop. Or, well, the chests that they drop. We need 56 agility in order to avoid these traps, so yes, we absolutely have 56. In fact, the boy has enough agility to literally pick up every single chest in the game. And we get the Amulet Ring. This is the common drop. This is one of the items that we need in order to finish the thing. Holy crap. But yeah, thank you so much. And Anonymous says, Happy New Year! Thank you for doing the stream again this year. It is awesome, the highlight of the year. All the best. Thank you kindly. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Also, I need to knock these guys out here. These wolves are difficult to farm, so I should knock them out at every opportunity. And importantly, they drop the Claw Orb as the rare drop, which the problem about the Claw drop is that you need 2 of them. There are 2 weapons in this game where you only, at maximum, if you play normally anyways, get up to, well, you need to farm 2 of them in the Mana Fortress, is the short version. That's the Claw Orb from the wolves, which are difficult to farm because they are in awkward spawn locations, and the Fiend Head with the Axe Orb, which is awkward because those guys have over 1000 HP, so you literally can never even one-shot them no matter how hard you try, since your damage is capped at 999 and they are immune to petrification. At least I think they're immune to petrification. I don't remember if I tried that actually. I probably have. I'm using Moon Energy because this gives us plus... well, it guarantees critical hits, 8 of them currently. Captain Duck unfortunately does not drop us anything interesting. This guy up here, this is a Whimper. He has a rare drop chance of a Javelin Orb. Let's see if we get one. Also, I forgot to update the chest count. Power Suit is the common drop, which is also a really good armor. This is in fact the best armor that the boy can equip, because it gives +5 strength. And I need to make sure to delete the old armor, otherwise we're gonna overflow on these pieces. Let me up this real quick. Power Suit has been acquired. Fairy Cloak and Vampire Cape are the last 2 that we need here. Alright, moving on. welcome to Buffy. Buffy is weak to light elemental damage, so the lady actually can do substantial damage with her spells. The thing is, 8 MP to cast Lucent Beam is still not particularly efficient. But because I effectively can double cast with the Sprite and the lady at the same time, it might be reasonably worthwhile. Also, this is gonna be max damage right here by accident, because I didn't let the numbers display. But yeah, Lucent Beam is way too expensive for that to be efficient. Usually I just spam freeze with the Sprite, because I can just do this repeatedly without having to worry about spell points at all. Alright, Buffy done. Boing. Alrighty, so here I'm gonna give the boy guaranteed crits, because this next room here has the best location that I figured out anyways to farm the wolves in. That is wrong. I need to have very specific kind of movement in order to manage or to spawn the wolf lord coming up here. This guy needs to spawn. That's one of them. And then this other guy on the left side can also spawn. I believe this is the best location to have them spawn, but it's very finicky trying to get them to spawn both of them, or even just one of them sometimes. It depends a bit on how the other enemies behave, whether they go off screen in time or not, etc. Blazewall. It's not gonna deal much damage, but it's gonna engulf her in flames, which means she's gonna be slowed down. So he's a healing herb, medical herb, that just literally removes any negative status effect, including engulfed in flames. Imagine, you get engulfed in flames by a dragon and your response is to just chew on an herb and you're fine. I think that's pretty good. Uh-oh. Challenge? Alrighty. Farming strats based on those main level. Alrighty. This is the only boss in the game that is weak to dark. This is Red Slime. He expands the more damage he has taken. And the interesting thing to me is anyways that when I was a kid, I could not figure out how to defeat this guy with magic. Like, the guide told me that shade magic is really effective, but when I tried it, it just dealt 1 damage. That is because I never leveled up shade, and this thing does have a decent amount of magic defense. So, because it didn't work, I just used weapons. But you can easily get stuck just kind of on the outskirts of this slime thing and be unable to hit it with various weapons. I distinctly remember where I was once stuck in the bottom left corner. So in order to hit the center with my weapon, I needed to charge up my javelin attack to like level 4 or 5 in order to be able to hit him from all the way in the bottom left. And you know, it worked. If you ever get stuck against this guy, just let one character go down, because he always positions himself in the center between the living characters. So worst case scenario, you just let 2 characters go down, and then he's just going to slowly move over to that one character. Alright, the dress sign down. By the way, these bosses in the Man Fortress don't give weapon orbs. It is my belief, and I have absolutely no way to verify whether that's true or not, that the reason why they don't drop weapon orbs is because if you have a weapon orb that is supposed to drop, but the enemy, well, doesn't, because let's say you already got a rare drop from an enemy earlier on that they were supposed to drop, well, you just softlock the game. Like, if you do this in anywhere else in the game, that's just what happens. So in order for them to prevent you from soft-locking like that, because that's a very real thing that could possibly occur, they just decided to remove the orbs from these bosses. That's my... what's the word? That's my expectation, that is my guess as to what happened there. And I will guess that the 2 weapon orbs that were supposed to be on these bosses were then relocated to the underground ancient area, because there's 2 chests out of bounds that you can never access. Although, theoretically, it could have... those 2 chests could be there, placed there intentionally, I guess. Because maybe you wanted to regulate that there's not as many enemies spawning in that section, because the underground section of the Sunken Palace is quite scary, let's put it this way. So maybe they could have placed it there as a way to reduce enemy spawns, because they're permanently spawned in there. Anyways, that's just kind of my guess as to what happened, but again, unfortunately I have no way to verify those ideas. Hypothesis? There we go, that's the word. That's a good one. Thank you. The lady unfortunately cannot recover her spell points without using fairy walnuts, so we need to feed her. Alrighty, 7 in 64 chance to get the rare drop here. Let's see what we get. Chocolate that won't fit. Okay, just 49. The out-of-bounds chests are probably left over from debugging. The thing is, they just kind of fit so neatly into that theory. It's entirely possible that it could just be leftovers. But it's also, they are sit in a room exactly in the middle where you're supposed to be able to access them if they were in the other area. Basically, there's 2 versions of that underground section. One where there's NPCs walking around, a non-combat area, and one where, well, the chests are located, but the enemies are outside, where you can never technically get in there. Also, by the way, the only other enemy that is weak to dark, I think, is this guy. There's probably more that I'm not sure about, but this is one of the few guys. These Terminators drop us the Whip Orb. These wolves here, I'd like to have the Claw Orb for them. That would be very nice of them if they could give that to me. Couldn't it also be that the 2 orbs you have to get are from enemies? I mean, that is currently how it is. You have to get them from enemies and there's nothing you can do about it. Well, it's not technically true. There's some glitchy ways where you can get stuff early. Actually, I think access you still cannot. Although I might be mistaken on that. Anyways, that is what you currently have to do, in fact, in order to, well, get the weapon orbs, which is also what I plan on doing today. Get all the weapon orbs from all the enemies. These Master Ninjas here drop us the Boomerang Orb. They are arguably the most dangerous enemy remaining in the entire game, because they can effectively just straight up one-shot me. Because most enemies cannot actually critically hit, but the Master Ninjas, they can. And the reason why that's such a big problem is because they also can enchant their weapons with Stone Saber, effectively meaning that they half your current HP and then hit you, and if they crit you, they can deal up to 999 damage regardless of your level and armor, basically. They are kind of absurdly strong if they get lucky. But they need to get pretty lucky in order for that to happen. The bot is down. Hey, did I do it? Wrong thing. Level 2x might be good enough. It is. These guys don't have much HP, but they have very substantial physical defense. So, basically I'm just running around here. I'm mostly aiming to try and get the boomerang orb from the Master Ninjas, because these are some of the more awkward enemies to farm, and I'm just taking the other enemies up along the way, trying to see whether they could also drop me a chest, just if they feel like it. I really like the music in here. Every time I've done Secret of Mana 100% run, I don't think I've ever gotten tired of this music. It's just really good. The only unfortunate thing is that whenever sound effects are happening, it interrupts the music. Yeah. That guy just dealt 682 damage to the sprite. That was a one-shot. At max HP and level, the sprite would have survived that. But yeah, they're crazy. Stone sabers. Ow. Okay, I was walking at the exact wrong place. Level 70. By the way, fun fact, kind of like a whip, these enemies can actually not attack when you stand right next to them. So if you just push into them, they cannot hit you. Like literally, they physically cannot hit you. Because they have like a minimum range. I should actually go up the area, I think. There is an orange guy that we should knock out. Oh, chest. Chest number 50. What do we get today? It is not a weapon orb. I don't remember who dropped it. Power suit. We already have one. I need to actually delete this immediately, because otherwise you can only have up to a maximum of... Also, I need to delete this too. Oops. Actually, let me give the lady the imp's ring, just so we have enough inventory space. You can only have a maximum of 11 items in your inventory. Like, different items, that is. Sorry, my phone was ringing. Alrighty, we already have a power suit. That was a whimper chest in that case. Wait, how did you guys... How did the other guy get down there? I guess he must have walked while I was just standing around. That's not usually how they do things, which is interesting. Chest? No chests. Okay, there's that fiend head, I think. Yeah, those are the fiend heads. You actually cannot damage them while they are in their getting hit animation. And the higher your damage number is, the longer they are staying in that getting hit animation. It's actually quite annoying trying to defeat them. Because the best way I figured out is basically just deal like a high damage hit with your physical and just start casting a spell immediately in order to knock them out. Whimper chest number 2. Power suit again. Oh, wow, the lady got one shot there? I didn't even realize they could do that too. Is she not equipped with everything? No, she's equipped. Huh. Surprising. Can they crit as well? Because I didn't realize that if they can. Unfortunately, these enemies cannot be petrified, so we're just stuck with dealing measly little damage numbers. What? Are you missing defense? Like, the regular hits shouldn't do that much. Let me double check. Did I mess something up? She's Needlehelm, 140 defense, 94 Imp's Ring, 240 West Guard. I'm very confused. She took way too much damage. She got crit twice there, you believe? Was it a crit? I didn't read that, I guess. Wait, do enemies even get to... Does it didn't read that you got crit? I guess, I'm actually not sure now that I mention it. So at least one big number. Well, yeah, there were 2. It's just kind of mildly confusing that it happened consecutively. Because usually they take a while. Alrighty, tsunamis. We already have an amulet ring. Number 52. And we get an amulet ring. I can tell because you get kind of stopped in its tracks when you get a weapon orb, so I knew it was not a weapon orb because I didn't get stopped. Hello, welcome to Hugo. Happy New Year to you as well. No, they just deal that much damage, huh? I think when they get Stone Saber, they just deal that much damage. That's just what they do. I thought they needed the crit in order to deal much damage, but I am entirely mistaken. Holy moly. Going to use Lucid Barrier from here on out, I guess, to absorb a lot of damage. Well, all the fairy walnuts go to the lady, I guess. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any enemy that has a regular drop for a fairy walnut. That would be reasonably convenient. But all the enemies in here, I think that drop weapon orbs that we're looking for also drop. Ah, what other words? Every enemy that drops weapon orbs also drops, well, armor instead of, you know, fairy walnuts. Those would be nice. Javelin level 4. I should just charge up my weapon. Oh, wait, that's a bad idea at this range. Actually, that might be fine now I think about it. Wait, who has the cockatrice cap equipped then? Oh, it was the boy. I remember now. I saw everybody get petrified. I remember now. The boy actually gets a griffin cap now for the +5 strength. Hey Northrex, welcome. Thank you. Hope you're doing well. Ow. Stop. I think I only survived because the lady... Did you know that you can multi-target Revivify? Actually kinda convenient. I think I only survived this one because the lady was... immune to petrification. Good thing I equipped that thing. Alrighty, moving on. Happy New Year! You don't know what time it is in Sweden? I have to admit, I don't know what time it is in Sweden either. But I assume it's about the same time zone. It is 23:45 in Sweden. Nice. Same as here then. Happy New Year very soon. TM. Alright, we knock out the guys that get the stone saber. Well, I say that, but I need to just hit him before he hits me. There's really not much else to this. Get whacked. There should be... Isn't there a spawn of a wolf lord on this bridge? I thought there is, but I'm probably mistaken, I think. Here it is, 1745, still far from the goal. Soon, team. And you're indeed welcome. Whether you have been here or just recently joined, welcome. We have tacos. Well, we have taco. There's no S attached to tacos. Please don't eat taco. We need to smell still. It is currently 1946 over there. Nice. 2 chests. Can we make it 3? Ah. Anyways, plus 2 chests. Let's see. A fairy cloak. Well, that is a new armor for either the sprite or the lady. I'm gonna give it over to the lady for maximum defense. Getting rid of this one. So that was the common drop. Now we just need the rare drop. And we got it. Nice. We got the boomerang orb. Okay, I think it is time for me to get out of here for now. And we save that progress, because getting the boomerang orb early is fantastic. Because, as you can see, those master ninjas can really mess you up. And if you still have to farm them, that's just always an opportunity for them to just continue messing you up. So it's really nice of them that they just gave us the boomerang orb nice and early. The final boomerang, kind of like actually the second to last boomerang, has an increased critical hit rate, which can be quite useful if you're doing a solo character challenge run, because the boomerang can hit twice with its charge attacks. This was another amulet ring, because I can move already. Also, just counter ++. And as like before, I just need to remove these. I think the Wolf Lord are the ones that need to give me their common drop in order to get the last accessory. And then we'll be done with accessories. And I think the Terminators need to give me their common drop to get the last headgear equipment. So this guy could be, theoretically, my headgear equipment right here, on the table. Menu time. Almost sounds like I want to eat the fairy crown. Then again, what do you think a fairy crown tastes like? And no, magical is not a valid answer, even though it's a funny one. It tastes like flowers. Well, that's fair. Could be flowery fairies. Ooh, chest. This guy here could drop us a... well, an axe orb would be nice, but we get a vampire cape. Delicious vampire cape. Anyways, this is the last armor upgrade for now. And I think this might be all the armors. Wait, the boy cannot equip the... I didn't realize that the boy could not equip the vampire cape. Okay, official. It is official. The sprite is the vampire. That is the best defense the vampire the sprite can get. And we have now the vampire cape and the fairy cloak, and this, everybody, is going to complete our first categories. We have the armor set complete. From highest defense value, which I believe is the fairy cloak with 250, to the lowest one that we have in this set, which I believe is the ruby vest. So basically it goes ruby vest, tiger suit, tiger bikini, flower suit, I think. Then it is magical armor, then it's tortoise mail. Then it is battle suit, vest guard, vampire cape, power suit, fairy cloak. I think that's the order. I might be wrong on that. But it would be nice if we, you know, had that one in the actually correct order in our inventory one day. Which, honestly, I think is a great idea, but I need to plan for that. We can implement this next year. Ooh, just wait, I don't need anything from these guys anymore. Fairy cloak won't fit. So the reason why these are the selection of items that I have selected that I need to get is quite simply because it's highest defense value to lowest, and you can only have a maximum of 11 items or armor. You can only have a maximum of 7 different armor items in your inventory. That's kind of why this is the selection of items we are working with. I don't need to kill that guy anymore, we can just go. Loader. Or burst. Fun fact, burst is the highest level or highest baseline damage spell we possibly can cast. Ooh, chest. Would be so nice to get an early axe, but alas, it is not to be for now. Oh, also I forgot to update the boomerang. Where's the boomerang? Is that the bow or the boomerang? That's a bow. My OBS is too small. Swallowing half the information. There we go. We also have the boomerang. So on the left side on the screen you can now see that I'm just updating the little backgrounds, so anything that we have achieved is green. And hopefully before too long we're gonna have everything green. By the way, the lady just did not get Flame Vault. That is because she has the Fairy Cloak equipped, which prevents most status effects, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, it might be because she equipped the ring equipment thingy. The boy, on the other hand, he can still be engulfed in flames. I would prefer if he wasn't. Guys, this is glitchless. Please stop running through walls. I accidentally stepped onto the teleport pad. Oh, by the way, the boy also lost his weapon enchantment because the way they programmed in status effects, like engulfed in flames and snowman and barrel, is they functionally just give you a different kind of weapon temporarily. And in this game, whenever you switch weapons, you lose your current weapon enchantment. So it's a bit unfortunate that this is how it works, but, well, that's how it works. Fairy Cloak doesn't prevent dots for the most part, yeah. It also prevents being minute, which is inconvenient if you're trying to get your character minute to cast spells more quickly. Which is why I give that cloak to the lady rather than the sprite. Come on, buddy. Still need your ninja glove drop. Yeah. If I... Next time I get engulfed in flames, I can demonstrate the weapon stuff. Ooh. 7 in 64 chance. That's another amulet ring. Let me real quick... Ah, you guys didn't see, huh? I think I did not add the 500 last time to the tracker. But you guys can't verify because I'm a dingus. So I'm pretty sure I skipped one chest that we picked up and didn't track. So I added +2 just now. You don't have to track us in. I know! We can hide it now. Which is a nice thing, because genuinely, if you don't know me, if you might have just tuned in more recently, I don't like talking about money on stream. Like, I would prefer if that was just in the background, like passive income kind of thing. Just don't worry about it. That would be ideal. But unfortunately, I'm not in such a fortunate position. But as soon as I can remove that stuff, it's just like I'm happier. Let me try to spawn the 2 wolf lords here. I got one. Let me try to get the other one. I got the other one too. Nice. Every time I walk through here, I will probably attempt to just spawn these guys. Actually, you know what I've never done? I've never tried to give a weapon enchant to a statue, a petrification. I feel like I should try that sometime. That should kind of look strange, I would guess. Because it is technically a weapon you equip. I wonder whether it reacts to having a weapon enchant. Happy New Year! Also, yeah. Hope you have a fantastic start into the new year here. Or there. Put that on screen, it's important. The tracker? What? Is it the notation? It was. Basically, the short version here, let me... where is the thing? The short version about this is... that the goal has been absolutely blown out of the water. So it's absolutely mind-blowing to me, for one. And the other part is also, I don't know how much I need is a short version. Like, I know bills are coming in. It's also end of the year, so in Switzerland, tax stuff needs to be done, and then annual bills and biannual bills. So I need to make sure I can pay those. So I genuinely, normally I try to very exactly figure out how much I will need, so I can just, you know, not ask for too much, because I already feel like I'm asking for way too much every time. Because I don't like asking for money. But this time I just did not know how much it would be. Because I just know stuff is coming, I just have no idea how much. Anyways, I'm, at least this year, in a much happier place than I was last year. So... I think it's okay. Anyways, I will want to briefly get out of my room and just kind of wish my parents a happy new year. I will be doing that in just a moment here. So, everybody, I wish you all a happy new year. If it can't be happy because of circumstances that, well, are potentially outside of your control, I hope it's going to be as pleasant of a year as it can be. Because sometimes, you know, stuff happens that's just natural. Maybe, I don't know about you, but recently-ish, my grandfather, well, he was old enough that at some point he just needed to let go. That was... actually don't even know whether that was this year or last year. It's all kind of a bit of a blur. Anyways, sometimes these things happen, and it's life. But I wish you all a most pleasant happy new year. Take good care of yourself as well as you can. Hello, I'm back. Happy New Year, everybody. I wish you all the best that can be. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Let us continue, just running back outside here for a little while longer, because we already got one weapon orb, which is fantastic news. This guy cannot drop us anything useful, but he dropped a chest and I want to open it. Okay, never mind, there is technically something useful, or more specifically usable, I suppose. Royal Jam. It did in fact fit. That's actually quite amusing. noticed. The Darkstalkers still need us to drop us the ninja gloves. The Tsunami still need to drop us the spear orb, although I'm really not worried about the Tsunamis, to be honest. When I'm going to farm the Terminators, the Tsunamis are just basically going to be part of that farm to begin with, if I want to or not. You're going to bed. Rest well, Varlokar. I wish you all the best, my friend. Take good care of yourself and... a good start, I wish. Happy New Year, everybody. Thank you for being around, thank you for being part of this journey, and thank you for being you. And you know, I don't know if your brain is more willing to accept that, but some people tell me just being you is sometimes okay. Or being you is sufficient. My brain has a really hard time to accept that kind of thing. I always feel like I need to add more value to everything, because that's just how it works in my brain. But hey, I think it's okay to be just you sometimes. And sometimes even my brain can accept that. Happy New Year, Iceburner. And to anybody who's going to bed, because, you know, you might have other stuff to do the next day, or maybe you're just tired. That's okay. I wish you good night. Oh, right. My brain was like, let's go south in order to go to the desert. Right, we were not in the volcano anymore. It's a learning process being able to. Yeah. Also, I'd like to point out that I made fennel tea about an hour ago and I forgot about it. It's cold now. But at the same time, I think that's okay. I actually kind of like warm tea that is not hot anymore. I love the music in this little town. Even when you haven't brought back the item yet for them to get water, it's such a nice melody. Somber, I guess. Cold tea is only bad if you put something like honey in it and then it sits at the bottom of the cup somehow. I suppose. Hey Ultravald, throw us nice out to you as well. Sometimes it's difficult to switch from one language to another fluently. I try, but I stumble. But hey, was nice, ja, wünsche ich. I don't usually put honey in my tea. I don't tend to. I prefer to just have sugar. But that's just me. Level up! Level 5 Javelin. I wonder if it would be wise for me to start worrying about weapon levels already. You know what? I'm not going to worry about it. I'm just going to casual exchange weapons the way I feel like it's going to be useful, so we don't overlevel. You want to be 20 kilograms lighter, so your goal is to work out at home. Nice. Those sound like fantastic goals, Ryok. And if you achieve just a portion of one of them, let us know. I'm happy when people share that kind of stuff. Because, you know, it's rarely that you just go and achieve all the goals that you set out for yourself. Ooh, chest. But if you don't try, you're not gonna achieve anything, right? So I wish you the best of luck. And honestly, sounds like something I should do as well. I don't need to quite lose that much, but I could definitely do with building up some muscles again, because, well, you know, it's kind of nice and comfy sitting at the desk all day and doing my job here, but it's definitely not the healthy thing to do. Cutting sugar drinks is easily the hardest part of that. Well, I do have experience with that too, actually. For years I've been just drinking what is known over here as iced tea, which is not the same as iced tea. Anyway, it's kind of like its own beverage, let's put it this way. Lots of sugar, like tons of sugar, tremendous amounts of sugar, absurd amounts of sugar. And I drank that for years, many years. And at some point, I needed to move out of my little home, so I decided, you know what, it's gonna be much more awkward to get, you know, more iced tea over there. So I just decided, I'm just gonna drink water. And let me tell you, water was technically tasting fine, but I always had that weird sense in my throat, like as if I had an onset of a sore throat almost after drinking water, or like just in general drinking water. That was really annoying, but it was literally just my body getting used to normal water again. So you can certainly do it. There's always going to be annoyances along the way, but good luck. Shoutouts to Switch that does nothing but put all the crystals back. That's a mean one. Right. Step on the Switch and all the crystals are back. Why? Because you're curious to step on the Switch. That's why. Also, this is the best place to farm a Whimper if you specifically want to farm a Whimper, but I should just continue back further. You drink some cola here and there, but the biggest problem is for energy drinks. Oh yeah, that could be kind of a thing where you feel like you might be reliant on them, I would assume. I guess in that sense I've been reasonably lucky, because I never drank coffee for the effect, I always just liked the taste of it. And so when I tried energy drinks, they were just really sweet. I don't know if they just didn't have an effect or nothing I necessarily recognized, but I just largely didn't care for them. So I guess I got lucky in a sense, that I just don't need to worry about that part. That sounds like a task though. You have a friend in Switzerland that absolutely loves Micro 11 iced tea? Yes, that's the one I drank all the time. It's really good. It still is. But it's basically I've been drinking nothing but that for years at the time. To be fair, part of that was because the water tasted very different. Okay, we get another one of the amulet drinks. The water tasted very different where I was compared to where I originally grew up at home. Wait, I need 2 accessories? Oh yeah, the ninja gloves, right. Wait. Hold up. Guys. I need you guys to be not aggressive anymore for a second. Just... wait. No. Just don't attack for now. I wanna test something on this guy. I need somebody to be petrified. I need you to not attack. No, don't attack. There we go. He's petrified. I want to know if I can enchant the weapon of a petrification. Because again, technically speaking, petrified is equipping a different weapon on the character, how it's programmed. So I wonder if that's going to look... Ah, my goodness. Well, at least you saw the specter there being briefly visible like that. Should have accounted for that, huh? Alright. Sprite, I need you to put this guy to sleep. Let's try enchanting the weapon of the statue. No, you don't see anything visually. That's a shame. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. I wanted to know if you can visually see a difference. But not really. Okay, let's knock out this guy before he knocks us out. As a kid you only drank Pepsi, then Peach Tea, then energy drinks. Fine. Oh, we don't need that chest, do we? Fairy Cloak won't fit, that's okay. By the way, if you get a second or another weapon orb that you already have the maximum of, you get candy. It's the most rare candy that there is. And last time we had a counter on how many rare candies I got, I think. It was just something fun to keep track of. I think I just added more and more candies to the layout. That guy over there doesn't drop anything we need. No, wrong spell. I'm pretty sure if you can put the Fiend Head to sleep, you cannot hit him with a physical attack afterwards. Like, it's just not an option. Listen, this is supposed to be glitchless. Stop doing that kinda weird stuff, please. What is going on here? The guy's stuck with his attack hitbox permanently out. That was weird. Anyways. I'm obligated to open up these chests anyways. Fairy Cloak won't fit. Happy New Year to you as well, Kyo. I hope you have a most pleasant start. And a better continuation. Secret Mana can never truly be glitchless. Yeah. Wasn't there something I discovered recently-ish? I think I forgot about what it was, but there was something I recently figured out that I didn't know for, well, before. There's some kind of weird interaction. weird interaction in Seeker of Mana? You sure? Yes. Bonk. Today, before today, sometime recently-ish. I don't remember what it was though. Like some kind of minor weird interaction, I think. Alrighty, I'm going to switch on who has the axe for now. I think I'm gonna give you the axe. I'm gonna take... What am I gonna take? I'm gonna use the punch for now. I keep calling it the punch, like that's not its name. It's like the knuckles or the glove or whatever you want to call it. But you just punch with it. So my brain just goes punch. Sugar in coffee? I like some. 2 spoons of sugar in my coffee, please. And a lot of milk. That is what you do with knuckles and gloves, right? Just not what the weapon is called. Oh, there is a chest. I was thinking that was a bit weird with movement. Vampire Cape won't fit. Oh well. +1 chest. So I still want the axe available just so I can go through here. Ow. Also I need to have... Actually, what I should do is I should have the sprite probably switch weapon. What's your weapon level? 8? Oh, you should have switched a while ago. How long did you have to whip? Whoops. Give you the boomerang. I'm gonna tell my other characters here to use... Wait, you're already high level on the axe as well. Hold up, that's not good. Is it the whip that you didn't have yet? Okay, so you haven't had the whip. I'm gonna tell them to start charging up to like level 1 whenever they're attacking. Well, as soon as they have level 1, I suppose. When you were younger, you put lots of sugar in a lighter roast coffee. Slowly over time you convert it towards black roast, or dark roast, pitch black. That's weird to me. I've always been... I like the taste of coffee. I also like iced coffee for that matter. But there always needs to be a bit of sugar in there for me. Now that I don't have to knock out the Master Ninjas anymore, we can reset this here much more quickly. It's so nice to get the Boomerang Orb early. I'm not complaining one bit. Glove level 2. I mean, I probably should just call it the glove when the game already calls it the glove, right? But then again, the game also calls the bow an arrow, like it says the arrow leveled up. rather than the bow, which is a bit weird. But I suppose it's technically fair. Also, I'm gonna tell you to charge up your whip to level 1. Sprite, did you already level up the boomerang to level 1? That is a question. You did not. Roasted pork and a barbecue. You can have all of it. I take the potato salad. And the broccoli. And the carrots you don't take. Hehe. All the good stuff. Okay, another one of those rings. You don't leave those? Oh. I believe my weapon has run out. Oh, and the lady has run out of MP. Of course. Meat is amazing, but the best part of roasted barbecue is the veggies. Meat can be good. I just always like the vegetables too. Or actually mostly like the vegetables. And depending on the potato salad, I don't know what you call these little sausages. Like there's tiny sausages that are reasonably spicy by themselves, but if you just kind of knock them in, like cut them into little pieces into the potato salad, that's kind of the best stuff for barbecues to me. Just the tiny ones. Also, by the way, once again, if you're just up next to these Terminators, they cannot hit you. Ooh, chest. So by the way, I think I missed a chest earlier. Chest counter +2. Fairy Crown. I think we already had some of those, right? Wait, have we had a Fairy Crown? No, we haven't. That's a new one, actually. I forgot we didn't have a single chest from Terminators yet. Okay, this actually completes the helmet category. Or headgears. We now have every single headgear. From highest to lowest. Lowest defense to highest. So I believe the lowest is the quilted hood, which gives +5 agility, which is notable because it can allow your character to get above the trap agility requirement. Then the tiger cap is just defense. What else? Unicorn helm is just defense. Dragon helm is just defense. Needle helm is just defense. Griffin helm gives +5 attack. Or 5 strength, which is actually rather substantial. The circlet gives +5 intelligence, which is also very substantial. As does the ruby amulet helm, which is also +5 intelligence for the sprite's basically spellcasting set. The duck helm does nothing aside from look cute, but the cockatrice cap prevents petrification, which is really good. And the fairy crown. The fairy crown, I think, gives you +5 intelligence as well. I'm actually not sure what the fairy crown does. I forget, I would need to look it up. Yeah, I think we talked about how fairy crowns taste. We did, that's true. 2 chests. Okay, can we make it 3? I always have to try and make it 3. No, 2 chests. Alrighty, +2. Let's see. Whip orb is the rare drop from these? Oh, I thought I picked it up already. I didn't. That's another fairy crown. We don't need those. And second try. Fairy crown. Okay. At least we are catching up on probably supposed to have how many chests? I actually don't know if that's true or not. Excuse me. Frog in the throat or something. However you phrase that in English. Whoa, 2 chests from these as well. Okay. And this one didn't have what we need because I was able to move early. And neither did this. Both of these were amulet rings, so I need to actually remove them from my inventory again. Because otherwise we don't have space for the ninja glove and the other item that I forget what it's called. From the wolves, I think. Is it from the wolves? No, it's not. What am I missing? Fairy ring. No, it is from the wolves. Welcome to Dingerin. Hope you're doing well. And yes, this is a 100% run. Although there will be a break at some point, we're gonna get all the interesting stuff out of the way. Welcome. Kind of a New Year's tradition at this point to just do a 100% run of this game. Well, people just kind of hang around and enjoy their time. Hopefully, anyways. Bonk. Bonk. More lunar boost to guarantee critical hits. Thank you. And more stone sabers to petrify enemies. Also gonna tell her to... Oh, don't have level 2 weapon yet. I guess I'm stealing most of the kills. Tell the sprite to level up to level... or charge up to level 2 weapons before attacking. Excuse me, level 1. Technically level 2 because, you know, the baseline is level 1. But it says 1. Happy New Year, Wolf and Son. Thank you. And I wish you all the best as well. You never actually played through the Secret of Mana, but you love it. There's a lot of really charming things about the game, but also, at least the original, is one of those games that I feel like a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for. But if you try to analyze, a lot of the things are just very janky. Probably not quite finished and stuff like that, but simultaneously, I just kind of really enjoy it for all its quirks. Ow. Oh, I think my elemental weapon route is hard to tell on the glove. He just put me to sleep. That's kind of rude. Yeah, control characters can run through the center, but I cannot because there's a teleporter in the middle. Wrong guy. Meant to give it to the sprite. Oh, chest. So, chest drop is a 1 in 16 chance, and then we have a 7 in 64 chance, aka slightly more than 10%, to get the rare drop, which is what we're looking for. From the tsunamis here, it is the spear orb. And the terminators down there, we are looking for the whip orb. And from the whimpers on the right side, that's the weird eye thing, we're looking for the javelin orb. Oh wow. Quasical, thank you. Thank you kindly for the 5 gift sets, that's really nice of you. I really appreciate that. But yeah, around here, I like to just kind of have things be nice and comfy, generally speaking. That's kind of mostly it. I also tend to get obsessed with various games, like Caves of Cut, and get way too far into those. Or maybe not enough, who knows. Kinda wanna play some more Caves of Cut sometime. I didn't get far enough into Quad. Well, not yet. But I may have started another character or two, because the character I'm streaming with is not the one I can play right now, whenever I'm just relaxing and leaning back. But we need my Magic 7, true. That definitely comes in as a priority, because I did promise it, and people did vote for it. I just wish I didn't stop in the middle of something in Caves of Cut. But then again, I have the slight suspicion that unless the run dies, I'm always gonna be in the middle of something, right? That's just the nature of the beast. You will always be in the middle of something in a good cut run. Yeah, it took me a while to get that good run going. And for all I know, I'm gonna get run over by a hyperspeed truck in the next sequence. Because that's absolutely a possibility in that universe. I'm already dreading the moment where I have to encounter these hyperspeed like charging enemies, because I have seen them. I know they can just run me over, and I'm pretty sure my minions are not going to be smart enough to get out of the way is the problem. So I will need to figure out how to handle those. Probably. Maybe I can actually just handle those by befriending them, because that is a possibility. So that could be interesting, I guess. I should try that. Right, you're never gonna attack there, are you? That is very inconvenient. Just tell them to be friendly, right? Just need to figure out what faction they belong to. You're gonna bet the elves play Chrono Trigger sometime too. I've played through that game actually once. I've always kind of appreciated the game, but played myself only ever once. So there's a lot of things, like, I know way too much about Secret of Mana here, way too in depth realistically. Chrono Trigger, comparatively, I know relatively little about. Still a decent amount, I guess. Bonk. Chrono Trigger, I feel like, is one of those games that, without hesitation, you can play and recommend to other people nowadays. Because it is just that great and solid of a game. Ooh, chest. Finally. Seeker of Mana, I kind of always need to feel like I need to put some asterisks there, because it is very janky at times. Okay, this was not the thing we were looking for, because otherwise I would not have been able to move, so it's another fairy crown. The music is so good, it is. Well, when the music is not overshadowed by the ever-present sound effects, I guess. Because of the limited sound channels. Ooh, chest. Nice. Just number 66. And we get fairy crown that won't fit. I need to show you how to break Might Magic 7. I'd like to kindly direct you towards Elmegas, who actually knows a ridiculous amount about that game. I can tell you how to break Might Magic 8 though. That one I'm familiar with. 7 is more of a just, I have general knowledge of it, I suppose. Much more difficult for me to figure out things. Yeah, Secret of Melody music is kind of what I was referring to as well. If you can hear it, it's great. Just a lot of sound effects layer over it. Ooh, another chest. 67. And we get... Oh, we got the whip orb. Nice. That was a 7 in 64 chance to get the orb after we get the 1 in 16 drop rate from the chest. Which means the whips now complete. Orb drop. Ah, where's my splits? There they are. Okay. That is actually kind of neat, because I can... Wait. Do I just want to go for the Whimper and Tsunamis here then? Whimper is easy to farm, Tsunamis are easy to farm separately as well. Being that... I guess all of the enemies at this point are just kind of separate farm enemies that we can farm. Or we could just stick around here if I wanted to. Getting the Terminator weapon before the spear is actually really nice. Because you kind of have to kill these enemies up here in order for them to spawn below, because there can only be a maximum of 3 enemies be loaded into the game at any given moment. So consequently, unless you kill these up here, well, they're just gonna not let the Terminator spawn down below. And another chest. Nice. Number 68. And another amulet ring. Because again, I cannot move if it's not an amulet ring. So I need to make sure we have space in the inventory in case we get the ninja glove. One of the 100% runs, I did get a ninja glove, but I didn't have inventory space, so... whoops. Ow. I feel like I should give the lady a different weapon here. Because the whip is not good in close quarters. Unfortunately, I'm not leveling up the spear. It's not like the other weapons are much better, thinking about it. I should have not chosen the spear as my level up weapon. Petrification weapon reduces the enemy's current HP by half before they take the damage from the swing, which means if they get petrified, they're pretty much a guaranteed one-shot. And the critical hit, well, as long as it lasts, is also a guaranteed one-shot, I guess. Ooh, another chest. Chest number 69. And it's an amulet ring. Chest number 70. And it's another amulet ring. It's a lot of amulet rings currently. Maybe I should have waited to see if these guys drop one. I still haven't stopped the fireworks. Sounds like they have a lot of money to burn. Also, this, by the way, was a level 8 spellcasting animation from the lady just now. It looks very similar, but the notable difference is that literally all action on the screen just stops when she is casting a spell with the highest level animation there. The reason why that's relevant is because that's really annoying when you're trying to level up spells quickly and your characters just stop in their tracks whatever they are doing because the highest level spellcasting animation plays. And once again, so the thing is, that animation plays about 50% of the time, in a sense. How to put it? Basically, once you reach level 8 in a spell, about every time you cast that spell again, you get to 8.01, 8.02, etc. Basically, you technically start leveling towards level 9 with your spells. But it actually caps out at the maximum of 8.99. And at level 8.99, you have about a 50-50 chance that you're going to get a fancy spellcasting animation, as I like to call it. And that fancy animation is just going to lock your characters into place. And basically, the higher the little number is at the back, the higher the chance is to get those fancy spellcasting animations. Which means, the higher you level and the closer you get to 8.99, the more frequently you're gonna encounter these fancy animations. Which makes them actually kind of trickier to deal with in order to try and efficiently level them up quickly. Because again, it just locks everything into place. Chest number 71 from the Whimper this time. And we got another power suit that won't fit. Boy had too much food for the Happy New Year or something. So he does no longer fit into the power suit. And it's basically like casting spells in Trials of Mana, aka Seiken Densetsu 3. Where a big incentive to not cast spells is because 72. You just can't do anything while the spellcasting animation is playing. By the way, please somebody yell at me when I go back from here that I need to delete the amulet rings in case I forget. Bum, 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 bum. My favorite part of the music is, or are, these little rolling notes in the background. Like, I don't know what you call those, but they're just kind of, it feels like they're rolling around in the background, those little notes. Unfortunately, those are also the first ones that get cut out whenever another sound effect plays. Arpeggios. I'm gonna write that down to look at later, because that sounds like that sounds plausible. Like, I had a little bit of musical education. I used to play saxophone, but I've never really gotten far into it. Arpeggios. I'm gonna write that down. Thank you. By the way, Yagi, if this tradition continues, how about you playing the game in German next year? You wonder how many people have never seen the creative version? I actually really like the translation, or at least I remember really liking it. It's been many years since I actually played it. But I wouldn't do it for a 100% run, for the simple reason that it only runs at 50 FPS, which is functionally slowed down gameplay compared to this game. But it could be fun to just play that on stream sometime anyways. Just kind of a regular playthrough. Regular-ish, I guess. The Pogo Pushel, yes. At least we're not chasing Psyduck through the game. No, it's just chasing Hagen. Which is a weird name. Then again, so is Dialogue, really. Also, the lady is out of MP, so we have 2 more fairy walnuts to feed her. And then we're gonna be out for now, I guess. A 50Hz game would look horrible frame timing wise on a 60 FPS stream. I mean, I could change this frame rate on the stream. But that is a fair concern. And Couplands who watched the Lindenstrasse, yes. I didn't even really know what that was, because over here in Switzerland that was not really a thing. So I literally learned about the Lindenstrasse from Sigurd Mana. Ooh, chest number 73. power suit that won't fit. Too much chocolate. Ooh, another chest. Chest number 74. Poor Sprite is getting knocked over. And it's more of these silly rings. I did not mean to equip that. I believe actually amulet rings have some useful resistances. I just don't remember what they were. But the +5 strength is just too good for me to not use, it feels like. So I prefer using the gauntlets. Ooh, chest. Chest number 75. Another amulet ring. That's silly, there can't be too much chocolate. Well, yeah, I mean, if you eat it beforehand, there can't be. But at some point, you kind of run into issues where you might not fit any more chocolate into the room, because it is literally full of chocolate. I guess then you get a second room. Fair. Oops. Just number 76. Let's see what do we get today. More amulet rings. Too much chocolate in your pockets? Man, do I have a solution for you. Try to store them in your mouth? I feel like this is very temporary storage. You would never touch cheese. Uh-oh. So I think we're soon done with the lady leveling. Luna, I think. Not that soon. 55 more spell casts until Luna is maxed out. And welcome to your raids. And I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yay. You know, I only just now realized I'm effectively defeating on average 4 to 5 enemies per cycle here. Which means every 4-ish cycles, on average, we should see a chest drop. Which is kind of a fascinating thing to think about. Because to me, in my mind, getting a chest drop should be really rare. But you know, 1 in 16 isn't that uncommon. And we basically get 16 opportunities. After we defeat 16 enemies, or more depending on how much they pile up. You know what I just realized? I could actually use the sprite spells in order to nuke the enemies here. I think that actually would make a lot of sense. Because I could just cast and start leveling up magic here, because these guys are weak to fire. Hit this guy. Fireball is gonna hit the tsunamis. Oh, that does not actually knock them out. Kind of expected it to, honestly. Maybe if I use Exploder. Exploder has better base damage, but it does cost more compared to Fireball. Nope, it's not enough. Huh. Mildly surprised about that. So I guess what I can do then is maybe use Fireball on the guy on the bottom, because at the top I can easily reach him with the boy afterwards. Chest number 77. Amulet ring won't fit. Too much chocolate. If I give the sprite and the lady a better weapon to deal with that guy over there, I think that could actually work out better. So let's see. Sprite could still use the axe, I guess. Technically also the griffin claws, I could give these over. What about the lady? I don't remember what I gave you. You already have the axe basically maxed out. Right, I'm gonna give the lady the claws. In this case. And I'm gonna give the sprite the axe. Then you both need some extra oomph to the attack. So axe and claw should be much more easy for the AI to attack with. So I expect them to one-shot the Lord Tsunami over there. Oh, chest number 78. What do we get today? More amulet rings. Okay, I guess the luck is kind of starting to even out a bit. We've gotten really good luck until now, and now it's just kind of more on the, I guess, normal side even. I'm actually not sure about that. Just number 79. Page Cartoons, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. I hope you have a lovely new year. Welcome. Happy New Year to anybody who already has a new year, and anybody who is up to come. I hope you have an excellent start into it. Max level's 99, that will take a while, yeah. So the plan, by the way, for this stream, for anybody who might have joined more recently, is to get all the rare drops, every single weapon orb, and every single equipment piece that can get be dropped as a rare drop from the chest. Then we kind of gauge on what time it is. Because around 15 to 16 hours in, I would like to go and beat the game once, go to bed, rest for a while, about, I don't know, 6-8 hours. And then we do the nice and comfy weapon leveling and character leveling and spell leveling basically the next day. Originally I did these streams in one sitting, which, well, it worked at the time, but due to, let's say, more recent circumstances, I couldn't really reasonably do that anymore. So it's just kind of nice to have a planned break. However, it's still going to be about 16 hours. 15 to 16, I would guess. So, Happy New Year. Escaped Valor on the strike of midnight. That was fun. Nice. Hey Page Cartoons, welcome. I hope your runs are going well. I knew I recognized your name. It is from Skies of Arcadia. I really like the Skies of Arcadia community. It's quite fun over there, even if I'm mostly just lurking. Doing my 37-hour stream in 2021. It was actually only 32 hours and 50 minutes if I'm not mistaken. Did I do a longer stream? I don't think I did the longer stream. But yeah, that's kind of... that was a while ago. Telling me to go to bed. Well, I did once I beat the game. It was also the very first 100% run I did. I did not exactly know what I was getting into, because nobody has ever done a run like this before. I did. So I figured, you know what, might as well. See how far we get. I did prepare pretty well. I had a lot of sandwiches and all sorts of stuff, because I figured it was gonna take a long time. And I was right. I like sandwiches. Sandwiches are tasty. Unfortunately, I didn't prepare sandwiches this year. I just had a bit of lasagna, I have some lentils, I had some french fries, a bit of a mix. Ooh, more chests, more chests. Can you tell I like opening up chests? I don't know why. Anyways, more amulet rings. The lasagna I probably will just eat cold because, well, I had it for, I guess you could say technically breakfast, even though it was in the middle of the day. Because I intentionally decided to try and catch extra sleep before the stream, so I'm not too tired too early. 33 was 7 years ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. At the time I thought I was not gonna do another 100% run. And let me tell you, the second time I did a 100% run, I was kind of dreading it the days before because I knew it was gonna be really, really lengthy. But now that I have a planned break, it's so much more easy on the mind, honestly. Whoopsie. Alright, you guys are not that great at knocking out that lower tsunami at your own. Can't blame you, you do your best. What is the worst part about 100%? I mean, this definition? The leveling. Be it character leveling, weapon leveling, or magic leveling. I would say that's kind of the most just least interesting part, you could say. There's things you can optimize about them, but in a sense, no matter how much you optimize them, they're still going to be really lengthy. Ooh, chest. I just like opening up chests, okay. Ooh, another chest. Chest number 84. Consider taking the ad break before dropping off the front page. I have no idea when I'm gonna drop off the front page. I'm on the front page. I have to admit, so the thing is, I stream without my viewer number displayed. Because it makes me nervous when the number is too high, and it makes me feel terrible when it's too low. So I just decided to hide it from myself, so I'm less of a dingus about it. Anyways, just number 85. There we go, Spear Orb acquired. Nice, finally got another one. That means we can make one of the little boxes on the left side green. Alrighty, and this is kind of a nice place to take a quick break. I'm gonna get up and actually get some water, so I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Quick break. You know, the best part about these breaks is you get to hear the music properly. Because I'm gonna move this chest thingy down here. So it's not covering the text box. Anyways, I'm back. Hello. Hope you're all having a lovely day. And let's see, who was it? Psycho Sean, thank you for dropping by. I wish you a good night, rest well, and until next time. Maybe even next year, depending on your time zone. Hello. Wait, I don't need to defeat the tsunamis anymore. I just need the guy on the right here. We should leave now. Oh, chest. That's actually a useful one, potentially. We have to get at least one rare candy along the way, though. It's gonna be a requirement. It's not technically a requirement for 100%, but I want to get that one rare candy. In case you don't know, if you get a rare drop from an enemy that you already have all of the weapon orbs from, you get a rare candy. Or well, you get a candy. Just straight up. It's not called a rare candy, it's just candy. Basically as a placeholder for, you already got that drop, why are you trying to get another one? Kind of thing. Okay, that guy's gonna be very dead. Ooh, chest. And nope, no axe orbs. Oh yeah, that reminds me, don't forget to delete the amulet rings. Otherwise I'm not gonna have enough inventory space. In case we do get the rare ones. Seeker of Mana, your favorite game? Nice. Welcome to you. I hope you have a lovely day today. Or a good start into the new year. Or a good morning. I don't know, maybe a good night. I don't need to terminate this anymore either, we already got the whip orb. Bonk. Do you want to have another Stone Saber enchantment? I believe we can no longer be hit by these sword enemies. They just don't have enough attack power. Also, I think the lady is just knocking this thing over her, yep, shoulder. I love when the AI just kind of does these moves. In case you're wondering how these moves happen when an AI controlled character deals damage, or basically, if you throw an enemy over your shoulder with the punch weapon, the gloves. That's basically one of the special interactions you can possibly have when an enemy is knocked down heavily on the floor, aka they have just taken 25% of their maximum health in damage or more. You're close enough to them and you are basically facing the correct direction. Then you can possibly initiate one of these moves. The downside is, well, a lot of enemies are invulnerable to physical attacks when they are knocked down on the floor from a heavy attack. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So consequently, most of the time when you do a fancy move with the punch gloves, it just doesn't do anything. Like specifically fiend heads, those orange guys. Whether they are heavily knocked down on the ground or easily or lightly, let's put it this way, it doesn't matter because they just don't take any damage from physical weapons until they wake back up. Which is a big shame, honestly. Also makes them the most annoying to grind out because they have over 1000 HP. We still need the ninja gloves from these guys here. One of the two required accessories we don't have yet. Hey Murky, schönes neues Jahr. Welcome. Happy New Year. I wish you a good rutsch and an excellent start. So this guy is pretty heavily knocked down, which is why I'm casting a spell on the fiend head. Just so we deal extra damage to him. Because otherwise that thing, basically, the more damage you deal in one hit, the longer the fiend head is kind of in its grimace animation where you cannot hit it with physical attacks. So it's just more efficient usually to cast spells. Plus I need to level up my spells to the max level anyways at some point. So might as well begin. With that said, however, thank you. Thank you kindly for 59 months of support. Welcome back for quite a long time. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. You did not miss the stream indeed. Welcome. Hello, welcome as well, Halsey and Kirby. Hope you're doing well. What is my favorite of the mana games? Honestly, probably pretty much this one. I kind of played this one the most. Ooh, chest. That's a good one. That's a werewolf chest. We do need 2 weapon orb drops from these. And we also did need the fairy ring, which is, well, was the last other accessory that we still haven't got. Now it's just the ninja gloves from the accessory slots. I believe the fairy ring also gives +5 magic power, so we're gonna equip this on the sprite, because that is their magic power stat. It also prevents some status effects. I don't remember which ones though. Anyways. This is basically the best place to farm these wolf lords in that I know of. If you know a better one, let me know. Because farming the claw orb is always really awkward, because trying to, well, defeat them, or more even just spawn them to be able to defeat them, is kind of awkward. Also, this is gonna be my best place to defeat the Whimpers. Oh yeah, Escaron, thank you. There's a button to push. Thank you so much for 52 months of support. Welcome back. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. You're always fond of the fact that it's such... yeah, unfortunately the music often gets interrupted by combat sound effect. If you have actually seen, there is a Secret of Mana randomizer mod, which, if you don't want to randomize it, it does have some nice quality of life features. Among other things, you can actually make it so that the music doesn't get interrupted all the time, which is really neat. I'm just using the vanilla ROM, so to speak, aka how it is installed on the SNES Mini to begin with, which is how I'm playing this one. So I don't actually have that modified myself, but there's quality of life options for that. No one knows the bait game better than me. I disagree. There's at least 3 people. There's Moppleton, there's Reggers, and... I'm pretty sure Crow also knows more than me. Any GDQ runs you find interesting to keep an eye out for? I have to admit, I actually haven't looked at any of the scheduling yet. It's been a while since I've watched much of the Games Done Quick stuff. To portion it is because I got into other types of challenge runs a lot more as well, personally. Because speedrunning, for all intents and purposes, is mostly just a type of challenge run. A type of challenge run that I tend to enjoy once in a while. But it's been a while since I watched much of the GDQ. It's not that I've seen it all, it's more that just kind of, I guess, my interest largely diversified and changed for, I guess, the more absurd kind of challenges, if you will. Ones that take ridiculous amounts of time, or have ridiculous requirements, or anything like that. I don't know why, it just kind of... that's what I'm currently intrigued by. The thing is, frequently enough, that kind of idea overlaps with speedrunning as well. Because often speedrunners are the ones that are doing these kinds of ridiculous runs and challenges in many games. And I think the thing I tend to watch out the most for in GDQs nowadays is like showcases for other types of runs and games, etc. Or ones that seem to have an interesting premise. like quote-unquote just going fast, is an art in itself and very difficult, especially the higher your level is in terms of gameplay and optimization. I just like the quirky stuff a bit better. Because hyper-optimization is fascinating to an extent, but in a sense almost samey sometimes. Which is very much not true if you think about it for more than a second, because there's so many different ways you can optimize a speedrun, types of games and runs to play. It's just kind of, my brain feels that way for some reason. Couldn't tell you why. Anyways, we need more fiend heads. That guy's not dead, that's inconvenient. Fiend heads do spawn these stalkers, so if I don't get any ninja gloves along the way, we're gonna get we can farm these dark stalkers there. Ridiculous challenge, Trials of Mana new feature difficulty, Deathless. How difficult is that really? Probably should just play and figure it out, huh? What does Deathless mean? Like none of the characters ever die? Or are you allowed to have... like just no resets? But yeah, GameStop Quick nowadays often has like fascinating sideshows as well. I call it sideshows, but it's still on the main stream. Like the Dance Dance Revolution guys, or the ones that are just doing that on keyboard, which is fascinating to observe. Oh, speaking of Dance Dance Revolution, hey. Surely figured out someone... Oh yeah, there is a way to get the Mana Sword on the PAL version, yes. You do need to take a bit of a roundabout way to get there, though. No one dies and complete reset if one dies. I'd rather do a solo character challenge. Because honestly, trying to manage the AI for that sounds like it could be quite the ordeal. I've already done a solo character challenge run in the Trials of Mana remake. That one was with Angela, low level. That one took a while. Mostly because the boss fights just took forever. But trying to keep AI alive through this... I haven't even done the no future thing, so I don't know how much more difficult it would be. That was before no future was a thing. DDR on the keyboard can reach incredible levels, but it's not the same for you. Yeah, that's fair. I've actually mostly played DDR stuff on keyboard, but I never got to particularly high levels. Like, I was usually just fine with quote-unquote surviving the songs, and then moved on to the next one. Super Metroid closing race will hopefully be very hype as well. Those could be awesome, yes, I agree. Solo Deathless would be easier than having a party you have to babysit. Possibly. What I have considered is trying to do a no-hit challenge run in Seeker of Mana or a blindfolded playthrough. Both of these I feel like would have potential to be interesting. Although whenever I suggested blindfolded, the response generally has been rather lukewarm. I suppose because it's not necessarily that intriguing, I would guess. Or maybe just, you know, a large portion of this community that has built around this channel is lurkers, so you just don't get much of a response to begin with, I suppose. That's just the nature of the beast. And please, keep enjoying your lurking. Don't worry about responding, that's okay. That's kind of part of the thing I personally like. It's just nice and comfy. Don't worry about it. Does Secret of Mana have crowd control? Yes, you have Balloon, you have Sleep, you have all sorts of stuff that can help. Wow, this guy interrupted me mid-swing, and it cancelled my swing with the Dispel Magic. Ooh, chest. Chest number... chocolate. 89. Too late, now you're talking, I'm sorry. Lurking is fine. Four-way map render race between Andy Oates. I think Andy has been putting a lot of time into learning Super Metroid, hasn't he? I actually have to admit I haven't watched him in a while. But randomizer racing is actually very fascinating to me. Mostly in playing it myself, to be honest. But also mostly Zelda Link to the Past randomizer. At that point, I was reasonably decent at it, I would say. That is all rusty now. Very rusty. In your first playthrough, you skipped all the RNG tests because the first you opened were traps. Honestly, that's exactly how I remember my very first playthrough going as well when I was a kid. But it's just like, well, that just killed my character, and it's the spooky Reaper sign, so I just stopped opening up the chests in the Mana Fortress. It wasn't until I played through the game again way later that I just decided to try again, I guess. Anyways, I was spooked of that little Grim Reaper, so I didn't want to open up the chest. Crowd control run, and every death you donate X money to charity of your choice. Dynamic challenge and charity is a win-win. Could also unlock points for crowd control behind donors, bits and subs. I mean, I don't have the funds to donate to charity. But if it was for charity to begin with, that could be interesting, right? I've never done crowd control. Is there a crowd control for Secret of Mana? There probably is. Anyways, I'm trying to farm the wolves for now. I need to figure out how the strategy goes. This guy spawned and this guy didn't spawn. The Wolf Lord is very dead. There's two Wolf Lord, one is over here and one spawns on the right side, if I do it right. And to my knowledge, this is the best place to farm them, but it's very, very finicky trying to get these guys to spawn, because you have to somehow get this guy to spawn, then you wait a little bit, move to the left and get this other guy to spawn. That's kind of sort of the most consistent way I figured out on how to do that, but it's anything but consistent. Something like Iron Mouse's Subathon, X% of the money goes to charity. I don't know Iron Mouse. How did they do that? But yeah, I've actually never really considered a subathon anyways, where you just keep going. Because here's the thing, I tend to get very invested in one game in particular at times, like basically obsessively playing that. But at some point, I also like to be done. So I don't know how that would interact with that part. There it exists. There is a crowd control streak of mana. Okay. I mean, that could be interesting sometime. It's gonna be a bit of a change of pace to adapt to emulated lag, but it should be fine. Wait, that's a rabbite chest, isn't it? The rare drop from a rabbite is 4 gold, I think? Or was it 8? What did we get? Candy, that's the common drop. Rabbites are the only enemy in the entire game that have a 1 in 4 chance to drop a chest rather than a 1 in 16. Nice. Secrets of Grindia challenge, maybe. Only caught a couple of streams. What would a challenge for that game be? I guess different builds could be interesting sometime. Just focus on a build at a time or something. Overall, Grindia was fun, I would say. Some frustrating parts, but overall, I like the playthrough a lot. Bonk. I think I need guaranteed crits on the boy to one-shot these guys, if reliably anyways. Not a ton of ways to limit that game. It's already limited as it exists, because it's a tough game. No. Here's what I should do. I should give the boy the Imp's ring, so he cannot be engulfed in flames. Because he's the guy I'm going to be controlling the most here, I suppose. So I think I don't actually want the sprite to be charging up the weapon anymore. In general, I probably should switch up the weapon on everybody. While we're running around here. It's like trying to limit Crystal Project, it already has its own level of difficulty. Mimic! That's rare. I mean, I've done a solo character challenge run of Crystal Project. And I've beaten Chaos Mode solo character. Which is very fascinating, very different. Highly recommend. Well, I kind of recommend it. I mostly recommend it. I think it was fun. For me. I wonder how difficult it would be to control both characters at this, or 2 characters at the same time in Grandia. Have you seen It Lurks Below? It's hard fun, but randomized stats and loot and rarity. I've heard the name before. Wait, let me Google this real quick. It lurks below. Actually, no, I have no idea about that game. I'm actually not a big fan of randomization, funnily enough. Like, see, A Link to the Past randomizer is very limited in its scope and what it randomizes, generally speaking. But I'm actually not a big fan of general randomization as a gameplay loop or restriction, which is kind of funny to say now that I'm thinking about it, because Caves of Cod is heaps of randomness, but it also has a reasonably carefully crafted world in a lot of aspects. It was made by one of the head devs of Diablo 2. Right. It's kind of the interesting part. I mostly like Diablo 2 because I played it a lot when I was younger. But I think nowadays I wouldn't really get into that kind of game anymore. Like the randomization on the loot specifically is just not interesting to me. I prefer having a handcrafted world in general over something randomized, which is much more difficult to implement / develop, I think. Yeah, I actually don't like random loot. Basically, I like being able to, let's say, see an item at a vendor that has a very particular kind of effect, such as, well, something that could just change up on how I play the game, and try to work towards that one way or another. Or kind of a skill tree that has like an item or something attached, where it can drastically change on how you can possibly play the game. But just a random item dropping with 15 agility, 20 dexterity and 2 poison resistance? I don't know what to do with that information. Like, the stats could be better, I guess, but I don't want to look at every little piece of loot, personally, just to check whether it is slightly better than what I have. That's kind of the general problem I have with randomized stuff. Things like, let's say, slightly random modifiers like Terraria on the weapons, where you can reforge, I'm perfectly fine with those, because you generally get the same kind of weapon and tools to work with. Diablo 2 didn't age well. I'm not sure about that, but then again, I have too much nostalgia, so probably rose-tinted goggles for me. So I'm not the best judge of that. Good evening, Jesse here. Hope you're doing well. Will I upload this to YouTube? Yes, that's gonna be the objective. If I have the energy, I will upload part 1 actually today to YouTube, or at least try to export it from Twitch. If you went back and played it now, you would see. When is the last time I played Diablo 2? I did a bunch of speedruns of it. It's like literally 10 years ago now. I guess that is a while ago, huh? Anyways, by the way, just kind of because I would like to talk about it, because somebody mentioned Crystal Project. If I might ask the question in general chat, what is a relatively unknown gem of a game that you really adore for one reason or another? It might be flawed, it might be great, it might be janky, I don't know what it might be. Maybe something that you just enjoy and is relatively lesser known. What game would you suggest there? Because I want to tell you that you should play Crystal Project. Because if you like a job-based system, kind of like Final Fantasy V, and an open-ish world exploration with platforming, that game is absolutely amazing, in my personal opinion. Like, genuinely, Crystal Project is maybe my favorite game of all time at this point. I really like Secret of Mana, but Crystal Project is just genuinely crazy good for what it does. But it is a very specific kind of taste I have, if you will. So I'm not sure, like, it's very specific as to why I like so many of the aspects of it. I really enjoy difficult platforming. I really enjoy, like, Chop Assistant, that you can basically change on how you play dramatically in many different ways. Stuff like that. Silicon Valley for Nintendo 64. Let me actually start writing these things down when people mention them. I should not write that down in the notes. Because otherwise I'm not gonna be able to keep track of these. I like to just occasionally browse. Let's see. The Dot Hack games on PS2. There's Dot Hack games on PS2. Dot Hack on PS2. Oh, wait, Dot Hack is the thing that I saw the anime of. Is it the anime thing? I'm not sure it's the anime thing. Crystal Project is the game that I absolutely adore. It is turn-based. It is job-based system, where you can switch your characters around a lot, and if you like a good challenge run, you can definitely make a lot of those there. Wow, these guys are just messing me up right now, what the heck? Please stop. This guy's just casting Explosion again. Stop! Seriously. Please. And now he has the audacity to drop a chest and expects me not to open it because he doesn't have anything useful to drop. It's even a duck helm! It's the rare drop, I'm pretty sure. This guy. I appreciate that duck. It's a captain duck. Anyways, Crystal Project is a very particular kind of game, and I just absolutely love for what it is. It looks blocky, but in a sense, the blocks just help you with the platforming, because you know exactly what you can or cannot do for jumps. Well, with a bit of variance, I guess. But overall, there's a lot like... There's not a whole lot of things that are custom built for Crystal Project in Crystal Project, but the developer just put it together in such an excellent way that I just really like it. Like if you... Basically, I just really like that game overall. Sorry, I should probably read the responses from people. Oh, chest! It's been a while since we had a werewolf chest. Fairy ring. Unfortunately, not what I'm looking for. Also, I need to delete this one because I'm gonna forget about it if I don't. Because we already have two now. And we don't have enough space for the Darkstalker if I don't check for it. Did you catch this just Mole Mania buff? Mole Mania, I did not actually. Sorry, I need to catch up. By the way, feel free to say the things again if I missed it earlier, because I'm actually a relatively slow reader. And I'm also kind of occupied trying to play a game here. So I apologize if I miss it, it's not intentional. Please feel free to repeat it. Did you like the old games like I Have the Beholder? Check out Stonekeep. Stonekeep. I've played Legends of Grimrock, if that counts. I think it's a similar gameplay style. Stonekeep. Written that one down. It counts, nice. Legends of Grimrock is basically the same flavor. I absolutely adored that game when I played through it. I like Legend of Grimlock 2 even more, but it's been a while since I played either of those, so I do not know how well they aged. Probably really well, honestly. But yeah, niche games I'm intrigued in. You mean that Hero Spirit, one of us will go back and finish it? I should play that game someday, instead of making a map of it. Because Hero Spirit is actually... Let me actually write that down. Hero Spirit. But it's very true. Hero Spirit is fascinating. Because I have absolutely no idea what the heck is going on for the most part. Because I was just making a map instead. Hello, welcome to Gun. You're more into Dungeons of Dreadmore. Dungeons of Dreadmore took me like 10-20 different attempts to try and get started and getting into it. Until I finally managed to figure out a basic character build that just worked. And it's a really fascinating experience. I enjoyed it for what it was, but now that I have played Chaos of Cut, I just kind of want that kind of game instead. Because it's kind of in a similar niche. But Dungeons of Dreadmore is definitely a fun one. For that kind of genre. Can recommend. I mean, I beat like one run of Dungeons of Dreadmore. I don't even know if there's like a true ending or anything like that. I never really looked that far into it, to be honest. Still want to make more masters, trying to explore while not getting sword power too high and make it night. Ah, yeah, I mean, I haven't even reached that point yet. You're having an awful time unlocking Mindslayer. Subject Jet, Jay is just being a jerk. What now? To the moon? Oh boy. Man, I have a random playlist of video games that I've just kind of found somewhere along the way. And that game, that random playlist occasionally plays To the Moon soundtracks. Or well, one specific one. And man, that's a game. It's a good story. Can recommend. Tears me up every time, not gonna lie. Unironically, really like that game. Tales of Mayel stuff, haven't played that game. Might qualify as horror, maybe. I've heard the name before. Mashayal. Mashayal. Okay. Tales is worth grabbing on sale for sure. To the Moon was great if you're into feeling bad. Yes, I think that's a good way of putting it. Because that is kind of... It's a very accurate sentiment. You know what I just realized? I could just use Wall and reflect all the spells these guys throw at me. Why am I not doing this already? Oh, because now I can't easily buff in the middle of the road anymore. That's why. You will die and not know why it happened sometimes. I just wanted to buff the boy again, but I have Wall now. Chest? Ooh, chest! Please, chest. I'd like to have one. It's not. Fairy ring. I was just standing there, updating my counter, hoping that it would pop up the text box that we got a claw orb, but we didn't. Recently finished MechWarrior 5 Clans. Don't know any MechWarrior games. I know Robo Warrior, but that's an NES game. I think it's a little bit different, probably. Hello. Dungeon Keeper 1 is amazing and aged well outside the graphics on high resolution. It's one thing that I actually heard a lot about. I should actually look into that one a bit more as well. Two is missing, or one is missing so many quality of life things. Interesting. Chest, please. Nope. Have I heard of UP Psycho Yaga? I don't think the Yaga is part of the game title, is it? No, I have not, actually. I know nothing about it. Which, depending on game, can be a good thing. UP Psycho? But yeah, by the way, once again, if I missed any mentions of other games above, please do repeat them. I'm curious about, like, intriguing, great, fantastic niche games that you happen to enjoy one way or another. Oh wait, no, I have watched a video on Tales of Mayel. Mayel recently? I think? Hold up, now I'm curious. Tales of Mayel. How do you even pronounce that? No, actually I have not. This is not the game I was thinking of. Okay, so I know nothing about it. Aside from the title. All in you got was What Remains of Edith Finch, just a story about a family. Yeah, that's a fair way to describe it. I've never played them myself. I don't think I'm the type of person to play that, to be honest. But it was a fascinating watch, I will say. Lots of games you prefer to watch over playing. Yeah, that's very fair. One thing I want to try and do, by the way, that's kind of a... Some people asked earlier as to what my goals are for this upcoming year, because sometimes it's good to set yourself goals, because then you know what to work towards. And I just realized one goal I think I have is... try to make the Caves of Cod video into like a commentated, edited story piece. Wherever we end up with that one playthrough, because it is much more difficult to watch, I would imagine, when I play Caves of Cod, when I don't know the game and can't explain everything as I come across it. Because if you don't already know the game. But I've kind of been obsessed with that game. And I wanted to try and make like an edited, commentated video thing for it. I've learned a decent amount about video editing, but trying to stick and figure out and complete projects is kind of its own beast. Was what? Thank you. What was? I'm not sure what was, but thank you so much for the Prime thing, I really appreciate that. Welcome to you, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. By the way, if I ever mispronounce any names, feel free to correct me. And if you don't care, that's fine too. I'm just trying my best here. Personally, I'm in the... well, I'm in the camp of... as long as you know what I'm talking about, it's probably fine of how I pronounce things. But there's always people that really do care about how you pronounce things, and I try to do that right correctly, if I can. Let's see. Mostly that. Is that about the mech warrior? Understand. Puzzle game where you have to figure out the rules to, like in the Witnesses. Only puzzles, no open world. Chants of Sonar. Oh yeah, that's a good one. I should play that sometime. Chants of Sonar. I think I watched too much of Understand to be able to play it still. Although I'm not sure whether that was the game I was watching. I was watching Aliens Rock and Alexa channels for a while. I think one of them playing it. You really like Ether Lords too? I know nothing about it. What is Ether Lords 2 about? Ether Lords 2. I'm just writing those things in between waiting for the wolves to spawn, or trying to hope for them to spawn. Streichholz Schachtelchen? My goodness. I can't even pronounce that stuff anymore. How about Hochrichastlich? But yeah, Streichholzschächtelchen is not something I tend to pronounce out loud. Black and White 1. Oh. How can you play Black and White 1 nowadays? Because I played that as a kid. I really liked it. Like, just conceptually, it was fascinating and intriguing. I really, really liked it. But I never got far. And when I tried to go back to it, I just couldn't play the game because it was just not compatible with anything. Not easily. Okay. Ether Lords 2 is kind of like a TCG. Okay. TCGs tend to be a hard sell for me, but it's not like I've never played them. Some of them I enjoyed. Black and White 2 is your favorite Pokemon game to date. I've never actually played Black and White 2. You sure there's some fixes right for Windows 10 by now? Reasonably likely. But yeah, Black and White is such a janky game. Hey, a chest! We finally got another one! My goodness, chest counter number 92. And we get another fairy ring. But yeah, wolves are basically one of these kinds of enemies. Or one of those kinds of drops where you really would like to get lucky at. Because if you don't, it's gonna drag on for a while. Especially since you need 2 of these. You tried Black and White as a kid, and you couldn't understand it. Very understandable. I understood a good chunk of it, but I don't actually remember why I didn't get far. Actually, no, I do. I think that was around the time when I started learning about Ragnarok Online and got really into that one. So every time I could play, I would just play that game instead. That's probably roughly around that time frame, because I honestly don't remember why I stopped playing that. Because I just really enjoyed Black and White conceptually. It's weird how that works, because there's actually Pokemon Black and White. Oh yeah, speaking of which, I've never played the games between Ruby and Sapphire and X and Y. Maybe we should sometime. Ooh, chest. Chest number 93. Another fairy ring. Unfortunately not what we're looking for. And once again, I just need to delete it because I'm gonna forget about it otherwise. And then I'm gonna pick up a ninja glove and be sad because it doesn't fit into my inventory. It had adult concepts and really had to play to get to the end. Huh. It was arguably the most difficult Pokemon game to date. I wonder how well my strategy would have worked in that game, because every Pokemon game I played, I basically just took my starter and ran all the way through. This brings back memories for you. Welcome to you. I hope those are good memories. Wait, are we talking about Pokemon or actual game called Black and White? I assume technically kind of sort of both. It just flew in from one into the other, I guess. You hear Black and White, you assumed Pokemon? Ah, that's fair. Black and White is not Pokemon. There was basically, I guess, a very, how to put it, experimental game where you basically play as a god and you have a big creature as a pet. That creature learns things that you teach it to an extent. So you have to try and, well, scold it when it does things that it shouldn't, like eating a human, or maybe you want it to eat humans, so you praise it afterwards, stuff like that. It is very fascinating conceptually. But it's also one of those games where I have absolutely no idea on how it would play nowadays. Effectively, during that time, I did remember there being quite a lot of games that just kind of had very intriguing concepts in terms of how things just played. Like, it was just really out there, not really anything formulaic as before. Think Lemmings. Lemmings is just very different than most other games, for example. I mean, Black and White has nothing to do with Lemmings, but there's a lot of games that are just don't really neatly fit into a category like that. Happy New Year! Alright, thank you. Welcome to you. Happy New Year, hope you're doing well. You missed the time when games were not entrenched in the specific ways of playing. It's both good and bad in a sense that they are, right? Because it's good because now you can kind of more specifically seek out a genre that you tend to enjoy and like one way or another. And they also tend to be more refined in terms of how they are developed and played nowadays. So you get a more, let's put it this way, modernized take on it. Again, good and bad, I argue. The downside for me personally tends to be, and a big reason as to why I often actually enjoy just jumping into old or strange games, it's way too easy to predict as to what exactly is going to be happening in a lot of cases. Sometimes I'm wrong, looking at Visions of Mana, but very often I just kind of have a really strong idea on how things are gonna play out one way or another. And it can still be enjoyable. But I do enjoy an occasional... Oh, chest. I do enjoy an occasional just softball or... not softball. Curveball. Curveball is the word I was looking for. I occasionally enjoy just kind of a curveball. And from the era of early computer games, where the concept of good game design was not yet properly developed, you find a lot more of these kinds of weird and wacky games that they just tried things because it sounded fun. You know, kind of like how World of Warcraft originally had a bunch of quests just because the developers thought it was fun to implement a thing, and reward you with an item that gives you full invulnerability for 5 seconds. Stuff like that. Because it seemed like a good idea and could be fun, so they just did it. That's kind of the thing that I'm looking for nowadays in games. There are still games level up like that, but you're not gonna necessarily find that in the bigger releases. Which is why I'm saying Crystal Project is amazing, because it just kind of is a weird blend of genres to me that just works really well for me personally. Experimental and new and unexplored paths for good and bad. Exactly. Like, the stuff that didn't really make it into the modern era tends to be the stuff that is just, you know, generally not so well received for one reason or another. Some things I feel like also could have just been released at the wrong time, where if they would have been released later, or maybe even earlier sometime, it could have worked out better. Ooh, chest. Chest number 95. Let's see. Maybe no. Nope, more fairies ring. Delete the fairy rings. I don't have a drum and stuff anyways. Sorry, I tend to just go on to these rambles and then hardly read chat because I can't read and talk at the same time. And play it for that matter. So I need to catch up on chat a little bit, so I'm gonna do this. Another great Squaresoft classic is Secret of Evermore. That is a fascinating one actually. I really like Secret of Evermore. More conceptually than actually playing it, if that makes sense. But I still enjoyed playing it, for what it's worth. Ooh, another chest. 96. More fairy rings. It was made by the guy with the Huey Shigo that made Fable, if you remember right. Black and White? Yes. He does not have a good reputation, but I argued that the game is really fascinating still. I think he overpromises quite a lot of stuff, generally speaking. Or at least that's kind of the reputation that he has. But he does have a lot of unique ideas for, well, better or for worse, I guess. You still see innovation among indie games, as AAA studios that mostly stop stepping out of genre boxes. Mostly, yes. Occasionally you get those intriguing ones that are still trying, and I appreciate those. We know what people like and a bit more and can polish game as well, but it often turns out formulaic. See example all the Ubisoft games. Well, yeah. At the same time, you can't fault them for just, you know, wanting to play more of what they already enjoyed, right? It's kind of, to me, in a weird, is that kind of weird conundrum. If I really like a game, like Crystal Project, I would love to play another game that is like it. Just kind of more of the same. But simultaneously, it does kind of make it a bit stagnant, doesn't it? That's just the nature of the beast. You can't have one, you can have both. White was very out there and inspiring European. OMG, no, reload. Yeah, I think I didn't really do much save and reloading during that era of time, so maybe I should have. Maybe I could have gotten further in Black and White. Open world, so it's like you're still sick of both of them. Yeah. The interesting thing is, Crystal Project is open-ish world. And I will say, I like it so much because it just integrates it really well into how I like to explore open worlds. Which is kind of a well, I'd like to go out of the way and see whether I can climb this mountain over there just because I can type of approach. Well, it just works really well for that. Let's see, I actually should probably continue reading. You're not gonna see a AAA game like Morrowind that has I hit physically but it die rolled and save miss. Well, Secret of Mana has the same thing, funnily enough, mechanic. Look, a distraction. If you're willing to emulate GameCube, legally of course, Lost King... I loved Lost Kingdoms 1, I played that a lot as a kid. It's such a strange game. I should probably play Lost Kingdoms 2 sometime. That's a good shot, Lost Kingdom. I have actually a physical copy of Lost Kingdoms with a GameCube that I could play. The problem is I don't actually have a good way to capture GameCube recordings. Or PlayStation 2 for that matter, which is basically the big reason why I actually have never played through Dawn of Mana yet, despite having literally everything necessary for it. Maybe I should just go and plop the disc into the CD tray and emulate it instead that way, because then at least I could capture it. You've never really been interested in the Final Fantasy games, you just prefer action-based gameplay from Secret of Mana. That is very fair. I originally was just all about action-based games, but the chop-based system, which just kind of has like that strategic undertone, if you will, I've just kind of started really enjoying that one. There's some games that do it really well. I don't need to name that game again, do I? And other games where I feel like, okay, I guess it's fine. Paper Mario, for example, is a good example of just kind of a casual game that I think is doing it fine. I'm just not interested in it because I don't have particularly much freedom of choice in how I build things. Well, as I am not interested, that's not entirely true. I would like to play through a 1000-Year Door sometime. Never done that one. Although the more recent titles kind of look boring. Anyways, maybe I've seen the wrong stuff. What's my opinion on the other Mana games? I've actually not played that many. I have played Final Fantasy Adventure, aka Seiken Densetsu 1 for the Game Boy. And that one, well, it is fine for what it is. It is, however, also old for what it is. That's just the nature of how it works. Time passes. I like that. I have played Legend of Mana, and let me tell you, Legend of Mana is one of the few games that hooks me purely based on the visuals and music. I'm intrigued by the concept of how the game works, but if it wasn't for the absolutely outstanding music and visuals, I probably would not have played through that game more than once. Like, it's just... It doesn't offer me enough freedom of movement, if you will. Like, there's a lot of freedom, but also very restrictive, because you need to know exactly what you're doing, it feels like. Does that make sense? I have played Sword of Man on the Game Boy once. I remember really liking it as a kid. I have not played through it recently, so I do not know how well it aged. What else? I've played through Trials of Mana a bunch. Did a bunch of challenge runs, even the speed runs for a while for the Super Famicom, aka Seiken Densetsu 3. I like that game. Like, just overall, the story and presentation is really fascinating, and I just like it for that. Both the remake and the original for that matter. Although I will say the remake is probably a better gameplay. Because the remake, the original just has lag problems. That is one crisp image. This is on the SNES Mini I'm capturing from. So it has an HDMI output, which is very handy to have. I do have also pretty good output for my Super Nintendo though, because it's relatively easy to upscale it with a... what's the thing called? I forget what the thing is called, but I have a nice upscaler for Super Nintendo, which looks really good too. I tend to use that for Zelda Link to the Past randomizer mostly. Ooh, chest. Fairy's ring. Chest number 97. Lost Kingdom 2 costs like 70 to 90 euros now. Oh boy. Did it start gaining a cult following, I wonder? Which, you know, would be reasonably fair, I guess. I've only ever played one, and I distinctly remember just not understanding how it works for quite a while, bumbling my way through the first few levels, and then I loaned it to my neighbor who, well, with the GameCube, because he didn't have a GameCube. He figured out a lot of things, and then I started really liking it, just kind of because it's such a strange game. Anyways, I'm only slowly catching up on the chat here, sorry. $1,000 was a good play. Fairy ring again, won't fit. I did forget to delete the previous one. Let's see. You really dislike the gameplay and story in Legend of Mana. That's fair. One thing I will say is, I actually don't like on how the Legend of Mana remake implemented the pixel. Because whenever I looked at the original PlayStation version of Legend of Mana, what I saw was basically the pixels of the characters that you play as and the characters you meet to be functionally very much the same, just kind of pastel water painting kind of color as the entire landscape and environment. Like, they just fit in really well. When they did the remake for Legend of Mana, or remaster, whatever it is, I was just kind of literally saying out loud, no, when they said crisp pixels and the colors for the background enhanced. Just like, no, don't pixel it, please. I was so sad when I saw that one, because to me the pixels just fit into the water painting color so well. Like, you didn't see it was pixels, at least I didn't recognize them initially, until they, well, made the remake. Legend of Mana is easy to softlock in. Softlock? Really? SNES Mini is based in emulator though. Yes, effectively it's an official emulator. You can actually load runs onto it manually if you crack it in some capacity. I have to admit I've never done that, but people tell me it is easy to do and a good way to play Super Nintendo games. So that seems kind of like a nice way of playing these. I mostly like the SNES Mini because the flashing effects of various games are just toned down significantly. For example, there's like very extreme flashing when you go into the Northtown Ruins where the lady gets abducted in Secret of Mana, and that is just kind of through the emulator built into the SNES Mini, dramatically reduced. Hey, just number 98. Let's see. Fairy ring. Was I'm slowly catching up in chat eventually. Retro Tink, right, that's the thing I have. Wait, is it the thing I have? No, it's not the thing I have, I don't think. It's similar though. Same concept. Wait, Ren, because they got the 8-bit SNES style control and you love it. Nice. Ever played Dark Cloud 1 or 2? Huge Time Sink? No, I've heard of the names before. Dark Cloud. What is Dark Cloud about? Sorry, I'm just slowly scrolling through chat because I'm slow. I'm also trying to farm efficiently here. It's very easy to hack the SNES Mini? Yeah, imagine. It's collecting dust currently. By the way, don't try to absorb HP from the werewolves. I'm pretty sure they reverse that effect. Actually, that might be second in Zetsu 3. Am I maxing out all the weapons? Yes, that will be the plan. RetroTink is the newer version of OSSC. Right, OSSC is the thing I have. I don't remember. Wasn't RetroTink a bit more restricted in what you can do? And OSSC was the thing where you had a bit more leeway? I might be misremembering that, but yeah, I'm using an OSSC for my Super Nintendo. One game you do miss is playing Alundra. That game surely brings back good memories. Alundra is one of those games that I have both seen a bunch and people tend to recommend it as well. I probably should write that one as well. Alundra is, like, it just looks good. Oh, but by the way, if people are looking for relatively obscure SNES games that are probably Japanese only originally, there is... What is the thing called? Something Bean from Dungeon Explorer or so. Hold up. Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer. That's a weird title for a game, but it's a fascinating one. Dragon Mew as well. Initially, you think Composite and S-Video OCC only did SCART, VGN component. These days, new things do it all. I see. That makes sense. Actually, that's fine. The boy's not gonna take damage. Beyond the Beyond was a good game, just horrid encounter rate. Heard the name before. Don't remember it. Writing that down. You still use OG Tink for the NES and anything that doesn't go above Composite, and OG OCC for everything else. Actually, would a Retro Tink work well for capturing GameCube and PlayStation 2 3D stuff? Because I also got the... I think Frofness sent me like an intriguing mech game that is for, I think, PlayStation 2, or was it GameCube? I don't remember even. But that one actually also had my intrigue, but I just couldn't capture proper quality. Let me just try to speedruns. The difference between OSSC and RetroThink is complicated, but the general answer is RetroThink is easy for pretty much everything. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's basically, it's Crystal Beans from Dungeon Explorer is the entire game title. It's a mouthful. And yeah, unfortunately I don't think I have a GameCube with the appropriate output. Well, my original GameCube might have, but that's a PAL version. But the GameCube I bought when I was in the US, unfortunately it has none such things. And I didn't know I needed to look for that at the time. I just wanted to play some Lost Kingdoms again. Steambot Chronicles, there we go, that's the one. That's a fascinating one. Like, I played it a bunch, and I felt like, man, that's kind of that's an intriguing game, and I wanted to stream it, but I just could not figure out good settings for capturing it. Oh, actually, one obscure title I would like to mention that I think is really fascinating too, which is from the early PC era games that has actually really nice graphics, but a lot of people don't know about it, is Albion for PC. Not Albion Online, or any of the modern things. It's basically an old turn-based RPG, I think, to an extent, with a grid system. And that one is really fascinating. Like, I've tried to play through it like multiple times. I never really got particularly far. But it's such a fascinating setting and overall story that if you're intrigued in by sci-fi stuff, landing on planets, suddenly swords and sorcery, can recommend taking a look. Also, I've been running back and forth here since a while. Haven't gotten anything out of it. My goodness. Oh, chest. Almost missed that one. Chest number 99. Fairy ring. Oof. I got lucky initially in the first few chests, but now we're just kind of in the standard trot of slow progression. The Basilisk earlier, this one with the Werewolf, as well as the Fiend heads for the Axe Orb are the ones where really you wanna get lucky on, because these are just the slowest ones to grind out. The other ones, if you get lucky with the Boomerang, that's nice. It's not quite as slow to grind out the Master Ninjas though. Although it is nice to get the Master Ninjas, then Terminators, and then the Tsunamis, I will say. You wonder if there's a way to manipulate drop rate. If there is one, I don't know it. Like, to my knowledge, the drops are frame-based. So you would need to very particularly be able to manipulate this to an extent. Like, what you can theoretically do is you can have a known state when you reload a save file, because I believe it reinitiates RNG based on the checksum of the file or something like that, and then try to manipulate from there. But you would have to probably set up everything in a very particular way to be able to manipulate things. And even then you would need to probably place stuff frame perfectly, I would guess. I don't actually know how it works exactly. Ooh. Chest number 100! Now I need to move the thing in the layout. Fairy ring. Unfortunately not what I'm looking for. Let me move the number in the chest icon thingy here real quick. There we go. Hello! You seem to always get the spear first here. Well, for a good reason. Those are from the tsunamis, and they tend to replicate a lot, so you tend to kill a lot of them. Same here, by the way. Spear is always one that seems to come easy. You gonna get ready for bed? Well, thank you for sticking around, and I wish you good night. Rest well. Also, sometimes there is a werewolf spawn on the left side of that wall over there, but usually it's unfortunately relatively inconsequential. Ooh, chest. Chest number 101. Nope. I can move. I can move, which means I didn't get it. You're stuck in place after you get a sword orb, or any orb really, which is why I knew. Until you actually fall asleep. Alrighty, enjoy your work. Okay, the sprite is still charging up the weapon. I would prefer if they didn't. So I'm gonna tell them not to. By the way, I'm not saying RNG manipulation in Secret of Mana is impossible. It's more that I have no idea how you would even approach that. A large portion of that is I just don't know how the randomness exactly works, for that matter. See, the lady tends to get stuck over there on that wall, which is quite annoying. If I could just coerce her to not go to the left on that wall, that would be ideal. I don't remember how I did that last time. Like, there was some kind of movement I could do. Was it just walk upright? It might just be walk upright. That spawns the wolf with no slimes, and that spawns this guy. Actually, I think it's just walking upright. I think I might have just been overcomplicating it. Just walk upright. It could be that it's different depending on these guys' movement, but I guess we'll see. Happy New Year! I hope you have a wonderful start into the new year. Hold upright. How am I doing? Quite well? Quite well, thank you. Hoping to get lucky sometime soon on the werewolves here. Because we haven't gotten one of the 2 claw drops yet. pretty good. Yeah, just hold up right, and the AI actually works pretty well for that. They're gonna whack the wolf. Well, maybe I want to switch the sprite's weapon out for this. No, both of them hit actually approximately the same time, which is pretty good. Okay, just don't run, just hold upright. Did I get lucky chests? I get a few rare drops, but at this point the luck kind of evened out, I would think. Let's see, how many rare drops have we acquired so far? We have gotten the Griffin Helmet, Amulet Helm, Cockatrice Cap. We have gotten the Dragon Ring, Watcher Ring, Imp Ring. Those are 5. And then the Boomerang Orb, as well as the Spear Orb and Whip Orb. So that's 8 items we have gotten so far from 101 chests. The drop rate is 7 in 64, so slightly higher than 10%. So at this point we're actually fairly dry, you could say, in terms of how much we expect to receive at this stage, with how many chests we've acquired so far. Because we've gotten 8 items in 101 chests, which is well below a 10% thing. Plus it is technically higher than 10%. What is 7 divided by 64? Good night. Rest well. Like 9%? No, I think that's backwards, isn't it? 7 divided by 64. Yeah, it must be more than 10%. Anyways, chest number 102. Fairy ring. Shame. It's a 7 in 64 chance. So if it was 7 in 70, that would be 1 in 10, but it's a better chance than that. It is 10.9375. So basically almost 11% chance. So it's more like a 1 in 9 chance-ish. It's almost a 1 in 9 chance. You're very lucky at finding fairy rings. True. I could open up my own fast travel empire if only I knew how to put these into the environment. And sell enough training stuffs for people to use them. And thank you all, Lucky Sevens. I wish you all the best of luck as well, for that matter, for what it's worth. Because why not? Just farm a few thousand fairy rings and make a suit of fairy ring mail. So you can mail it across the continent. 7 doesn't go into 64 10 times. Yeah, but the chance is 7, so it's better than 1 in 10. Is the fairy ring made of real fairies? That's an interesting question. Considering that the Wolf Lord drops the fairy ring, what do you think? Would the Wolf Lord have enough handicraft to somehow press fairies into becoming ring forming? Or convincing enough to figure out how to do that? 103, another fairy ring. I feel like probably not. So I will say this is probably not made out of real fairies. So it's a fake fairy ring. Book Talk would say the wolf got very familiar with the fairy. I don't know Book Talk. Hello, thank you for the friends. You played the Bard's Tale, you never... And know the answer to this. The wolf will probably ate the person who had a fairy ring on him. Well, I suppose that's fair. That's one way to look at it. Level 89. Fun fact, the very first time I did a 100% run, I reached level 99 on the sprite and the lady before I got all the weapon orb drops. So the boy was still effectively at level 1 when the sprite and the lady were at max level. I also largely had no idea on what I was doing at the time. But that kind of comes with the territory. Who really knows what they're doing? You're glad the Mana Fortress music is so good, it makes the grind better. I agree. I'm not gonna get tired of that music anytime soon. And yeah, indeed, thank you very much for being here, I really appreciate that. This is the part where I should start talking less, because otherwise my voice is gonna give up. But I guess... But here's the thing, I kind of like talking to everybody here, because that's the fun part. I guess it's part of the fun part. I wonder whether there's an armor that makes me immune to slowdown. Is that a status effect you can be immune to? Let's see. Where's my secret mana spreadsheet? Equip. Slow. The golem ring actually protects you against slow. Wow, okay. Ninja gloves also protect you against slow. So maybe I should farm the ninja gloves first. Completely random tangent. The animation of that cure water is so long that I had enough time to spawn the guy on the left and knock him out before the guy on the right got knocked out. That guy didn't die. Outrageous. After 3 hours yours gets messed up? Well, it's all a matter of training, I would guess, but it also depends on how much and what kind of talking you're doing too. When I streamed Planescape Torment, I tried to voice everything. And honestly, it was a great experience for me overall, except that my voice gave up after like 2-ish hours. I still would like to play through that game sometime, but it's kind of that weird place where I want to voice everything and I want to give the story my full attention, but the voice is just not playing along with that. I need or require the breaks in between. And Racodactylus, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody, hope you're doing well. Rob, thank you so much for everybody. By the way, if anybody is looking for a comfy and great stream to hang out, make sure to check out Racodactylus. I personally highly recommend, because he is streaming all sorts of speedrun related things. Actually, what are you currently running? Lufia 2? Speaking of great games, Lufia 2 is a fantastic game if you've never played it before. And I do recommend playing Lufia 2 before Lufia 1. Personally. I've actually literally never played Lufia 1. But basically Lufia 2 is the prologue or prequel. So yeah. Alright, thank you. Thank you kindly for gifting people a bunch of subs. Let me actually open up my tracker. 5 of them. It's pretty awesome. Thank you so much, alright. You did feel a lot of Lufia 2 today. Failure that only comes from trying to achieve greatness. Is it then really failure? Or is it just another step on the path? Everyone dies, not everyone truly lives, so it's okay. Maybe. Just number 104. Another fairy ring. Okay. We had a bit of a meme going on at some point with vampire capes. And I believe my current record was... Oh, what was the thing? With the Whimper, in one of the 100% runs, I got... What was it? I think close to almost 1% probability that I would have received a drop by that point, but didn't. So it was like 42 chests in a row where I did not get the rare drops or something like that. I don't remember the exact number, but it was kind of an absurd amount at that point. And God's Black Arm, thank you. Thank you kindly for being such a huge support. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. On the bright side, I remembered my old path on how you reasonably reliably spawn the wolf lord. You just hold up right here. It probably matters which weapons and which settings the AI control characters are on. Otherwise they might just not attack the wolf lord in time, or well, with the correct amount of lenience for stuff to work out. But I'm not sure why it's sometimes the slime dude spawns and sometimes he doesn't. Not been using this nearly enough today. Kappa. A yellow kappa. It's a yellow kappa. Is the golden kappa still as per... Okay. Starting to lose it. I gave the fairy walnut to the boy. You know what? He's like Obelix. He wanted to taste it at some point. He just has never gotten the opportunity to test the fairy walnut because those are just not for him. He just wanted to try. Can't blame him for it. Still a waste of an item. always allowed to have a walnut. Yeah, I mean, why not? I believe the only other time I've bought fairy walnuts was in like solo challenge runs, where I just wanted to have an extra item for damage cancelling. Although I don't remember ever using it for that. Oh boy. I'm not good at the hype thing. I like to just lean back and relax. But I appreciate your investment. That's nice of you. You bought Caves of Cut. I wish you the best of luck. And let me know how your stories go, if you have the time to do so. Because I'm always fascinated in how other people's journeys go, because it's never really quite the same. Also, it took me about like 6-7 times of starting to play the game for 5 to 10 minutes, getting overwhelmed and then just not playing it. Until I finally figured out the basics and then got really hooked. Best of luck, thank you. Also, can I just point out that in pretty much every game I ever play, I just kind of enjoy playing the goody two-shoes. Sometimes just because that's the more difficult path, but often just because I think that's just, you know, I prefer to play that way. I'm the kind of guy that figured out Undertale has a... well, actually that's a bad example. I would be the kind of guy that figures out that Undertale had a pacifist mode. If I didn't already know about it. So it's a terrible example, because I didn't technically figure it out by myself, because I knew about it beforehand. Anyways, you get the idea. But Caves of Cut kind of made me go, alrighty, let me mind control this guy over here to step down this ladder to see what's at the bottom, because this is a scary cave, and it's not getting any easier. It's also very cold down here. So I mind controlled a guy that then also had the mind control ability, with which I mind controlled a face spider, which I then observed some carnage happening in the areas below, which eventually calmed down after, well, they basically killed themselves in a very roundabout way with flowers. And then I just moved the face spider really far away through the walls, so I didn't have to deal with it. Anyways, then eventually I jumped down a hole, which, by the way, spoilers, by now I realized that the thing I destroyed was actually an elevator, and I was supposed to stand on it and then hit the button, rather than destroy the cover, I thought, and jump down the hole. I didn't realize it was an elevator. I learned it by now because I've been playing another character, which I accidentally stepped onto the thing. It's like, wait, that's an elevator? I could have had it much easier. Still no claw orbs, yep. I'm curious, by the way, can somebody maybe go back through the vault real quick? At which chest count did we start with trying to get the claw orb? You feel bad even for fictional characters, so you never do an evil playthrough in Fable or Knights of the Old Republic or whatever, right? Admittedly, I still like using the quote-unquote evil guy's abilities to get rid of the other opposition, just because it's funny to pick up a guy and just throw him overboard, I guess. Maybe not funny, but efficient. You learn with Mass Effect, evil could be fun, so you have the choice and get 2 playthroughs and fully assume the evil side. Yeah, it's this thing that I just genuinely cannot do. It doesn't work for me for the most part. But Caves of Cut made me so spooked, because I'm playing in roguelike mode, to try and attempt to progress with its unrelating and crazy challenging world, that I've been just kind of like, okay, which one of you gorillas would like to jump down this hole to check it out from me? I should play through Undertale again sometime. It's one of these things where I really enjoy challenging boss fights that are like mechanically challenging, but I never could bring it over me to try and go down a road where I could fight Sans. It just doesn't work. Why would I kill a cute dog when I can just pet him? Pet him again. Until the neck just kind of elongates 5 times around the screen, just because I think that's fun. You tried to have a rubber gum injector? The heck does a rubber gum injector do? Wait. I knew flight can... well, I figured flight could work. But every time I had flight, it was kind of unreliable. So far. Speaking of which, maybe my shenanigans currently in Caves of Cut, because I'm not playing the playthrough offline that I've been streaming. I feel like I just want to keep that on stream. But I've been playing another character, and I've just kind of been experimenting with the idea of, what if my guy just added an absolutely insane amount of willpower just to get ridiculous amounts of cooldown reduction, just to reduce the cooldown of phase enough so I could phase forever. I bet you can achieve those heights in Caves of Cut, but it also takes a while to get there. At least the convenient part is, if I have an absurd of amount of cooldown reduction, I can just use those flaming abilities every 5 rounds too. Oh, by the way, the boy has already level 8 javelin. I probably should have switched the weapon around for a while. I forgot to check. Just kind of been so much in the rut of just running back and forth here. Let me give him a bow. Bow probably works too. That's fine. Actually, I need to check whether the others have a decent level on their stuff. Javelin for you is fine. What about your current weapon? That's still perfectly fine. Actually, you could get a boomerang. Wait, can you get a boomerang? Is that gonna work? I don't know if the same strategy here works if I use a boomerang. Getting distracted by chat. Is this actually Yagamath way? Several effects that all have to do with making rubbery. Relevant here, you'd only take 25% full damage. How do you learn that? Did I just miss the description there? You're sure you can have 100% phasing cut? The game loves its numbers and all the stuff scales. Yes, I figure. I'm just kind of currently building my character in that direction. It's kind of weird not having minions all over the place though. Hey, Speed Racer. Thank you for the kind words. I really appreciate that. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. At some point you just started taking injectors to see what they did. I figured the descriptions are, like, obvious enough. But I suppose I also never really tried a lot of them. I did accidentally at the very beginning, at some point, use a love injector on myself because I misclicked. And then I pressed the L button to see what status effect I have, and apparently that means I'm looking at myself, so I fell in love with myself. That's the kind of game Caves of Cud is. Which I believe had me, like, reduced in some mental stats because I was just madly in love with myself. Which is so far from what I personally do. It's just like, what the heck, game? The Tale of Narcissus? I suppose something like that. No, stop healing yourself, you're gonna die anyways. Told you. In Greek mythology, the guy who was made to look and fall in love with his own reflection. I assume that's where the term narcissist comes from. I actually don't know that one. I do know a bunch of stories about Greek mythology, but that one I'm not familiar with. Anyways, it did eventually wear off after a few days, although I'm pretty sure the character didn't survive for that much longer. Fish Lips, thank you so much for the raid, and welcome everybody. Welcome to Ziggurat of Mana 100% Marathon, in 2 parts by the way. Welcome to the marathon into 2025. This is an annual marathon that I like to do at this point, where I'm trying to get all the rare drops that are relevant to basically 100% file, and here's a chest. Chests are a 1 in 16 chance to drop, and then a 7 in 64 chance to give us the rare drop. Unfortunately, right at this point, we've been getting a lot of these chests with just nothing. I'm curious how many it actually has been so far. Anyways, we don't need these feather rings, we just need the claw orbs from the wolves. Specifically, we need 2 of them, but we've not gotten any. Hello, welcome to Hack Hunter, hope you're doing well. Welcome to anybody from Fish Lips, I hope you're doing well. I have to admit that I don't know what Fish Lip is streaming, so you might need to tell me. I do need a fair bit of luck indeed. Welcome! If you need to be off, thank you so much for the raid, but also other than that, what were you streaming if I might ask? Always curious. You're doing wonderful? Nice. The new Palworld update. I'm actually curious to look into that game again sometime. The Palworld playthrough I did alongside Velhart was when there was just like these towers as challenges. And we decided to do an additional challenge to just set everything to like double damage taken. Fairy ring again. As well as we're not allowed to fight ourselves. So we just only had the mons try to deal damage. That... Let's put it this way. The time challenges were rather difficult. It's getting better with each content update. Nice. UFO 50. UFO 50 is amazing. Can confirm. Like, that's honestly just... It's not one game, it's many really good games. Like, it's not shovelware. There might be some things in there that you just don't necessarily like playing one way or another. But UFO 50 is really, really crazy good. There's still a lot of games I haven't even seen or tried. Oh, W Madoy. Or Rimadoy. Thank you for coming back with the Prime thing. Thank you so much for 5 months. And thank you so much for your kind words, I really appreciate that. I hope you have an excellent time and a good start into the new year. Whee. UFO 50 reminds you of Retro Game Crunch? I don't know that one. Wait, did that actually spawn? He did spawn. This guy over here almost never spawns. But sometimes I like to check for him when I see that these guys doesn't spawn any minions. Wait. It's actually kind of fascinating looking at the splits over there. It's actually genuinely been about 2 hours since we found any rare drops. Sometimes it goes that way. Part of it is because it is relatively slow to grind out the werewolves to begin with, so you don't get nearly as much of a chest density compared to Terminators plus Tsunamis plus Whimper plus Master Ninjas. But the other part of it is that we have just gotten a lot of chests with not the rare drops. You wish I'd do better than last year with this. Thank you. This could be difficult. I mean, to me personally, at some point you get so unlucky that you're just kind of curious on how much longer / further that can go on. At least that's kind of the case for me. Bow level 2. Well, technically arrow level 2 as the game calls it. The RuneScape perspective? Pretty much, yeah. I did appreciate that they put in a pity rate for... Oh, chest. Chest number 108. Let's see. I do appreciate that they put in a pity rate for the leaks items in particular, because oh boy, I hit that twice. Chest number 109. Fairy rings. I wonder if it makes more sense to just wait for this guy. If there's no other enemies around anyways. A lot of mythology is really weird. Kind of makes you think on how people came up with some of those stories. Old Viking Gamer, thank you. Welcome back for 8 months. And I'm glad you enjoy your stay. I hope you're doing well. Alrighty, I should be taking another break very soon. So I will be doing that, let's say, once the timer hits 12 hours and 20 minutes. I'm gonna probably get up, stretch, walk around for 5 to 10 minutes this time, I would think. Probably eat some of the lasagna that is just kind of waiting on the table since 10 hours now? Something like that. It's probably still good. Definitely still good. I just cancelled my own spellcast, I'm pretty sure, because the arrow hit the rope jumping pillar behind. Maybe not, maybe it did go through. Anyways. Fun fact, Lunar Boost increases your attack power by 25%. But it also makes it so you have literally 0 evasion. For the player, this means enemies will always get high damage rolls on you. For the enemy means that I'm always gonna hit them, even if they have normally evasion where they just take no damage. Oh, chest number 110. Let's see. Fairy's ring. Not what we're looking for. I'm getting reasonably efficient at actually removing these now from my inventory. What is the rare I'm looking for? In this case here, for the werewolves, it is the wolf's gloves or claw weapon orb. I need to get 2 of them. Haven't even gotten 1 yet. Because there are only, well, there's 1 less weapon orb for axes as well as gloves that you get out till this point in the game, so you just kind of need to farm 2 of them in the Mana Fortress. If you were to ever miss like a missable potential chest for other weapon orbs, you would also have to farm those. It just so happens to coincidentally that the 2 weapon orbs you need to farm 2 of, axe and glove, are by far and away the slowest ones. Spear, you have tsunamis, which are super easy to kill because they just duplicate themselves. Whip, you have the Terminators, which just spawn in bunches of 3 at the end of the Mana Fortress. Similarly, Master Ninjas, slightly further away, but they give the Boomerang Orb. So relatively easy to farm and guaranteed as well, as long as you set it up properly. In fact, Master Ninjas are actually easier than Terminators, purely because you can actually just run past the initial enemies. Whereas in Terminators you have to kill the initial enemies, otherwise they will not spawn. Whimpers, there is one really good spawn right after Buffy. Actually, right before Buffy's room. Very easy to farm that one. And you can easily one-shot him. It's just specifically for the Wolf Lords, you have to do a really awkward route to just get 2 of them, sometimes even 1, and sometimes even 0 of them, depending on how well you're walking and the RNG works out. Although I think I've gotten it reasonably consistent now. As long as you do approximately the same movement, you should often have the same results. And that's the rest of my MP. Alrighty. Break time, everybody. I'm gonna get up. Alrighty, I'm back. Hello. Welcome, everybody. Can I just point out that the little music notes in the background just kind of roll from the left side to the right side to the left side to the right side? It's quite fun that way. I'm not sure it's coming through on stream though, but I hope it does. Alrighty, back to grinding. So, first of all, we need to get more MP for the lady, which means we need to get more fairy walnuts. As usual, we're just knocking out the enemies along the way, just so, well, we have a chance to get the rare drops. Still need the javelin from the Whimpers. That's a 1 in 16 chance for a chest, and then a 7 in 64 chance to get the rare drop. Power suit won't fit, so we got the chest but no rare drop. Nothing like a good repro stream. I see, welcome to you, Low Poly Sunrise. I hope you have a lovely day. Good start into the new year to you. And welcome. But yeah, welcome to Seeker of Mana. There's basically, at this point, an annual stream to try and run through the game. But 100% is along the way. At least, that's the idea. Oh, another chest. Getting lucky here. That is also +2 chests. Where's my chest counter? And we got the... Okay, sure. Chest number 112, the Javelin Orb. Why not? The reason why that's funny is because I've been farming Werewolf for literally 2 hours. And I didn't get the claw drop at all. So I'm just walking outside now. And I get that. Oh, I'm glad you like the Grimer. The Grimer is fun. Big hugs. Anyways, I don't need to defeat Whimpers anymore. But we finally got another orb. I probably should split. Also, I need to make the layout on the left now a bit more green, because we have acquired a Javelin Orb. There's only one Javelin Orb to be acquired, so I can make this green. I'm not sure why I'm insisting on keeping one character with both the whip and the axe. It's kinda mean. Also obligatory knock out the fiend head, because I am outside the area now. This is going to be where I will be farming the fiend head anyways, for the 2 axe orbs. And the most unfortunate part about this grind is going to be that the music will consistently reset all the time, because I'm going in and out of the fortress. Alrighty. Still need the rare drop from the ninja as well in order to get the ninja gloves. Grump Putin. Happy New Year, Geister Carla. It is overall going quite fine, I would say. I hope you're having a nice start into the new year. Where is a good place to land? I'm always trying to find the desert, because it's just really nice music, and it's literally where I can upgrade my weapons along the way and buy stuff without having to go inside a shop. We're also almost max level at this point. And we haven't even started the weapon leveling proper yet. Okay, Javelin, we can upgrade all the way now into the Valkyrian. I believe that one doesn't have any special abilities, it's just a strong Javelin. I'm from Switzerland. Most people guess that I'm from Sweden, which I suppose has a similar-ish accent, but I'm kind of in the middle of Europe here. And no problem. I will let you know if I prefer not to answer a question. Feel free to ask. Alrighty, back to having more orbs to hunt. I've been going for the werewolf now a few times. Maybe it's time to switch gears and go for at least one of the axe orbs, hoping that we get a bit luckier on that one so far. So, oh right, also we can farm the bow orb from these guys. I forgot about this part. So, going to give myself stone sabers. Petrification basically reduces the enemy's current HP by half before they take the damage from the weapon. So effectively, you only need to deal half as much damage in order to one-shot them, making it significantly more likely that you do, well, in fact, one-shot them. Let me actually check real quick which weapon I need to level here. I guess the boomerang is okay. Or the bow. You heard Sweden is a beautiful place, has a really good food and long rich history. That's what I've heard as well. Never been there before though. So, let me think about this. The way I've set this up for farming the fiend head, now think about it, was I gave both the boy and the lady a weapon where they hit the fiend head at the exact same time. Let's see. I think the bow is probably a bit too slow of a weapon to do this with. So let me actually exchange this. You get the boomerang. Let's see. If the lady uses the whip, for example, maybe this could work. I want them to hit the fiend head at the exact same time. I think that worked. No, that was just a singular crit. I think that was just a boy attacking. Wait, I wanted to give you the boomerang. And you get the whip. Let's see if they hit at the same time. No, the boy is too quick with the whip right there. So... what about giving you the javelin? He did not even attack there. What about the punch? Or the glove, I guess. Ooh, I think that actually looked good. Let me try to see again whether they did in fact line up with their attacks. One of them crit, the other one didn't. I think this is looking good. Basically, I want to have the two characters just line up their attacks. So they basically deal really quick, pretty high damage. Also, I need to unequip the sprites. One of the armor pieces. I think probably the fairy ring I need to unequip. One of them prevents being pygmied, and I want the sprite to be pygmied in order to be casting spells more quickly. Okay, give the boy weapon charges as well. Alright, so the idea is here now as follows. I go outside. And immediately start casting onto the fiend head. And then try to knock out the stalker right after. With a spell that has a quick animation time, and this should be a really nice reset. And allow me to level up my spells reasonably efficiently along the way. That's fair. No worries, low poly sunrise. You've never gotten through much of this game. It seems like a really good time. It is kind of janky. It is very old in what it is. And hard to approach. Well, Ghost I literally just said the same. The remake is more approachable, even if it's not as, well, let's say great as I think a lot of people would have liked. But yeah. One thing I will say about this game is there's a lot of jank in it. A lot of people like this game for nostalgia reasons, which is fair. Same here. But I also kind of just enjoyed the general ridiculousness that tends to come with that area, if that makes sense. There's weirdness, there's glitches, there's janky things. I think that's just very intriguing in its own way. But even if you bounce off of it, that is very understandable. Huh, you guys are no longer attacking at the same time. Why? That's inconvenient. The remake isn't really better. No. It's more approachable though, at least you don't have to use an emulator for it. So, I guess that's a plus. Well, I think what's happening there is, because I'm opening the menu, to probably desync with their attacks, if I were to guess.